Hello everybody and welcome to day number 4 here of the first tournament of the Monsters Attack Glitched Out Mecha Cup. My name is Nekra and I'm going to be your desk host this weekend, joined by 4 incredible casters, 2 of which are on the desk with me right now. Boop, Mortdog. Boop, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Yesterday was a great day. We had a great interview with DPay. Really excited to see what's gonna go on there, and it's always excited to hang out with y'all.
Mort, that interview was definitely one of the best in NA of all time. What are you excited for going into day number 4 this weekend?
Yeah, I think, again, now that these players have had a chance to play a day on the tournament patch, we usually see adaptation pretty quickly. And so it'll be interesting to see, does anybody shift? Does everyone lean into the Kaisa misfortune a little more? Do people realize that, hey, I saw people like DPay, Sox, and etc. play other things? Do I look for other lines? So it'll be really interesting to see what happens, and I'm always curious to see how the players adapt.
Oh, for sure. Especially when we take a look at our format for the Mecha Cup, because things get a little bit interesting today. But last weekend, we played out days 1 and 2, where we started with 128 players, and eventually found our way to yesterday, where we had day number 3, the top 32 from days 1 and 2, joined by the top 32 from the ladder snapshot, and we ended up now whittling it down to just 32 players that are competing today in day number 4. They're going to be playing 5 games, but Mort, this is really where things get interesting as we look towards games 6 and 7.
Yeah, this format's a lot different, and you have to play kind of differently if you're thinking about it. Normally, it's like, hey, if you go 31st out of 32nd on day 3, no problem. Points reset, you're down 3 points, no big deal, but you can come back. Today, though, you only have 5 games to even reach that half cutoff, and points don't reset. So even if, let's say, you do get 15th, that's not the best spot to be in, right? You've got to be in, like, 7th or 6th to really have a shot at that first place. And so today, again, I think a lot of people really need to come out swinging. And again, since we know there's one comp in particular doing really well right now, that may change a lot of the playstyle. Or, again, the strategy of trying to go for a lot of those seconds or something like that. And so, very different strategy, but with the points not resetting, that's the big thing here.
Well, especially when we have a couple of players actually starting with bonus points for today as well. That's going to be a great way to maybe give some breathing room to some of the players that did finish really well yesterday. But Really, the big thing on today is going to be those top 4 spots that qualify for the NA Regional Finals here for Monsters Attack. And there's also still money on the line as well. We have a $12,500 prize pool, and it's going to be a payout for the top 12. So you really want to make sure you're getting to that 6th lobby in order to get a chunk of this prize pool. But now let's talk about the compositions. Mort, you gave a great illusion in terms of where we're really going to be going in terms of the compositions that we saw from weeks 1 and into yesterday. And Boop, I feel like there's a lot that we can break down here from this graphic.
Oh, I mean, so much. I mean, especially if you have some strong confirmation bias, right? But anyway, what this Kaisa and Misfortune is showing, right? The reason why it's over 1 is because it appears multiple times within the lobby, right? Look at the difference in between the patch, right? The week 1 versus day 3. But one of the most fascinating things here is actually how that comp has a little bit nerfed each other, because the win rate is actually lower because it's so contested right now. The other thing that I wanted to point out as well is, yes, we have a dominant comp that appears in most every lobby, but the comps surrounding it are pretty creative and pretty diverse, to be honest with you. We got that Pike 3 yesterday that I'm still thinking about. For example, from Spetham, we saw some cool Riven play as well. It wasn't quite as good. We saw some Veins pop off too. So while there, yes, is a comp that is appearing in every lobby, there is that diversity surrounding it as well. So we'll see if people are going to lean more into the Kaisa and just kind of adjust into only getting that Kaisa 2, or if we're going to adjust off of it and try to find those counters.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that yesterday where a lot of players were also trying to contest the Yasuo, maybe trying to go for the carry augment and not necessarily hitting those 3 stars that they would have needed. But the support augment doing a little bit better because you can kind of get away with a 2-star there. But Mort, we did just switch patches as we went from week 1 into yesterday. So is there anything on this graphic that stands out to you? Is this kind of what you expected for the patch?
Yeah, I think this is kind of what we expected. I mean, again, I think a lot of people maybe were underestimating Kaisa since she had gotten nerfed a bit. But that nerf, is kind of counteracted by the fact that hackers aren't always there to mess her up. And so a big swing without the hackers, allowing more backlines to succeed. I think the other big thing here is, like, Garen was something that a lot of the players were really looking to be sort of the S tier. And we see some of that here, but it's not necessarily represented as a key here. I think maybe it sits under a lot of the flex. And so Garen is actually a champion that, like, while not listed here, is something a lot of people will be leaning into.
I love the defender trait for Garen. I feel like that's really where you feel a lot of the power in terms of maybe making your front line really strong. So can't wait to see what players are going to do in terms of that as well. But these are our players that are competing this weekend. We have 32 of the finest in NA competing today on day number 4, and Mort, there are some heavy hitters here looking just across the board at all 4 of these lobbies.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you have to give credit to, Deepay, I'm Spetham, Ripple, and Whale of Peace coming in with those 3 bonus points. They played really well, and so we'll have to see if they can continue that. Deepay in particular, does he get the curse of the first place point reset that we always see? The Sox and Robins also showing that they're some of the NA greatest, playing really well no matter what set they're in. And then in particular, I think we have to call out Dish Soap and Setsuko, who have both been incredibly dominant this set. Even if they're not the top 8 or anything like that, their top 4 rates and play rates have been really, really good, and they've shown just a great understanding of this set in general. And then some of the other old guard, right? You've got your Goobums, your Kurimex, Ramblin', even Spicy Appies, really trying to see if they can push to kind of redeem and maybe earn that spot to regionals, so...
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking at maybe the difference in between the 2 TFT study groups as well. Like Deepay talking about the players that went 1 through 4 yesterday. They're all working together. But then you've got Wajan Iverson's group as well, Boop. There's so many other players I feel like we get to talk about here too.
Oh, totally. One of the standouts, I think, from the last day or so in terms of names that might not be as recognizable. You got Joe Bookmark, or Joey B, and we got Spearcles as well, who, both were very consistent throughout the day. And it's also I'm really, really waiting for, like, Lobby 3 when the Deepay, Spetham, Overdrive, Whale of Peace group that were top 4, all study in the group, end up in the same lobby potentially, and seeing how the knowledge of each other's players might actually become a disadvantage to them going forward. So, And other things to just kind of point out, like we talked about Dish Soap, we talked about Setsuko, and something that we should definitely mention is the fact that the players themselves also rank those two as the two best players right now, with the idea that there's a lot of people will say Robin is third, but there's a little bit of a gap there. So not only do those two have the expectations of us, the casters, the viewers, but also their comrades in the game also consider them the two best players in the set, which has its own kind of pressure.
Oh, for sure. I feel like that we see that a lot. Maybe players like just having that kind of pressure on them for always performing well. Maybe just sometimes having a bad day or maybe not hitting or something like that, but really looking forward to them. But kind of to follow that storyline, Boop, as we look ahead to our very first game of the day, we're going to be following Lobby D, and there's another player that I feel like we didn't really get a chance to showcase too much yesterday, and that's Kindle Gem. Actually got for 2 first places back-to-back there, looking at games 3 and 4. And so I feel like there's just kind of some newer faces coming into the fold here, Mort, that they're really picking up the patch super quickly, and also just set 8 as a whole.
Yeah, I think this is something you see throughout, all of esports, is that, some of the old guard sticks around and can really, continue to be really dominant. Some maybe, falls under the pressure of some of the new competition. And then there's some big new competition that comes in and does really, really well. And we've even seen sort of, second generation people like Robin Songs, who wasn't part of the original old guard, who has now established himself. And so finding out who that next person is that might establish themselves, like Rajan Iverson, could be really cool.
Yeah, well, every single person in here, maybe looking at Knick-Knack and Nuge as well to try to make a name for themselves. It's about time we figure it out, though, so let's hop into game number 1.
I love the fact, Mort, that Robin was not a part of something old to begin with. That is very off character for Mr. Robin Songs. But it is, like Nekra said, Boop and Mort here. Thank you, Nekra, for doing such an amazing job on that hosting role. Excited to see you the rest of the day as well. But we're going to be starting off with the number 1 qualifier from this lobby, which is Whale of Peace, part of that DPay study group that went 1, 2, 3, 4. And we open up with a pretty nice gift on this Kaisa.
Yeah, Kaisa in particular, even when she's, at the right power level, is a really good champion, because the way her spell works is every time she casts, she gets 75% attack speed, and it lasts for 10 seconds, and then it can stack on itself. And so in the early game, when fights are very slow, that gives her a lot of time to cast that spell, 2, 3, 4 times and ramp up. And so even in the early game, she can be one of the best champions. Has the items for a Sunfire here. If you're looking for something like a static Shiv that can really dominate the early game, ends up with a Rod here. So I imagine we're going to see a Sunfire plus the Rod on the Kaisa here. And so some really early direction. For Whale here, it's just a matter of, can you get an augment that matches? Getting the Rel here was also a big win. If you can find a 2 defender, that's going to be a really strong front line. And it has the Blitz to maybe hold that Sunfire for a bit. So this is a pretty solid start here.
I'd also be very curious to see what augment actually helps enable the Kaisa win the most, because when we were watching, it was actually when we had the Rel augment that it really seemed to really benefit Kaisa in the backline quite a bit. So it might not even be some specific Kaisa augments that are bringing them to the victory, though I'm sure that's definitely been the case as well. We also get a Reforger, so we can maybe adjust one of these components to start, but we start with some champion augments today.
Yeah, so it's a 2-2-1, but the thing to note about the 2-1 augment is you don't have any tailoring, right? So he's definitely going to try to roll for something, like you said, like the Rel would be really big, but you don't have a ton of control over it here. And so kind of have to play around. And right now, this is one of those things where you might accidentally pigeon yourself into a hole. I see the Annie here. This Annie augment is pretty good. I would recommend taking it. The risk here of trying to hit Rel is just really high. And this is why a lot of players really struggle with the 2-1 hero augment, is because you don't have any control. The 15 choices you see, and yeah, sure enough, is going to slam the Annie here, so kind of making it known that this is the direction he wants to go here. There is also a Poppy in the shop, so he could try to run the Gadgetine line just to get a little bit of extra item power here. But otherwise, pretty standard start here. Is going to use the Blitz too, and hopefully we can get a glimpse of some of the other augments that have been picked around the board.
Yeah, and I think just a general thing to think about is when you're having a hard time finding individual value, sometimes picking something that gives the rest of the team value is just kind of the safer way to go, right? And like Jeweled Lotus as a regular augment, I think is a really great example of that. And this anti-augment, I think, does fall into the same kind of space, as this was an easy win that Blitzcrank, especially at Blitzcrank 2, going to be a little bit too tough to handle right now as we switch on over to some other boards with some scouting. That was Socks that we just came aboard, and we're going over to Knick-Knack, who had a great day yesterday. We watched them on our first game, and they played a really, really fun brawler comp, and we're already doing something pretty fun with an underground comp.
Yeah, getting a look at the augments here. Asa with the Sivir carry, that's going to allow him to get some extra gold. Socks with the Vi support, pretty much a generic choice here. Yeah, Knick-Knack here with the Vi carry. I really like this augment. It gives basically Vi a 4th item with an extra Titan's Resolve that can be really strong. We saw Nuge with the Yasuo carry. We saw that one not do well yesterday because it was triple contested, but today it only seemed to be one person, so we might get to see the Yasuo carry augment do really well. And then, yeah, there's a few Underground players, and Underground is another one that, again, really risky in tournament, but if you can preserve health, and again, we talked about at the start of the day that the format for today does, really help those first place, those high point finishes, and so Underground might be a big key to hitting those.
I completely agree, and since you have less time, those bonus points actually are a lot more valuable too, because you don't have as many lobbies to catch up, right? And 3 points can be a pretty big lead. As we move on over to Socks, who's also running that Underground, but it's Underground 4 already, and we have the 6 on the heist.
Yeah, Underground 4 was added right around the mid-set, and it gives you an extra lock if you lose each fight. And so the ability to lose and sort of get to that cash out a little bit sooner is kind of nice. The one thing here is sometimes when you're choosing between getting that extra lock and trading some health, for example, the Kale 1 here is not going to kill anything, that's not going to be a ton of damage, but you're looking for fights like this, right? Fights against Knick-Knack, where you might be able to kill one thing, save a little bit of health, and get those 4 locks. Just hopefully get through the Vi here, and so every kill is going to be just 2 health that you're going to save. That's going to be nice, so yeah, get that 1 kill. Maybe if we get lucky here and Socks can get something on the Lucian here, might actually end up winning here with some bid position. This is probably not what Socks was hoping for here. Ends up winning that, unfortunately, and so really good positioning for Knick-Knack to end up losing that fight.
Only in TFT, unfortunately, winning that. Right?
Yep.
When it comes to gaming. But it's really interesting. If anyone remembers Fortune, remember one of the best ways to grief the Fortune player was giving them a win too early, right? And a little bit of that rings true for the Underground, which gives now your opponent who lost a faster access to their heist and potentially those items. And that one round could be the difference between life and death sometimes. And so that could be the difference here. And having multiple Underground players is really interesting because they're going to feed HP to the rest of the lobby. So you might see a pretty big difference between the bottom 2 and the top 6 forming here. And as we move around the lobby, we're seeing Wajan Iverson now, who has the Jeweled Gauntlet slam on the Jax. We talk about all the time, China loves slamming the Jeweled Gauntlet. It's one of the most common items you'll see, but because it does work with a lot of things like this Jax to help you throughout a lot of portions of the game.
Yeah, this is interesting. Anima Squad hasn't really been performing as well in some of these really high skill lobbies. It does pretty good at lower elos, but kind of a challenge here. Does have the Jinx support augment, which gives his team some generic attack speed, which can be pretty good. Can buff it up. Oh, does get blitz grabbed by the random Ezreal augment blitz grab. Little unfortunate there. But otherwise, this is the kind of comp that you really need to get everything to come together to end up to a first place. It can happen, right? We've seen it with the Vayne, we've seen it with a big misfortune, but a lot of things have to go right for that to work. And so we'll have to see if Wajan Iverson can pull that off.
Right, and if someone is able to make things go right, it's going to be Wajan Iverson. So looking forward into what we should be thinking about, you talked about we already have the Anima Squad package, but with the Jax in the middle here, is there any specific forks in the road that you see Wajan kind of entering in the near future?
Yeah, it's interesting because he's got the option, like you said, with the Jax and the Riven. If he doesn't manage to stack things up, he could try to play around some Brawler. There's even a potential Prankster line, which again could require some very specific high rolls, but if he manages to find a Gnar 2 pretty early and an Echo early, Prankster can do a bit of work and stun those Kaisas in the back line, which can act as a pretty decent counter. But again, right now, what I'm looking at when I see Wei-Jin Iverson's comp is a lot kind of has to go right. And so that's the big thing that has me a bit worried here. And yeah, unfortunately, up against double Kaisa here, it's going to tear through it pretty quick. Can't quite get through the Annie. At least is able to kill it, so saves himself 2 health. But Whale of Peace getting that early Kaisa, and again, there's just so much power in the early game.
And a couple of our underground players actually not in last place right now, so that's feeling good for them. And we're moving over to Nuge. I said that on purpose, just so you know, with Nuge, who's playing the Yasuo. So this is actually something I think a lot of us kind of clocked as maybe being seen a lot. And after the first game last night, where 3 players in one lobby played it and held hands in 6th, 7th, and 8th, we actually didn't really see it again on stream. So this might be the best version of it that we might be able to see. But the tempo of this so far is quite slow.
Yeah, I think this is a good tempo, though. Go ahead and lose through. Although, it's always tricky, right? Because having the extra gold for the extra rerolls is really big here. But considering you're in a lobby where you're playing Duelists, and Duelists is traditionally a tempo comp, giving up that tempo is a little odd also. So there's a bit of a contradiction here, because you want the rerolls to hit that Yasuo 3, but again, Duelists can really fall off if you don't spike early. And so we'll have to see what happens here. He's got a great econ, though. If he can hit an early Yasuo 2 to preserve some health, find a good third item, he's really going to want that Jeweled Gauntlet, possibly Quicksilver. We've seen this Yasuo kind of struggle without Quicksilver. So again, but the scary thing about Quicksilver here is that's going to be 3 defensive items on this Yasuo, and he really does well with enough offensive power. So maybe a Jeweled Gauntlet is what I'm thinking from this position. Is going to use the Belveth to try to shore up some weaknesses, maybe get a kill or 2. Going up against, again, what we saw yesterday, right? This is the Rel carry augment. It is only a Rel 1, though, so that's going to be at least a couple kills. And Kindle Jim right now playing with a Lux as opposed to some of the Kaisas we've seen before. And so this is where Duelist is going to be able to do okay here. Lux is probably going to be able to get a kill here, and I think the Duelist player wins, though, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, 1 or 2 auto attacks away for that Lux. So, and Lux did get that change. That's why you're seeing Lux ult the closest person rather than the back line. It also makes sure that she doesn't whiff as much. As we get to our gold augment now, we're looking at Exile's nice edge in a trade sector. Knife's Edge, not bad for a duelist comp, right? Exiles also can be pretty good, and trade sector can benefit in, the reroll when it comes to the Yasuo, but we're just going to get stats for everyone. It's going to be that shielding as we have Exile. So no friends for me when it comes to Nuge's board. We don't like physical contact here.
Yeah, I think this was the right choice. Knife's Edge doesn't really benefit the way of the Wanderer Yasuo. He's really going to want AP, and so that's kind of what you're leaning into with his item slams. The other thing there was the trade sector. I think the trade sector was a potential option, but having the Exiles is going to allow you to generate some mana from taking damage and get that Yasuo to cast. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to hit much here. Really was looking for a Yasuo 2 to carry him through the mid game. Not hitting the Yasuo 2 here is a little bit scary. I do like the Supers angle here. The Supers angle is going to give Yasuo some more of that damage so that the double defensive items is okay. It's going to synergize better than, say, 6 Duelists. So really like that play here. So now it's a question of how uncontested can he be. Now the nice thing is, oftentimes we talk about the pace of the lobby. Remember, we saw 2, I think maybe even 3 underground players. That means the pace of the lobby is going to be pretty slow and spike up a lot later. And so you don't really have to push the aggression. You don't have to slam things down. And you can kind of let it roll and be a little greedy in these lobbies.
Yeah, this is definitely, if anyone needs a visual, it's like everyone's making eye contact with each other and just waiting for that first person. And once that first person does decide to go, right, try to take the lead, then a lot of people are going to end up following. And I think actually the augments represent that a little bit. Usually when we see the early augments, it's kind of the other way where they start out really fast, they start re-rolling, and then the HP totals get taken down. But that has not been the case so far this time around. Just the fact that there are so many underground players, I think, maybe slowing this a little bit. Sox has been following us on the other side for a hot minute, as we're going to see if Nick Nat can continue to paddywhack through the rest of these lobbies, because, you know, when it comes to underground, Sox, I feel like, can be very dangerous, because the way he enters a lot of these lobbies is pretty flexible, and knowing that he's playing underground, that means whatever's presented to him after whatever this final cash out's going to be, I think he's going to be one of the more prepared to deal with all that information and context and make the right decisions as we get to our 3-4 carousel.
Yeah, I think, again, look at the health totals, right? The lowest player's only at 63. If we compare that to some of the lobbies yesterday where we would see people in the 40s, even like, you know, low 50s sometimes, again, this lobby is not very aggressive. And so what that's going to lead to, again, is probably a very wild Stage 5, Stage 6.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you can even look at some of the items. Not a ton of slams, a lot of very safe slams. Dish Soap has that, you know, Shojin and Shiv doing well. We saw Socks with the Infinity Force. But yeah, so here we see our first cash out, Dish Soap, 11 gold. So this is Heist 2, is going to take it. And so this is what we often see the Challenger players do, is take something just simple like a Heist 2, a little bit of aggression. This is going to put you up 2 item components from the rest of the lobby, which can be the difference. And now if you look, level 7, 40 gold. This is a great spot to be in. Has those items for a Kaisa. I fully expect he's going to try to remake the Ezreal at some point to move the items over to the Kaisa. And so those are going to be pretty solid items now. Again, level 740 gold, giving him lots of room to continue on and hit something even better. And does also have that Ornn artifact that he can share. So a lot of power here in this comp.
Yeah, we actually split some power between the two quick draws on the back line, but as of right now, that split might actually be a little bit more beneficial. They're going to be the only ones alive after the Yasuo. Finally, Yasuo 2 for Nuge is going to be taken down for now, and Ezreal does take the end of the round. So, like you said, we were expecting some of those items to change. Ezreal is one of the most common item holders for the beginning of a game, especially if you're already going that direction. So, the final product might not be necessarily similar to what you're seeing. As Socks now is going to take the cash out. Gold Collector's been pretty strong so far this weekend.
Yeah, so this is the third heist. So he's got those 2 Ornn artifacts. Is going to continue to push. Wow. This is a very aggressive play that we don't often see. We don't see people go past heist 3 a lot in tournament play. I think the big thing that caused him to do this, though, is that both of those Ornn artifacts did not synergize well with this Twisted Fate that he's considering leaning into. You don't really need the extra mana from the Mana Zane. Collector's not extra. And so that's one of the challenges of playing Underground, is that sometimes you don't get what you're looking for. So pretty interesting to see. You know, and again, that means he's going to have to get another 10 locks here. He's going to lose a bunch of health. 40 is always my line. I feel like if you're dropping below 40 health, you need to get out of Underground pretty quick. He is still only at 49, and so I think when he cashes out, he'll probably be sitting around 35 or 30, which is a little risky. But if it pays off, again, a Heist 4 can be a lot of rewards.
Well, and something that I just also want to follow up on, and what you said more, is like the tempo of this lobby is actually a little slow. So the capability of maybe pushing an extra heist with a little bit lower HP might be a little bit more comfort right now for Socks, because he has the time, right? Until maybe after this round. This round's kind of where a lot of people do end up locking in what they want to do, and so Socks will potentially lose a lot more HP through stage 4, but we still are over 40, like you said, right? 40 seems to be a good number to kind of base yourself off of just in general when it comes to, I need to stabilize, right? 40 is a great benchmark for that as we get some more AP items or a Hextech Gunblade.
Yeah, it could be an Infinity Edge here also. I think this is an Infinity Edge slam. We'll have to see. But what I really like here is that he's playing the Sivir carry augment, where the higher Sivir's AD is, the more gold you get. And you can see he's been stacking a lot of gold. And not many other players in the lobby are considering Infiniteam. If he can get something like an Infiniteam emblem for his final augment here, that can open him up to the 5 and the 7 with like the Infiniteam Garen here. And I imagine next level we're going to see him push to 8 with this massive gold he's acquired. Who knows, maybe even get a Prismatic and can do something crazy like level up. But does slam the Gunblade, which is pretty good here. It's going to allow him to heal that Garen, get some more stuns off. But at this point, this is the point in the game where Sivir 2 is really going to start falling off. And so he's going to want to find some sort of big 4-cost carry to really turn it around. Or maybe get lucky and find that ultimate Ezreal.
Okay, this Samir trying to get at 1 or 2 more picks does not happen. That wasn't a complete wipe, but that was a moderately big loss as we get to Prismatic Golden Egg. That's always fun to watch. But Celestial Blessing 3 gives everyone that healing. And then Thief's Gloves, if you're struggling with items, that could be the way to go. But we're going to reroll, which is what I was assuming was going to happen.
Yeah, I was hoping for the reroll and maybe got lucky and found level up. I think this is just a new recruit slam. I don't think Verdant Veil is going to make a big difference for his backline carries here. New recruit, just a solid option. It's not a big high roll. Does go with the Verdant Veil. Okay, that's not bad. We've seen that have a lot of value as a lot of other people are running things like the Garen. The thing I don't really like about Verdant Veil in this meta at the moment, again, it's very good against Garens, but it's not very good against the Star Guardian comp, the Kaisas and the Misfortunes that don't often run a ton of CC unless they have the mech. So we'll have to see here. But again, we're talking about how Sivir's going to start falling off at this point. So again, like this fight, for example, against Sox with the Garen, the Verdant Veil is great, right? That's the Garen stun's going to do nothing. It's going to allow him to keep going. The Twisted Fate's going to ramp up. The Sivir's going to do as much damage as they can. But other fights, maybe not so much. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, another really interesting thing about Verdant Veil, too, is that it enables people who absolutely need to use their ults to get there uninterrupted as well. They'll still be able to take the damage, but if they get CC'd, they'll just blow right past that and then play the Uno reverse, right? As we have Attack, Crown, and Ornn, Anvil, and a cash out here for Sox. What did we get? Death's Defiance, Cleaver, and Infinity Force, and an extra unit.
So I think this is actually pretty big. Getting the Radiant Shiv here on Twisted Fate, that is a great item for Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate attacks very quickly, and Radiant Shiv bounces, and I believe it hits 8 targets. So if he can get the TF2 here, that's really good. Also, he did manage to get a Tactician's Crown, so that means he can kind of roll at 7 and not be behind in power. Does find another TF. He can get one more TF. Yeah, you can see the Radiant Static Shiv there bouncing and hitting the backline all the way. So this is, again, a great item and a great find. Now it's just a matter of can he stabilize with something like the Garen 2, the TF2. Is up against a Rel 3, but again, surprisingly close for what really feels like a fight he was kind of behind on.
Yeah, TF2, I think, would have turned that fight around, actually. The Misfortune didn't hit that corner, and I think that if a TF2 was there, that would have been a round win for Sox. So the direction that Sox is going, it seems so calm, right? But those underground cash outs really do change the face of your entire lobby sometimes, and Sox pushing the tempo all of a sudden. Like you said, right around stage 5 is when we're going to start seeing the sparks fly, and that's exactly what is happening here. We're seeing so many more item slams. Dish Soap, for example, no more components at this point, so everyone going the direction. We also have a couple champion duplicators on Wajan and Sox's side, and Sox has that extra unit, and if anything absolutely goes wrong, we can use that as a way to potentially give ourselves a little internal way to come back. And now another player who is over 70 gold, Dish Soap here, who hasn't necessarily been super loud in the lobby, but is on fire right now. Looking at this comp, we got the Viego 2 along with the Kaisa. It's a combination that you don't see every other day.
Yeah, something I wanted to call out, by the way, is like, if you watch Sox there, he's at 19 health, he did an underground cash out, and it took him about almost 2 full rounds before he picked his carousel pick. This is one of the other hard parts about playing underground, is that it leaves you pretty dizzy, not really knowing kind of what to do here, and so we'll have to see if Sox can turn it around. Again, he's now up a lot of power, but we'll need some key hits to really seal the deal here. And so Dish Soap, I do like the Viego secondary carry here. Taking advantage of the Zhonya's is really good. Is barely going to win this fight, but again, something like that Zhonya is making a big difference here.
The team comp that Dish Soap has, too, is going to barely win most fights, I think, based on how it works. It definitely needs that Zhonya's on that Viego. It gives them the ability to eat a couple more attacks while also continuing to do damage. As Knick-Knack actually hadn't cashed out until right now. This is a big move, too.
Yeah, that's a big cash out. Something to call out here is 4 people took Verdant Veil. That is going to very severely lower the power of a lot of these, Garens. Unfortunately, it looks like Knick-Knack took a big risk here trying to play Vi reroll, but in a lobby where Underground was so contested, that ended up being very risky, and unfortunately, it looks like it's about to crash and burn here. Ended up getting a Radiant Hurricane, does reforge it to get a Guard Breaker, which is much better. That is a much better choice here. is going to get this Misfortune to cast, but right now is really looking for that Vi 3. You can see the Vi 3, Lee Sin. We're almost in a cursed state here with the Ezreal, and it's just really unfortunate that it was so contested in this lobby, and this right here might just be the end of Knick-Knack.
Oh man, that Rel seems like an
one
fortress,
health.
but we do live on 1 HP on a Dream. However, Knick-Knack is on Elimination Station. It's going to be during Stage 5. We at least get a couple more rounds, and we do get that Vi 3. Sox now has an Aurelion Sol 2. We actually saw that that was one of the more successful comps over the last day. We saw an Aurelion Sol 3 beat a Kai'Sa 3, I believe, yesterday too. So there are ways to get through to that Kai'Sa, but sometimes you just got to hit and get there. But right now, Sox sees the lane, and seems like Aurelion Sol is a part of that game plan. Looking at this right now, we're back to Nuge, who was playing Duelist, 37 gold, 3 loss streak right now, but sitting in the middle of the pack. So now is the time to probably try to push any sort of advantage that you could have. But with this comp, a lot of it's already kind of gone, minus the front line with the supers.
Yeah, the big thing here is, again, we see Knick-Knack hitting some of those 3 stars. We saw the Vi, we saw the Lee Sin. That's pulling those champions out of the pool. So this is the chance. There you go. You hit the Yasuo 3. Now this Yasuo 3 setup is really good. He has the carry augment, great items, exiles, and Battle Mage 3. Battle Mage 3 is a lot of extra AP, has the supers to amping it. This is the thing that's really powerful. The one thing is, everyone in the lobby, we saw 4 people running Verdant Veil, so you're not going to get the CC off this, but watch this cast and see what it does to whether it be the Misfortune or the Kai'Sa. Okay, it goes frontline, but 1433, goes back to full health. Unfortunately, gets interrupted for the second cast. The Urgot wave timed so poorly there and ends up losing the fight. That's one of the bad things about Yasuo, is he can get interrupted as he's dashing and lose his spell. And so a bit of an unfortunate fight RNG for him. And we see Knick-Knack, despite hitting his Vi 3, Lee Sin 3, it was just too little too late. And now we're at that point of the game I was talking about, right? Stage 5, everyone's spiking. We see Asa at level 9 at 5-2. This is where it's going out of control. That low pace of the lobby now, everyone's going all in. And now it's like, how much health did you preserve? How much can you hit? That's an Urgot. Some great items for the Samira. If that becomes an ultimate Ezreal with those items, that can also be an insane amount of power.
Man, if that Yasuo had Verdant Veil himself, that would have been so much better for Nuge too. So maybe the popular augment really showing things off right now. It does seem like there is going to be a Verdant Veil issue here too, because one of the big things about that wider cast time is that you're going to be interrupting a little bit more. And something that we are also seeing, you referred to it a little bit earlier, is the lack of a Quicksilver Sash being a pretty big deal for that Yasuo, who's gotten CC'd to oblivion the last 2 rounds. A little bit of impact to start, but once he gets locked down, it seemed like everyone kind of knew what their job was, unlike most of my League of Legends teams.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched that, but yeah, Yasuo was locked in place for about 6-7 seconds. That was massive, and so we called it out earlier, right, that the Titan's Resolve as opposed to something like the Quicksilver, that really cost that Yasuo so much here. And so Kindle Gym here, with what we've seen, again, kind of like the S tier comp, has that Rel 3. We switch over to Sox, who again does have the Twisted Fate. I like the Zeeks here to make this Twisted Fate do as much as it can. Has the Garen. These Garen items are really good also. So this is a good setup. In any other lobby, this might be great. But again, everyone has now kind of hit this big point. Something could go wrong here, like the Yasuo could just delete the Twisted Fate. Again, Yasuo goes down here, and we're seeing the lack of consistency of that Yasuo, despite the insane stats it has, just being a problem here, and he's going to go down super hard here. That was 3 losses in a row despite hitting the Yasuo 3.
Yeah, also that Giant Slayer Shiv combo is absolutely insane on that TF right now. That is ripping through a lot of HP, as now we also get some emblems and some items here, Mort.
Yeah, the emblems especially can swing someone a lot of ways. We see Weijin going right for that Oxforce emblem. That's going to be a big spike. Hacker probably not as popular here. Admin likely hasn't been played as much we've seen this lobby, but Defender is another route. Although Defender, we've seen, again, a lot of Kai'Sas, a lot of Twisted Fates, so probably not popular. So despite all those emblems, the only one really sought after was the Oxforce, which again has big magic resist. And again, this is a 2-item spike, right? So if we look at Sox's board, right, this could be 2 items for this Aurelion Sol, right? We can spike up a lot of these secondary carries and third carries really well here. Interesting position problem here. He's going to try to use the Zeeks and the Chalice, which I don't think is going to be correct. Instead, yeah, this is an interesting positioning he's going for. Opts to use the Chalice instead. I almost wonder if you item remove the Zeeks, but chooses not to here. And so, again, we're going to see him up against the Rel, which I think this is a pretty good matchup since it is only a Kai'Sa 2, and you're not relying on a ton of CC, so the Verdant Veil's not going to do a ton. And the Twisted Fate should get plenty of time to just unload and cut through this Rel.
The Zizirot right now actually has spent a lot of time with the TF, and that's really great news for Kindlegem because that TF is the main practitioner of damage here. This is really, really close. A little bit more attack speed would have saved Sox there, but it's going to be 1 HP too much as Sox is going to get eliminated, in my opinion, with the top 4 comp. Unfortunately, just not enough room left for any sort of mistake for those comps, and that Zizirot actually, I think, keeping that TF from spreading the damage across the rest of the team instead, I think was the big difference maker there.
Yeah, I mean, there was that. We talked about maybe moving the Zeeks. That could have been a difference as well. So just, again, when a game of inches happens like this, it gets really, really tough here. So looking at Wei-Shin's Iverson's board, again, we see the Anima Squad version, but this just feels so much weaker compared to everything else. Has some okay Misfortune items, does have the 2 quick draw in, but I think is just going to struggle to do enough damage to this Rel. Again, we see the Rel 3 just being one of the big S-tier versions of this, and so despite, even with the Kai'Sa 2, no one can cut through this Rel. Kai'Sa's on the Misfortune, Rel still at very, very healthy for a tank, and that's going to be the end of Wei-Shin Iverson. Pretty unfortunate here. Again, just letting people get that Rel 3 is so strong.
And that Rel 3 has been around for a hot minute, too. To put it into perspective, I don't think we've seen that Rel die when we've seen it in any of the rounds that we've seen it participate in. So, looking at this comp right now, we got 30 gold. We got that Janna 2 and Ezreal 2 already, along with the Rainy Weather. Asa, it does seem like we're going to be capping out here soon. I mean, not a lot more we can add other than to some HP for Leona, for example, to turn into the mech. But looking at this is a pretty scary board. But can it deal with the Rel? Nothing else has been able to so far.
So this is a great board, right? With the ultimate Ezreal. I imagine he takes the Giant Slayer here. The double Deathblade, this is going to be a very powerful Ezreal ult. And I love the use of Janna here with the Rainy Weather. That's going to allow him to do some big damage. I really want to see Giant Slayer taken here. Because again, up against the Rel, Guardbreaker's an okay choice also. But up against the Rel, he's going to be able to just delete the backline, right? The ultimate Ezreal might just go through, kill the Kai'Sa, and a Rel can't 1v9, right? A Rel's going to be an amazing front line, but this positioning, I really like this, and this ultimate, Asa's on track to do really well using that Sivir carry augment to reach this point, and so the big thing to watch here is what happens to the ultimate Ezreal cast, and does it do enough damage to the Kai'Sa? Here it comes, and we're going to watch to see, and unfortunately it looks like none of them hit the Kai'Sa, so that is not what you want to see. Hopefully he can get enough mana to get another cast going. It's going to be really close. Rel, looking, here comes the second cast. Alright, so that looks a lot better, and so now does get the Ace Execute, and that's looking really good for Asa.
Yeah, that's the perfect kind of situation. Outside of the first ult whiffing the Kai'Sa, the second one did finally get there, and I think what we saw is exactly how you deal with the Rel, right? You got to just deal with everything around it. If you focus too much on it, if you get stuck on that Rel, that's all damage that's just pretty much wasted, and it takes so long for even some of these bigger units to get through that HP. We're also 1 away from Kai'Sa 3 here, which is a pretty substantial win condition that has been actually a little rare to see over the last day or two because it's been a contested comp, but we're only 1 away, and Dish Soap knows exactly where this potentially might go once we do get there, as we see a similar comp, though, on the other side.
No, so this is good. He's running the Leona. The Leona is going to do a ton of damage as a mech Leona, so that's pretty cool to see. Does get tore through pretty fast, unfortunately. The Echo Taunt pulling it away from what he wanted to, and does end up barely losing the fight here. The Echo is a really good counter because Leona was perfectly positioned to ult the Rel there, but Echo just pulls it away, unfortunately. Oh, there it is. Kai'Sa 3 for Dish Soap.
That would have been a difference probably in the last round. It makes it so Kai'Sa 3s are kind of unattainable on another board because of this. Where's the extra Shojins going to land? But looking at Dish Soap, I would be great. I would feel great in this position. Really intrigued to see how it's going to go against Asa. Asa had no problem with the Rel 3 in the last round. So Dish Soap versus Asa, which feels like two giants clashing against each other, right? Two TFT gods facing each other off right now. And then there's Kindle Gem and Whale of Peace, a couple of the newer names that found very much some huge success over the last weekend. So I'm definitely looking at the Dish Soap side of things right now. And the Leona does get that ult off, but is it enough to keep the Kai'Sa safe? It seems like so far the answer is yes. No CC on the Kai'Sa. Everything whiffed the Kai'Sa. And the Kai'Sa 3 will actually take Asa down. Looking on the other side, we're seeing the TF now with the shift. Taking down Kindle Gem. That Rel looking a little bit more vulnerable right now, and it should be. We're on stage 6-4, and get those tanks should be just a little bit easier to get through based on the power level of the rest of the teams now.
So one of the things I want to call out here that I think is a really good optimization from Dish Soap, again, kind of proving his place as sort of the #1 player this set, is that in a lobby where 4 people took Verdant Veil, and he was already leaning into the Garen, manages to hit the Leona and correctly goes, okay, if the stun's not going to work, I'm going to use this Leona to burn through your Garen, and I'm going to do a bunch of damage. And we saw that come into play the last fight, right? Asa's Garen just got destroyed, and that was enough to swing the tides of things. And so it'll be interesting to see if anyone else pivots here. Big roll down from Asa. Does hit a lot of these 5 costs, but how many of them is he going to run in his board, right? Is he going to let Syndra throw 1 or 2 of them in? Or what's he going to do with this? Because again, you don't want your board full of this much stuff, right? You've got to get rid of that Vi, that Janna, and hopefully throw in some higher value units here. And I'm going to be watching to see what Syndra throws in. First throw in is an ultimate Ezreal too. Nice.
Yeah, and that means we're only 3 Ezreals away from an Ezreal 3. One can only hope. Right now, Dish Soap and Whale of Peace going after each other on the other side of the board. It's going to be the Kai'Sa 3 that actually gets absolutely demolished that round. Not even close for Dish Soap. Now my eyes are over on Asa and Kindle Gem right when the loss goes through. So when it comes to that cycle, everyone I think swapped wins and losses, right? So we got 15, 10, 6, and 2 on this very close lobby. Every single player on 1 loss territory right now.
Yeah, this is going to be really close, and it is very matchup dependent, right? Do you get the person that's got the Verdant Veil that can't be CC'd? Do you have to go up against the Leona? Does the Urgot ult take out, your backline along with the ultimate Ezreal? So this is really, really close here. It's all going to come down to positioning. This is one of those times you really wish you had a Shroud to try to swing things in your favor, but here we go.
All right, we are going to get some eliminations on this round, but who is it going to be? We've got ultimates coming through really, really quickly. We got that Misfortune trying to eat through that back line. The Fiddlesticks is also trying to do the same thing against a Dish Soap. Whale of Peace, we're going to see those ultimates here in just 1 second. It's Kai'Sa 2 in the background trying to win this for everybody. The Leona ult is on the Kai'Sa 3. It's Kai'Sa 3 versus a Kai'Sa 2, and the Kai'Sa 3 does take the win on that side of the board, and we do get 2 eliminations. It's Asa and Dish Soap, again, 2 of the very most well-known players in the entirety of a TFT. Dish Soap, though, is the one that a lot of people look out for as maybe the best player right now. Will Asa be able to take the next round off of Dish Soap? It's going to be really interesting because we get to see, like you said, Mort, that Leona versus Garen situation.
Yeah, last time these 2 fought in the cycle, Dish Soap took it barely, but did manage to take it, and so we're seeing Asa roll down here. Has 6 Fiddles, 6 Ultimate Ezreals. I don't think we're going to see a 3-star 5 cost unless something goes very, very right here. But is at least trying. One of the things that can really burn you here, by the way, is that you're trying to go for these greedy rolldowns, and you don't get your positioning right. But yeah, sure enough, we don't see anything major here. I think that he's got 7 Fiddles. He's trying, but yeah, it's just not going to be enough. I think you definitely make sure... Ooh, the Shroud is big. Definitely try to take the Shroud. Try to slow down anything you can on the enemy team. I think you sell the Fiddle 1 here and just let the Syndra throw in those 2-star Fiddlesticks. That's going to be big. And this is all going to come down to, again, I think that Shroud and who Leona manages to ult here. So, final round. Here we go.
And we also have a Verdant Veil versus a no Verdant Veil situation happening right now, too.
Oh,
so the
no.
units are going to be fine. The front lines, though, looks like that Garen is starting to fall, and the tier 1 Fiddlesticks actually does get thrown in from the board, but that Kaisa 3 is having a little bit of a hard time. But do we have enough time? The answer is no, as Dishub does take the second place.
That was so close. Holy moly. He almost got burned because the shroud was placed on the mech, which caused it to not proc. Thankfully, he ended up winning the fight, but that was almost a catastrophic misplay.
All right, as we're moving over to Garchomp Pro right now, who's on a 5-game winning streak, entering stage 7 against Tehran Tokyo here. We've got 8-star Guardians. Once again, that Shiv, Hextech Gunblade on Kaisa appearing once more. Star Guardian Misfortune, also one of the better holders of that emblem. It makes sense why this is doing well. The Kaisa is actually performing well in these last 2 lobbies, better than they did yesterday. So maybe some studying and adjustments have been made in order to potentially move that comp to a more perfected state for some of these players as we look at these items.
Yeah, one of the things to call out about this setup is a lot of people really rely on Mech Garen, but there's also been a lot of talk recently about how Garen doesn't necessarily need the mech, right? You can free yourself up 2 slots and just play base Garen. Base Garen's stun is still the same duration as Mech Garen, and so by not having to play a Jax and a Leona lying around, you can get some of these other key units and get something like this 8-star Guardian, which is obviously very powerful with the Ancient Archives, and this Misfortune's just going to cast like crazy in combination with the blue buff. Is up against a Kaisa 3, though, but again, I feel like the Misfortune just goes to town here. Some really good positioning here, just too many threats. Even if you take down the Kaisa, you've got the MF, you've got the Nico, and 8-star Guardian saves the Galaxy. Pretty solid win there.
And a thematic exit as well.
Beautiful, beautiful. You love to see it.
I love that. That's like one of my favorite things that came to TFT was just the animations of like the chibi little legends just taking out the other person. I don't like seeing it when I get knocked out, but it's very fun to watch for those final moments of the lobby. But what an incredible first game that we had here. I feel like this really was kind of the story of how do you deal with Mecha Prime. And so I want to pick your brain a little bit because I feel like when you have Mecha Prime in play, there are a couple of different options that you could go for. So what do you feel like is behind the decision-making process of how players actually choose the Mecha Prime?
Yeah, I think for the most part, Garen is your pretty safe bet, right? It's going to be a solid front line. It's going to provide that big AoE CC. But sometimes there is an occasional pivot, and sometimes it's opportunity, right? Like, not everyone's going to have a spare Leona 2 lying around like Dish Soap did. You know, lucky him. But when you see 4 Verdant Veils, that's a pretty good sign that the effectiveness of that AoE CC is going to go down. And again, it kind of counters everyone else's Garen. So that was a really solid move there to try to win the game. And again, we talked about it at the beginning of the show, right? Other than Kaisa, Garen was kind of the other big thing. And so Verdant Veil, Quicksilver, and unfortunately we saw there with the Yasuo didn't build a Quicksilver. And ended up just being stunned for 6-7 seconds. And so we're back in one of those metas where Quicksilver value is going to go up a lot.
I mean, especially after we saw Nuge's board had that 3-star Yasuo, and it felt like everything was set up for success there. Fortunately, yeah, just kind of ran into too many stuns. But, Boop, I feel like when you also look at maybe some of the other players that did well, we're still seeing Star Guardian really come out to play. Not only did we just see that 8-star Guardian there from Garchomp Pro, but we also had the Rel hold the line there from Kindle Gem, who also got a 3rd place.
We saw yesterday and today now why Hold the Line is just such a great kind of enabler for almost everyone in the Star Guardian comp, right? That extra tankiness is so valuable for a unit that doesn't have access to it unless you pick that augment, right? And what benefits what kind of units benefit with time the most? It's those auto attacking units in the back line that need that time to ramp up either to that ultimate or get to that attack speed. So it's the best vertical trait in the game, in my opinion, with one of arguably the best unit in the game as well. So those definitely equal some good opportunities for victories.
So Still going to be looking at how players actually play flexibly around that, though, right? Even if they are going for something like Kaisa or Misfortune Carry. Love that you both brought up at the top of the show that we can really see a bit more creativity when it comes to some of the supporting champions that we actually see there for that comp. But I want to take a look at our lobby winners over here as we take a look at a breakdown of how the other lobbies shook out. And so we did end up seeing Asa and Garchomp Pro get a first place in their respective lobbies, but more Ripple Overdrive, like doing it again, just consistent success.
Yeah, definitely. Seeing him do well, that's really cool to see. Coming in, not with the day one curse. I'm kind of looking around for D-Pay, not doing too bad there. But Ramblin', another big winner. Garchomp Pro, as we just saw. So I'm kind of curious to see what comps everyone played, but overall looking pretty good here. And nothing too crazy in these stand-ups, right? We're at the point where we have 32 good players. So it's not going to surprise us if anyone wins, right? Like, the margin for error here is so small. So yeah, nothing really jumping out at me when I look at these, other than maybe Robin's 7th. But yeah, so finally get a look at these comps here. And yeah, some pretty interesting stuff here, although, yeah, it's big Star Guardians in the lobby. Rambling with the admin LeBlanc, though. That's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, admin. That's kind of cool. I mean, Boop, we haven't seen a whole lot of admin, I feel like, or even LeBlanc, actually, looking at the patch changeover. So what do you make of that?
I make a celebration out of that, to be honest with you, if I'm being real with everybody. I think we would have loved to see a lot less LeBlanc in general. I don't think the point of balance is to ever eliminate a comp. Mort can attest to that probably, right? Because if you do, that's not true balance, right? And so I'm glad that, am I glad? I'm not glad, but it's cool to see that it has stuck around through the changes. It does kind of show that it was that strong and still can kind of stick around. We talked about yesterday, sometimes it's all about finding the paths, right? They're not always hidden and some of them are fake. And so it seems like Ramlet did find a really great path like a mouse trying to find cheese in a maze, right? At the end, it was the lobby victory, and it was with something that we would consider maybe a little bit off meta right now because of those changes.
I'd love to know if the admin choices at that point had anything to do with the success as well, because that definitely plays an integral role. So I'd love to know what was cooking over there in Lobby A. But we're going to take a short break because our players are getting ready for our game number 2, and so we won't want to miss that right after this. Hello everyone and welcome back to day number 4 here of the Mecha Cup. I'm joined now by Casanova and Makes. Welcome back for day number 4. Casanova, what are you looking forward to today?
I'm just looking forward to sending some more players to regionals, right? Like that's the big thing. We're on our road to worlds. We're trying to see who's going to be the representatives from North America. And so I'm just stoked to get there. And, you know, yeah, it starts by eliminating half the field after a few games. So we got a little bit to go before we get to that stage.
Yeah, we do have 4 spots on the line here for our top 4 players going to the NA Regional Finals, and then we also have qualifier points on the line, so that's another great way for our players to look forward to qualifying. But Makes, it's another bout of NA TFT for you, so what are you looking forward to?
I actually have been studying, you know, I tried to apply what I learned yesterday. I got demoted, so that didn't really work, but I am back here. I'm ready. I was watching Ramblin' for this past game, and Ramblin', like you just spoke about before we went into the break, did hit off with a first place right away, and I was so impressed with that comp, because out of all of the games yesterday, we barely saw any LeBlanc. Just, you know, after Hecker kind of falling off, people don't really prioritize her anymore, but she's still a very good unit, and if you can get her fully itemized on 3, she is a menace, and that's exactly what Ramblin' was headed for.
Wow. I mean, we saw like the 4 admin LeBlanc carry, and we all looked at that and went, what is going on over there? I feel like, yeah, Ramblin's cooking up something, and the lobby really did shake out. So sounds like, yeah, he just found the line and decided to go with it. So really excited to see if he just finds something solid like that again, as that's going to be the lobby we're following, Lobby A. And so kind of also looking out, Boop was looking at Joey Bookmark there, maybe getting a chance to see a little bit of what's happening with that. And then DPay, of course, our points leader from yesterday. So game 2 is ready to go. So Casanova Makes, have fun with this one.
All right. Thank you, Necro. We're jumping in to game 2 with Lobby A. Makes. We're going to be probably jumping on board here in a second with, oh my God, big monsters.
So
I love this.
cool.
I love that every time. That's so sick. This is such a cool board. That's why we're going with Joey Bookmark. Check it out, the board. Seeing that beautiful monster coming in. And Joe Bookmark, we got to talk about this guy. He came in off the wait list, right? One player could not make it in. He gets his second chance to come in on day 3. And he comes in with a bang, getting bonus points coming into today and starting off with a really great first game. Getting, I believe it was a second place in game 1. So, or sorry, it was a third place in game 1. Malala grabbed second in that one, but still a really solid placement to kick things off. And he's just been impressing left and right. This is a player who has played a bunch of cups since set 7, but hasn't really had a pop-off performance. And now, you know, coming into Mecha Cup, making the top 64 already, and doing it in style with a lot of really good first places yesterday.
Yeah, and kind of to do Boop justice, I have to throw it in here, right? The Joey B. So we have to roll with that as well. I'm really excited to see him play. A lot of the compositions that we saw from him were super kind of creative. There was a 5 Renegade Spellslingers involved. We had Kaisa 3 Boyd, but not with the Star Guardians that we're seeing a lot from, but instead there were Aegis and Quick Draw units involved, so a little more of the Quick Draw line. I'm really excited to see what he's going to cook up this time.
Yeah, I love that production just sent us a tweet that Joe Bookmark posted last night, just saying, bah ha 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 ha, why did they even let me play? This guy coming in off the bench, off the wait list, and just bodying kids left and right. So we've got a nice prismatic augment to start things off. March of Progress, golden ticket, some econ available for Joe Bookmark. It's gonna be a March of Progress.
I mean, that's something that players just often instantly pick up. I want to say it's a little bit like VIP shopping, where you're kind of like, oh, you know, it's always pretty good. So especially if you can pick it up this early, so Joe Bookmark will not be able to level independently anymore. It's just going to happen naturally here, and he can spend all of that econ in his shop.
Yeah, and he's got a nice early board here with the Sunfire on the Poppy, having the defenders in, but also getting that Gunblade Slam, such flexible items, and having that 2-star Lucian early on, a pretty solid carry and item holder for whatever items Joe Bookmark decides to start slamming. And he can still remain very flexible with whatever he's got for a Lucian, because Lucian can item hold AD, can item hold AB, really good unit overall.
Yeah, now seeing Malala's board on the other side, we do have those ancient tomes. And are you somebody that just slams, or are you somebody that holds and tries to get that optimal with the guaranteed trade if you have several traits unlocked, or do you just slam and try to find that direction? What do you prefer?
I'm an absolute slammer. I slam every time. Every single time I get a tome, I'm slamming it and I'm looking for direction. But I have seen players go both ways on this set, especially because, you know, trying to save for a Gadgeteen emblem or for Star Guardian have been incredibly popular. And in this tournament specifically, Oxforce has been a big emblem that has been popping up quite a bit. So I'm curious to see if people decide to slam them so aggressively in this lobby, especially since you might want that power to deal with the other prismatics, or if they do err on the side of caution, try and tailor it to be perfect on the emblems that have been a little bit strong recently.
Do you see what I'm seeing? Because if I counted correctly, Deepay already has 5 Gadgeteens available. Of course, is only level 4, so can't play them. But there's a Poppy on bench. We have Lulu. We have Annie 2 already on 2-2. We have a Gnar, and we have the Gadgeteen emblem from that prismatic coming through here. So this comp is going in a great direction for Deepay.
Look, and there was talk about whether or not Gnar was going to be as popular coming in. And of course we can say, hey, it's not as popular as it was last week before the nerfs, but it's still really good and it's boasting fantastic statistics. It had a 66% top 4 rate, a 15% win rate across, I believe it was 13 games. Really solid stats for this Gnar composition. And the thing is people are just playing it when the line shows up. When you get something like Gadgeteen Soul and you're able to find an early Gnar, it's kind of the perfect circumstances. So Deepay in a great position for this game to look for a top 4 because the stats are in his favor since he's already got the Gnar and he's got the 5 Gadgeteen online.
Yeah, more augments are coming through, though. We did see them on the side earlier. We do have an Infiniteam crown being picked up, so there's strong direction there as well. And Philip, with that future side, just kind of chilling, honestly. You just have the option to kind of sweat in the early and mid game very, very easily and try to get those carries lifted up, make sure that the rest of the team takes down the front line in the meantime, and you are having a good time. But Kuramax seems to have found something that all the players want. There is a Star Guardian emblem on this bench.
Yeah, mascot emblem with it is pretty nice in general. Just gonna help round out the comp, get some extra synergies rolling, but I think the Star Guardian will of course be that focus. He has the potential to go for the Star Guardian Misfortune, which has been the most powerful composition it feels like on the current patch. Misfortune in general is going to be included with the Kaisas over and over and over again, but when you're able to make her a Star Guardian, it pushes you from a top 4 comp to a top 1 comp.
Something else that I kind of want to note that we just saw is that Replay, who picked up the Earth's Grab back, made an Anima Squad emblem. Now, we were kind of talking about Anima Squad not being the hottest deal right now, but there were versions yesterday of that composition where Anima Squad did win lobbies. So it can happen, especially if you get those Anima Squads online early on, and if you find that right direction, if you are going into that Misfortune itemization, that is very strong as well. We are seeing that board on the other side here with the Anima Squad, already enabled. There we go.
Yeah, I love that you called out the Misfortune version, because we look at the statistics from yesterday. We see that when you play the Anima Squad with MF, it was having a 55% top 4 rate and even won 20% of the lobbies it was in. It had 9 plays as well, so it did have a reasonable sample size across the day. And yes, Anima, we did feel like looked a little underwhelming at times, but I think a lot of the time that was when Vayne was the carry that was stuck on. They didn't quite get to the MF stage of it, and there still is good enough scaling with that composition to be a contender in those lobbies, especially for top 4. It's a pretty reasonable comp, and I think when you see the rest of the lobby going at some of these things and you have an uncontested Anima line, that feels pretty solid, although MF probably still going to end up a little bit contested.
Okay, honestly, I love this Infiniteam position here for JD Zielinski. Obviously, having the Lulu is a current situation that's going to get moved to another unit. He's not going to try and play Lulu reroll with the Infiniteam badge here, but having that Infiniteam spot not in a corner, but kind of in the middle of the backline. It allows you to play around with it a little bit more, maybe protect that carry just a tiny bit more is very, very nice to have. And having these Infinity units, once again, just shows how much easier you have it in the early stages. It's so much more units on your board that you have as other people. And since comms aren't really that strong yet, often that's enough to get that win streak going. JD Zielinski and Deepe both on 100 HP streaking as we move into Krugs.
Yeah, talking about streaking though, Malala on the lost streak into Krugs here with the Sure Shot emblem. So setting up to go for that Mecha Garen with Samira. Solid Garen items on this Blitzcrank already. Having the Sure Shot emblem is going to be really solid. Infinity Edge already slammed. So Malala with a good setup once he can get there, but he's lost a lot of HP. However, of course, because of this major loss streak, he's got really great econ moving through these Krugs, and we'll see how he starts to improve his board and stabilize a bit as he looks for that Samira.
Yeah, and I mean, he still has that Ancient Tome that he should be slamming soon, TM, so we'll see whenever that happens. There is one Sure Shot emblem already deployed, and honestly, something I would love for Malala to kind of angle here is the Mecha Prime Samira comp that we've seen a couple of. And I was kind of undervaluing that composition, I guess, because I didn't really have it on my bingo card for this weekend, right? You're kind of going in and you're expecting, oh, you know, maybe we'll see a Gadgeting. We're probably going to see a lot of Kaisa. We're probably going to see those Oxford spells, Duelist, and so on and so forth. And the Mecha Prime Samira comp is something I've seen a lot in the games from yesterday. And it's doing really well. You have sometimes a Sure Shot angle, sometimes the Belva, sometimes both. You have that Mecha Prime frontline, which allows you to have so much more of an obstacle in front of that Samira, and the Ace just helps to execute the units away. So really, really cool to see that, and I think Malala has a great opening for that.
Oh yeah, it's wonderful. And what I love about having the Sure Shot emblem as well, you mentioned that Belveth. It's such a fantastic item on the Belveth to get that extra attack damage for her as a secondary carry. So there's a lot of really good things going from Malala with this. And there's Daredevil. Beautiful. Yay! Perfect. That's exactly what you want to see as Malala. And he pops his tome, doesn't get a second Sure Shot, which is a little bit sad. These are actually pretty underwhelming for Malala. We might just see something like a Brawler emblem. Yeah, just to get a little bit more HP for the Garen once it comes down.
I think so too. I think if you already have like the Jax and the Garen in play, maybe going for those 4 Brawlers instead now is definitely an option you can keep on the table. I much prefer that over the admin. We will probably figure out what the admin is that Malala has taken up as well, but having that Daredevil, having the Samira, and now being able to just slam that Sure Shot emblem onto someone else has to be really, really nice. And you can see that happening right now as he is now going to meet up with JD Zielinski. Let's see if he has enough power in the tank to actually take down the Infiniteams.
Yeah, I think Malala might be still losing 1 or 2 more here and then full sending it and getting very strong. He still has a lot of gold, a lot of good econ, but he did make board improvements, of course, getting the Samira in, but not fully to the point where going to be beating a lot of boards. And yeah, at least killing a lot more units here, saving some HP, but hey, more Daredevil value at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's true. As we move through, here is a Joey Bookmark, and Bookmark has picked up the Sona Power Grid Augment, is on the March of Progress, as we know, currently level 6. I'm a little bit confused because it looks like he can buy XP, but I think that might just be Observer Diff.
An observer issue, yeah, I would assume so.
I'm like, huh? What'd he do?
Huh?
But
Sells
Sona
the
Carry is
here.
also something that we've seen quite a bit, so I'm kind of here for it. We do have a little bit of an Oxforce front line going on, and with that Sona in the back line, it might just be enough to defeat Malala, who hasn't really reached that peak just yet.
Yeah, it looks like he still didn't full send it. Is probably waiting till 3-5, and then we'll see Malala go to 7, start to try and level up this board a little bit. I think Malala, he might ideally want to go fast 8, so you can try and hit Garen 2 and Samira 2, but he's falling very low, so we might need to see some rolling on 7 from Malala.
Yeah, I think so too. 38 HP and round 3-4 is not necessarily where you want to be at. Now, we have a direction, right? That would have been very worrisome if we didn't have that, so we know what we're angling for. We just have to find the units and make sure the board comes online, because I think item-wise, it's looking really, really good. He just needs the units and the upgrades, so investing in that roll down here does look like it needs to happen, right?
Yeah, it was a perfect carousel for Malala too, right? He's able to find a Samira with a sword. He has a rod on bench, so here he goes. He's able to get a gunblade to go alongside his IE. There's going to be a Jax 2 naturally, and he's got a level 7, and he's got a lot of gold to work with. So let's see how this roll down goes. Alistar 2, there's this Garen. All right, so at least he's got his 4 costs at 1 star. He would love to just hit a Samira here. That would be massive. But at the very least, he's got both of his major 4 costs in play. His composition is online. Just a matter of getting all those upgrades now.
Yeah, and you can see the emblems now being slammed, making those 2 brawlers with that Jax. The Garen is going to get supported by the mechas. Would have probably liked to upgrade that Wukong for a little bit more HP. And this is really unfortunate. You are meeting with Philip, who has that future sight, was scouting, making sure that the Samira doesn't come into play as soon as the fight starts, but she's here now. So is the Aesol, though. The meteor shower is going to come down, and since she is only 1 star, it is looking like she's taking a lot of damage here. She can execute the Aesol, but the meteor shower comes down regardless, and that's a bad position for Malala.
Yeah, Malala definitely not wanting to lose that one, but at least he still has a reasonable amount of gold to work with. He has the pair of Samiras, so he's very close to reaching an incredibly stable board, and his current board might even be relatively stable enough. Just ran into Future Sight, which ate up his carry, and we did just see in the bottom corner there, Malala did just hit Samira too, so that's a huge spike for Malala. As we take a look at Ramblin's board, he's got anti-up. He's going to be scaling up in the economy with this Twisted Fate, making a lot of money and having some fantastic items on this TF already.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like, if you are happy with Oxford Spellslingers, then those items are very well known to you. And the other side is a Kaisa, who would probably very much like that Statics, does not have it equipped, but will be enough to take down the Twisted, who's also still on 1 star. Ramblin also looking for the Nico, is still running a Lux, which isn't the most ideal situation here if you're looking into kind of that duelist Spellslinger crossover that we just saw on his board. So that's probably why he's been bleeding a little bit. He was streaking early on, but somebody that's having a good old time is JD Zielinski. We're at Wolves, 100 HP, still streaking, hasn't lost a fight yet. This is putting the entire lobby into pressure.
Yeah, 100 HP at Wolves is fantastic for JD, and we'll have to check in on him and see how that board has developed to the point where he's able to keep this win streak, if it looks like he's going to lose it soon, or if he's just cruising. As we do check in with replay here, going to be playing Anima as well, and does have that Misfortune augment for this one. I believe it was the carry augment. Yes, it is.
Yeah, and we are seeing a little bit of rolling coming out of replay too. 1 Misfortune, 1 more to go to get that Misfortune 2 upgrade. There is going to be a Jinx 2 coming through. Does he keep rolling? It looks like he does. He can still sell off a little bit. Does find the Vayne 2 as well. Does he keep going? Does not find the Misfortune. It seems like that's very unfortunate for replay here, who was trying to get that one, but it is going to be the duplicator on the bench that comes into play here and makes that one whole.
Yep, just gonna use that, make sure that he can stabilize a little bit as he runs into Joe Bookmark. This is gonna be a Misfortune 2 versus the Sona 2, and I think the Misfortune should generally be stronger here. We're gonna see when that cast comes through. Can it take out the Sona? Not quite. Sona's actually able to stay alive. Heal up, gets the stun out. Big damage. Wow, the Sona holding on, just barely getting that heal cast before the ace execute comes down. And replay, that hurts. You're already bleeding out down to 30 HP, and that was looking like 1 fight.
Yeah, and that kind of goes to show what Sona's power really is. The fact that she was able to, like, heal back up to nearly full HP after being close to like ace execution. Definitely something you have to keep in mind if you need this board from Joey Bookmark again. But Malala now down to 19 HP. In the meantime, JD Zielinski has found a loss as well. The reign of terror from the top end is maybe over, but the rest of the lobby is now scaling up and finding their upgrades. So I'm not sure if Malala is out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the HP gap between first and eighth is huge, right? That's going to be 71 HP between the two. Kurum at 85 near the top of the table as well. And we're going to take a look at Kurum here. He's got that Star Guardian emblem on the Misfortune. And we do have the multi-shot Kaisa with some really solid items. Just needs to find a tier, get that static Shiv going. And this is a very strong board for Kurum. Looks like he might take down replay, but not quite. It is just going to be that MF taking him out. So Kurum gonna lose his win streak as well.
I mean, Malala is now on 4 HP, and I think this might be his last round. Right after this, on the side of Deepay, he has found the Annie 3, which is a massive unit, but not massive enough to deal with the Sona, who just keeps scaling up. Here is Malala's board. He did find the Samira, he did find the Belveth, Brawler, Sure Shot, Belveth. Just, you know, actually Belveth works with any emblems, so I'm happy to see that slammed, but he has so much gold, and I'm not sure if he's angling for that level 8 upgrade, because if he is, he might be dead before he gets there.
Yeah, I think Malala feels like he needs to go 8, try and look for an ultimate Ezreal, or just at least get another unit in, because right now he doesn't have that much he can roll for outside of just the Belveth upgrade. Because other than that, it's like Wukong 2 and Belveth 2, right? So really the only way for him to get a lot stronger is by leveling up. And we'll see if he can actually get there. The Garen trying to hold on. But on the other side, there is a 3-star Annie for Deepay. And this board is just so strong. The Gadgetines running him over. And Malala going for a fast 8th here on 4-3.
Oof, I mean, that was rough to watch, and with all that gold going down, I mean, it might have been that level 8 was your only chance, but maybe an upgrade to that front line, I don't know. It was definitely not Malala's best situation here, getting an 8th place, but we're starting to look at other players who also lost a lot of HP already, currently picking up some extra items here. Now, I don't think the statics has been completed, right? I think that was Kuramax's board, and Ramblin is holding the tier, making sure the statics doesn't come into play on that Kaisa. Very unfortunate for Kuramax.
Yeah, Kurum really wanting that tier for his Kaisa, but at least he's got 6 Kaisas right now, so looking for that Kaisa 3, 1 away from Misfortune 2 as well, so a lot of hits available for Kurum to upgrade this board, and he's got 50 gold. He's got time. He can go to 8 here pretty comfortably before finishing this roll down if he wants to, but also just slow rolling on 7, looking for these Kaisas. Feels like a very comfortable position for Kuramax. I wanted to note, while we were looking at those items, I noticed Deepay has 2 Gadgetine emblems now, so I'm sure he's able to create a very strong carry alongside that. Let's see where those are. It's on a Garen. That's going to be an incredibly tanky Garen in the front line with those 3 items, and he's got some very offensive items too with that Infinity Edge and the Bloodthirster. Just look at all that damage this Garen is doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's Garen in his best form. He's trained for this day. He has the extra Gadgetine crest, just making him an absolute menace, and he is shredding through the boards. But somebody that has to start shredding as well is Philip, and we replay both down there with the 20 HP Joe Bookmark, very close as well. I'm not sure if you're Joe Bookmark, you're kind of angling for that Sona 3, perhaps, if that's something you want to pick up. He is holding 2 of the Sonas, but not really rolling for it. You can see the power grid augment being shown here as well. Does have a Nunu, so a little bit of a legendary flex to help out here, and a front line as well that consists out of Hearts and Oxforce, so not too bad, but I'm not sure it can keep up here.
Yeah, it feels like he was rolling for this Sona, rolling for Sona and Annie, and just hasn't been hitting. The fact that he's only on 5 Sonas uncontested, and then he lost out against Deepay, where both of them were rolling for Annies, and Joe was not able to find it while Deepay was. So this fight looking pretty rough for Joe as well. Got really close to killing a lot of these off, but you can see JD Zielinski still just too strong. That Twisted Fate staying alive by a sliver It means Joe takes a lot of damage down to 16.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe Bookmark 16, Philip 10. Curmex, this is Kaisa 3 that's coming through. Yeah, it is. There she is, Kaisa 3 for Curmex. No statics, but she has the stars aligned for her. Maybe there will be a tier coming out of this ASOL, perhaps, for Curmex. We're going to see. But yeah, I think Joe Bookmark maybe going 8 and then trying to roll. But what do you put in? A second Nunu? Like, he needs to find a unit to put in as well. Could go for mascot, could go for brawlers to maybe have a stronger front line, perhaps? Not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think more beef, certainly. And I mean, the Annie 3 is definitely going to help. These heart boards with the Sona carries really benefit from having a strong front line. And right now, his front line was looking incredibly weak. But the Annie 3, of course, that's a big pickup. And maybe he can find one more frontliner to go with it once this level up comes through. There's a Garen, but there's not Defender, so that's really not that tanky, actually. And still kind of whiffing on these Sonas, because it's not a contested unit, and Joe's been rolling for it for quite a while.
Yeah, so he does have one duplicator.
Oh, no.
So he only needs 2 Sonas, but on the other side is Gadgetine Madness, and I'm not sure these units will be able to take them down. The Gnar has been hit by the Shroud of Stillness, so a little bit delayed in his cast here, but the Garen and the Gnar are still alive, and so is that Annie. On the other side, the Annie has been taken down, and so will the Sona. She's going to fall. The ASOL will not be able to get that cast out. Joe Bookmark taken down to 1 HP, which maybe, you know, here comes the 1 HP buff or something. Like
the big comeback from
buff.
Joe. Yeah, D-Pay's board is so terrifying, by the way. That fight, I think everything that could have gone right for Joe went right, and he still got demolished. And I just think D-Pay's board is just going to get scarier, too. He still has options to upgrade to more 3 stars. That is just a terrifying Gadgetine board. As we take a look at Philip, he does have the future sight. He's going up against Kurum. He needs to get this Zephyr onto that 3-star Kaisa, and he will find it. So we'll see if that is enough to take this fight down.
He doesn't.
He moved it last second.
Switcheroo, and the Kaisa goes untouched. It's a Lux that's lifted into the air, and that is very, very bad for Philip, unless he was hoping for that ASOL to take out the Kaisa. But if that was the game plan, the ASOL has done too little, too late. Philip and Joe Bookmark going 7th and 6th here in Game 2 of our last day of the Mecha Cup.
Joe's got him, though. Joe gonna go down to -16. Philip gonna grab the 6th, able to take out enough units. It looked like he was gonna have it for that last second swap. Kurum able to get the better of him and find that Kaisa still able to get some damage out. As we take a look, replays board, Bunny Mercenary, that's gonna be the wider cone. Gonna get the shield. These are great items for the Misfortune. Not having a mana generation item, but when the cast comes through, it is going to do so much, in the Axiom arc is there to help it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side, we do have that Infinity board. Was doing so great in the early, now fallen off just a little bit, but still, GD Zelensky, 50 HP, has a lot to work with here. Doesn't fall to his death here right away, although it does hurt just a little bit. Ramblin also taking a loss, and I'm not sure if anybody in this lobby can take down D-Pay's board, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, D-Pay's board is so scary. He can still go 9. He still has things he can roll for 3 stars at least. So there's not even a full cap on D-Pay's board yet. I'm scared. I'm not even in the lobby. Replay gonna grab a Zephyr. He just wants to try and find ways to maybe slow down some of these big carries. And at least Replay has the very powerful Misfortune with the Axiom Arc that can like permanently cast. So maybe there's some game there, but it's feeling really tough to deal with that percent mitigation.
Yeah. I absolutely agree. I think there is not much you can throw up against a double Gadgetine emblem, and even with Gnar being absolute meta in the last patch, we've barely seen these boards, so really, really cool to see it come into play. Kuromax now also finding that Misfortune too, as we are hopping on board with JD Zelensky. There is a Infinity Fiddlesticks, so that is really fun to me. I love that. We're going to see double action from that Fiddlesticks, which should be helping just a little bit as he goes up against the board from Ramblin' Oxforce Spellslingers, one of the boards that is the most favorite of our NA players right now. Everybody has run it at least once throughout yesterday, I believe. if the stats are statting right, and look at it go, but it's not going to be enough for Ramblin. He takes another loss here. Replay also losing, taken down to single digits.
Yeah, I mean, great Zephyr from Ramblin, still able to hit on to that Twisted Fate. You know, Zephyring Infinite Team is pretty easy because they need to keep it on the Hex in order to get the Infinite Team part of it. So you can always make sure you get your Zephyrs on the right target. But I think JD Zielinski being able to find that Fiddlesticks 2, copy that with Infinite Team, is setting up for a much stronger board. And maybe that's something that can start to rival even DPay. We'll have to see if the Gadgeteam can just get through that double fiddle, double TF, all that extra damage.
Yeah, and it kind of also, like, with the TF being anti-up and not the extra damage augment, it kind of is the weaker version of the Twisted Fate augments coming through here for Ramble, and I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Misfortune against Kaisa, 3, she casts, she takes her down. Replay lives for another day, despite looking death into the eye.
Yeah, and improving his position here over Ramblin now. He's dropped down to 3 HP, has not been able to find a win in the last 3 fights. He's been hemorrhaging here in stage 5, and we're going to see what item he gets off of Morgana and if it can help him out. Playing the 4 Ox version, has not been able to upgrade this Viego yet, but he does have the dual carry, the TF, and the Nico. In a lot of lobbies yesterday, this was enough to get top 4, but this is a very high power level lobby, and this might not be enough for Ramblin. A lot of these fights have been close, but he's been getting a lot of damage done to him over the course of stage 5.
Yeah, I mean, talking about bleeding out, right? It's just sometimes it happens and you kind of have to find a patch to clean that one up. There is an upgrade coming through. The Viego 2 is going to help with the Ox Force here. Ox Force 4 in the front line, and now he just kind of needs to sweat it a little bit to hit that Shroud and maybe find an angle to take down Replay's board. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, but that is his only chance. He doesn't have anything else to do here. Can't go 9, can't roll any further. Could hit a Reforge, but that's not really doing anything. So here we go, Replay up against Ramblin.
Yeah, goes the Shroud and the Zephyr, but as Nico gets Zephyred as well, he did Shroud the Misfortune, gonna buy a little bit of time. It's up to this TF and the Nico. Can they get enough damage down? Can Nico get the backline access onto the MF? She's casting again. She does take down the TF. And now Nico not having enough damage. It looks like Ramblin is going to go down here. And since it was against Replay, he's going to go out in 5th. Solo. Replay holds on for that top 4. From a spot that was looking a little dicey earlier on, but finding that Misfortune 2 has done plenty.
Yeah, and that is our top 4 now locked in. There's an Aatrox 3
what?
in the shop for Replay is going to sell off here to make that dream happen. I am here for it. Thank you for showing us that. I just want to say that was a Riven that got yeeted here on the side of Replay. Now, could put in a Silas to help in the front line there. Is not going to put anything in. He's just playing with 7 units against Kuramex, but he does have the Aatrox 3. So let's see what he does. Right side of your screen in the middle, moving towards the Kaisa 3. Gets distracted by the left side. There's a Misfortune in play. She's not going to get attacked either as he moves on over back to the Kaisa, now back to the Misfortune. This one is one massive unit that Replay has found.
That is awesome. It's so funny. I didn't notice that he was on that many Aatroxes because he had 2 of them in play. 2-star Aatroxes in play. Wasn't looking at the bench. I saw 2. I was like, oh yeah, he's now at 6. Nope, it was 9. He's got the full 3-star Aatrox. Maybe that's a way that you can contend with this terrifying Gadgeteam board of DPay, as he was actually able to take out Kurum in that fight as well, who has been so strong with the 2-star MF and the 3-star Kaisa.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting so much great compositions out of this game. Once again, we're having a Gadgeteam Garen with full offensive items, and we're getting an Aatrox 3 as well as Kaisa 3. Honestly, I'm here for it, and we're going to see all of these players go off against each other once more. It could be JD Zielinski's last time, but Replay could also get knocked out here. Replay banking on that Aatrox 3 to come through once again. The Gnar is still alive, but so is the Aatrox. Who of those two units is going to stay on top? It is the Aatrox. He's not going to get taken down. And then on the other side, both players survive as well.
Yeah, this is getting really close between everyone, but Replay may have just done enough with this 3-star Aatrox. The person who I feel like got closest to beating him was Kurum, having that Kai'Sa who can focus down one target. So maybe Kurum can find a little bit more and allow him to take out Replay. But Deepay's board cannot handle that Aatrox. We just saw it there. There's not enough damage to get through it before it heals itself back up. The Aatrox is able to just run over the rest of that board. So Replay in a really good spot. It looks like his next matchup is JD Zielinski, who has upgraded this board exponentially over the last little bit here. I've seen so many 5 costs get upgraded to 2-star on that side, and we'll have to see how this fight goes. The Zephyr probably going to be incredibly important, and I just am curious if JD is going to have enough damage to get through this 3-star Aatrox.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge, but he does have a lot of units to try and help him with that. So we'll see if it's going to be enough. I'm not so sure it is going to be in the cards. We've seen that Aatrox be an absolute unit once again and again, and it's still alive. It's going to take down everything that JD Zielinski has been working so hard for. On the other side, it's also looking like the fight has been decided. I see a lot of Gadget Team units still alive, and Kurimax will feel the power of Gnar.
Yeah, but with that, that means it's just Deepay and Replay remaining. And the last time we saw this fight, the Aatrox did not even get close to going down. So I'm curious if Deepay has found any upgrades that are going to make a big difference, as we see a Janna 2 picked up. There's a Mordekaiser with Gadgeteen, Mord 2, maybe Ace is the way to go, the way to get down at this Aatrox. But last time, I don't know that the Aatrox fell below 50%, as this may be, well, not quite the final fight. Deepay has plenty of HP. It's going to be 2 more fights if Replay is going to be able to find the win. So let's see what happens here, Makes.
Yeah, this could be the very last fight if Deepay has the power to turn it around.
No,
but one
it's not
misfortune
close.
old, and that is over with. Deepay does not see any slightest sunshine in this round here as we move to the PvE round. I don't think that's going to save him, though.
Yeah, Deepay doesn't really have any outs. He's not close to any 3-star 4 costs himself, or 5 costs for that matter. And that wasn't even remotely close to him taking down Replay. The Aatrox itself being able to stand tall and never go down, but also the misfortune just melted the board. So this is just looking like a coronation for Replay after we grab some items off of this Urgot, but I don't think an item is going to make any difference for Deepay.
No, I don't think so either, but I'm very happy to see this fight play out once again. This misfortune powered by the Bunny Mercenary on top of that and the Axomark, she's basically like her stars have been aligned. She has everything and more that she was wishing for, and then she has this massive front line that's just allowing her to go all the way.
Yeah, Deepay finds a couple 2-star 5 costs, doesn't pick up any of those. They're not actually going to make a difference. I'm not sure what exactly he's looking for at this point, because it doesn't feel like anything is quite going to get him there.
He's just rolling.
Rolling for fun at this point. He's got a shroud, though. Big shroud, big shroud. Looking for a big shroud from Deepay.
It could be the moment. He has it on the bench. Is going to slam it last second to make sure it really hits that misfortune here that we are seeing. Actually, didn't. Nope. He hit it too late. What was that? Deepay just offering up the loss here. Unfortunately, not going to see that come into play at all. The Aatrox and the misfortune will win that one out, take the round, and Replay with a 3-star 4 cost takes game 2.
Yeah, Makes, we have been blessed by 3-star 4 costs, or cursed by them, plagued by them even over these last 2 days. We had the Samira from Robin, we had a misfortune when we joined last second from Asa, and now we get an Aatrox. I mean, Necker, what's going on? What's with all this craziness?
Hey, I love when we get a prismatic augment to start, and then we get some really powerful hero augments right after that. I feel like it just sets us up for some really creative boards and teams, and they delivered. I mean, especially looking at Deepay's board. Makes, did you have that on your bingo card? at all?
I don't think so. I don't think I had that on my bingo card even last patch, like I said, where the gadgetines were kind of everywhere. I did not really see the carry Garen with the gadgetines as something that players would naturally go for, because having 2 gadgetine emblems just doesn't happen that often, to be honest with you. And I was also not really expecting a Aatrox 3, honestly. Like, we have seen, like Casanova was saying, a lot of 4-cost 3 stars, even a Twisted Fate was hit in the other lobby, or a Warwick, seen it all. But Aatrox, I would say that was worth it.
I didn't even see it coming when it was right in front of us, because there were 6 on the board, and I just my brain was like, there's not 2 Aatroxes in play right now. So when we saw that 3-cost or 3-star in the corner of the screen, I was like, oh wow, okay, this is happening right now. I didn't even see it coming then.
I mean, what a smart choice, though, as well, right? You have the ability to just kind of nuke things there with the Misfortune, and then you go with the Axiomark as well, so you just get mana upon mana. So that was really, really cool to see, and I feel like Replay is another one of those players that we always look at as maybe they find these unconventional lines and it really, really works out for them. So worked out in this game, and we've got our lobby scoreboards as well to show you what happened in game number 2, because we followed lobby A, but looking at B, C, and D, Casanova, Ripple Overdrive, first place in a row now.
He's an absolute beast. That's how he started the day yesterday too, with first. I mean, Ripple has been someone who's been on our radar since, I believe, set 6. He was kind of having his up and coming moment around the time as Asa, but not nearly as like aggressively as Asa was. Asa was winning everything. Ripple was doing okay. He was making final days. He was, you know, dropping out in like 19th or 16th or, you know, those kind of placements where it's like he's playing really consistent. He's playing really solid TFT, but he's not having the breakout performance. I think set 8, a lot of people have been starting to respect this guy's game a ton, really been putting him on the radar of all the analysts, all the other players, being like, hey, this guy is really good. He's just waiting for his one tournament where he is going to absolutely pop off. And hey, maybe Mecha Cup is that tournament, because Ripple has been playing some fantastic TFT.
This is amazing, especially when we got a chance to talk to DPay yesterday. We touched on this at the top of the broadcast as well, but Ripple Overdrive, I'm Spetham, Whale of Peace, and DPay, all part of this newer study group that's started to emerge. They're all got a top 4 in this second game, and we're seeing as well the rest of our players that went top 12 also having great games makes.
I want to shout out Nuge, because I was just looking at the comps that players won with, and speaking of those 4 costs, 3 stars, there was probably a Jin 3 in play for Nuge, if I'm seeing that correctly. So big shout out to that comp there. That's definitely something you have to respect. We've seen the Jin Riftwalker come out a couple of times during this tournament. Even in the last patch was something that sometimes players angled for, but with this 3-star version of it, it's crazy.
Holy moly. Yeah, what is happening right now? I feel like maybe this is what you get when you just put some of the best TFT players in a lobby together and just see what happens. I feel like you're probably pretty happy also to see the Warwick there as well coming out from Ripple Overdrive, huh?
Yeah, for sure. You know, a good laser core woofy boy always brightens my heart.
Yeah, that's prismatic lobbies for you, Necro. We saw it on the side over there was Golden Ticket with the Jins. So getting that extra reroll, finding that Jin 3. And yeah, it wasn't a reroll augment for replay, but still being a prismatic lobby and all that extra power coming through, is able to find that. So I'm hoping we get some more spicy ones like that.
What a treat to kick off our day number 4 here at the Mecha Cup. We've got 2 games down. We're going to reseed our lobbies. And when we come back, game number 3. have reseeded our lobbies heading into game number 3, and now we're back with the rest of day 4 of the Mecha Cup. Welcome back, Boop and Mort. We had some interesting 2 games to kick off the day, and Mort, I think a question on everybody's mind right now is Gadgeteen, what's going on? I feel like the patch maybe should have shaken things up a little bit, but we still saw it find a lot of success in that second game.
Yeah, Gadgeteen in particular right now is really, really powerful if you have the augments, because it allows you to hit that 5 spike very early. You get the 2 items, you get the extra damage reduction and damage. That's really good. If you saw Deepay manage to get a second one, that allows him to maybe cut something like the Lulu earlier, or even something like the Poppy and run a lot stronger units later. And we saw him even be able to take advantage of the Garen carry augment, which is something right now in the stats that looks really, really bad. But because it has such a high ceiling, this was one of those cases where he had the right items, he had the right setup, and Deepay showing some game knowledge that honestly makes me a little less concerned for the championship, because it's plays like that that'll be how somewhere like NA can actually beat China, not just going into knowing the meta, because we've seen time and time again, if NA tries to go in and just kind of copy the meta, China usually plays it better. And so having some of those unique outs I think is really cool, and seeing Deepay be willing to pick that definitely gave me a little bit of a spark of hope there.
Oh man, the infinite story of NA players not being able to take wins in Riot titles. Maybe this is the one. This is the one, Boop. Especially as we look forward to what is going to be our next lobby ahead of us. We have reseeded them, and so who are you kind of keeping your eyes on looking at the 8 players we've got in this one?
This lobby is stacked. So the easy answer is honestly all of them. We've got this is a really good example of just kind of like the new and old coming together. We've got Kurum. We've got, speaking of old, Robin. Right. We also have Cup champions with Setsuko as well. So this is going to be maybe a preview of what we might see later on in the day.
Well, we have a couple of players here that definitely need to step it up just a little bit, so we'll see if Game 3 can turn things around.
All right, Mort, this is an amazing lobby. I'm excited to be calling this with you, and we're going to be starting off with Setsuko with a bow. You know, what's been really funny, folks, is every time a bow start has appeared on the screen with Mort and I, 2 or 3 more actually appear right after. So let's see if that's going to be the case here.
True, that has happened quite a few times for us yesterday.
I know, right?
Yeah, so this is interesting because, again, the 5-game format here in particular, this is where the players who are near the bottom have to really pick it up. They basically only have one more shot, right? Because if you're bottom 4ing 3 out of the 5, games that you need, you're pretty doomed. And so right now, even someone like Setsuko really, 11th place, not too shabby, but really want to seal the deal here with Game 3 and separate yourself from the pack.
All right, so let's go ahead and see what some of these decisions could be. We have our items. They're actually pretty good components. If we, had a Kaisa, if we had that line open already, we might already put a Shiv on, for example. But we're going to keep them on the bench for now so we can develop a little bit more context. Context is key when it comes to TFT. But let's talk a little bit more about Setsuko, because whenever you talk about dish soap, it seems like Setsuko is right there in the conversation. In terms of number of games, Setsuko is really well known for playing a lot of games, but maybe not necessarily converting that success into tournament play up until recently. Do you think that's kind of more of an unlocked moment for Setsuko to where we might continue to find success in these tournaments?
Yeah, it's interesting with Setsuko because he definitely has the potential. I think when he's at his A game, it's really strong. The problem is there's a lot of times where if something goes a little wrong, he can't quite stabilize off that and can really get in his own head. And I think that's why we've seen in the past his tournaments kind of be like, frankly, 1st or 8th, right? There are tournaments where he does well, and then there are tournaments where he bottoms out really hard. And so I think over time he's gotten a little less nervous and a little more practice here. And I think that's been one of the big keys to success. He does manage to get the Infiniteam emblem here, which is one of those starts that I think a lot of people really like right now. It's unfortunate because he had all this laser core stuff on his bench, but this would be a good angle where if he can go again, we've seen that 5 or even 7 Infiniteam in the late game with like a Garen using that emblem. I think there's a lot of potential here. So not a terrible start, and hopefully Setsuko can use this to keep that momentum going.
We've seen that Infiniteam really take form in the late game. A lot of fiddlesticks holding that Infiniteam emblem, and this should be a pretty good win here for our friend Setsuko as well. Colloquial name as Sweatsuko, based on how many games they play and how often they're on the top side of that leaderboard. And we have a Star Guardian emblem already too for Kindle Gem, which is very scary because Kindle Gem has done very well on these Star Guardian comps already. Had hold the line with Rel in game 1, I believe, or game 2, that did very, very well. But now we're going over to what some people might say is kind of the set 8 breakout player, just one of the best players in the set so far, which is Weijin, holding on to this duelist comp right now in a very interesting augment.
Yeah, this augment is really good. It gives you 3 gold every turn, which oftentimes what you'll see is like level 5 on 2-2, level 6 on 2-5 or 2-6, and really push the aggression. And I like that he's using duelist with that. It's definitely the comp that's going to take advantage of the fact that they're up a few levels. So that's really cool to see. But unfortunately right now is kind of running like this Kale as his primary carry, and so it doesn't really have the items to go with it. And so it's still going to end up losing here, which is not really what you want from this augment.
And just as a crazy memory, I think a Kale carry got a first or second yesterday as well, something I have not seen in a very long time in this game. And we already have a Gadgettine emblem here for Philip, which is, oh, I get it, like Philip, like the name. Anyway, but Lux is holding that Gadgettine. And one thing about that emblem that's really nice is this is one of those verticals that requires a 5 cost. Now you just don't need it in order to get that 5 Gadgettine sitting already on the 3.
Yeah, if you're one of those players that, looks at the stats a lot, this is an augment that gives you just a big boost in power, right? And again, we've talked about this a couple times. Getting the extra item, getting the extra damage reduction and damage can be very powerful. Until we hit that, it's not doing anything special. But once we see that Gnar, that's going to be a big hit. Now, the other concern thing here is I don't see a Poppy on this bench. And it's one of those things that you can't really level up aggressively until you find that Poppy. Now, usually players find it at some point, so it's not too big a deal. On the other side, by the way, Setsuko slammed a Hurricane, which I'm really happy to see. That is not a popular item, but based on his setup, it definitely made a ton of sense, and hopefully it's going to give him some momentum.
Over the last day or so, something I've noticed is some Wartdog kind of personal things that this is good. You just got to do it. I swear to you, right? And Runins was one of those things that you kind of pointed out yesterday with, I think, a Vayne. On how it can definitely help enable those auto attack based carries earlier on. That helps, for example, an ace of Samira or Misfortune get that execute just a little bit faster, which, in a game of seconds and inches like TFT, that really does matter. Looking on this carousel, looking at the HP totals, nothing completely out of the ordinary just yet, as we're moving over to Robin Songs, who has just an amazing community, by the way, probably one of the most, the easiest communities to be a part of. So that says a lot about Robin as a person, and he takes a lot of joking, and I appreciate that.
Awesome. Yeah, we see, by the way, Weijin just went level 6 on 2-5, so as I was talking about with that augment, he can push that advantage. But he is lose streaking, which is kind of awkward for that augment. So Robin's board, on the other hand, is just a lot of really solid 2-star champions, right? We see kind of a mishmash of everything. But with everything upgraded, this is still going to be a pretty strong army right now, where traits aren't going to be too important. Is up against this LeBlanc, though, that already has 3 items, including the Mana Zane, which is going to allow this LeBlanc to go to town. But it's just not enough against this 2-star Fiora, 2-star Gangplank. God, this is going to be a really close fight, but I'm pretty sure Robin has this. And so, again, Robin just showing kind of how to play the early game, which is grab some strong units, throw them in, don't worry too much about your traits, and get the win here. And so if he keeps this up, this will be exactly where Robin likes to be. He loves this win streak early into a solid top 4. This is his favorite playstyle.
5 tier 2 units as well on the board already, and like you said, it's just best on board. Nothing special other than raw stats, which are the most valuable kind of stats in the early game, especially when not a lot of people are slamming those items just yet. And we have some openings too. We've got a potential Ginsu that can get built later on. A Runins, another one of your favorites, Mort, here for maybe someone in the back line. And what this also does is it kind of keeps flexibility. You have a couple anchor units that you can build around. You can swap it completely. a little bit later, there is nothing keeping Robin committed to anything right now, because we are playing that best on board. It might not overwhelmingly win a couple of these rounds, and it honestly might lose one or two of them, but it's still a great start for Robin. Unfortunately, we just hit a very strong comp on the other side too.
This is one of those moments that Robin's probably very upset right now, because he just unfortunately had to face Wei-Jin Iverson, who was level 6. That was probably the one matchup of the 3 he really didn't want, and so loses his win streak because of that. And so that's going to leave Kuromex being the top win streaker here, playing that Lucian with the quick draw, has the Jeweled Lotus and the Shojin, so this Lucian's casting a bunch. Even though Lucian was nerfed from the last patch, is still something that you can play in the early game at least, holding these items. And you can see with that Shojin being built, probably leaning into trying to find that Kaisa, that Misfortune that we've seen. Or possibly, you know, we've seen the Nico version as well, so...
Lucian having kind of old school Nidalee vibes. Good in stage 2, but past that, you're kind of really pushing it when it comes to that one cost unit. And so we've got the items to try to find that value, which we have. And the thing with Lucian is that if you have enough tempo and you get further enough ahead, you have that good front line, and you enable Lucian like some of our other auto attack based carries like Kaisa at the very beginning of the game, it can definitely get you to where you need. It might be a tad bumpy, but it's going to get you there no problem. And these itemization choices too are pretty flexible when it comes to that board. As we move over to probably one of the more mysterious players of the day, Spearkles, probably the person I've heard the least about, and I think that is almost really exciting when it comes to watching a player like this in a tournament setting for the first time, because obviously they belong there in the last day. No beginner's luck, but let's see how the rest of the lobbies go, because we only have a couple more before we make our first cut.
Yeah, for sure. And this is where we talk about, again, like the old guard versus new guard, right? This could be the kind of player that with a breakout performance just ends up becoming a new household name, and we've seen that a couple times before, right? Like last set it was Rainplosion, I think was kind of the big breakout player. So I think everyone looking to sort of make a name for themselves and be that next set breakout player.
Completely agree, and I love watching how the breakout players compete against kind of like the stalwarts, because you do find some differences. Some of those newer players are actually more willing to take risks. Woo! As we get our hero. You blink and you might miss it, but we picked the Kaisa.
So this is
and the Misfortune. Scary.
Does find the Misfortune, which is a big hit here. This was a 3-3-4, and to slam the Kaisa that quickly has me a little worried about the playstyle here. Clearly it's working out, right? We know Kaisa is the S tier comp, but in a 3-3-4 lobby, okay, does manage to hit the Kaisa 2. That's going to be big. Has this augment. Kind of lacking frontline right now. This is not one of the stronger Kaisa boards we've seen so far.
Yeah, we actually have, at least we've got those items that we've seen on other Kaisas at this point. But like you said, we do have a little bit to go. At least if we didn't hit that MF, speaking of 2 Misfortunes so far, it would have been in a little bit of a rougher place. But as of right now, especially if we get a Misfortune 2 super, super early, which is a possibility, this could be a very, very terrifying comp to go up against. Good Shroud coming from the other way, and that Gadgettine emblem has moved over to the Sona, which we saw in another lobby, stuck around as a really good unit up until about stage 4. That was a Sona 2. They were unable to get the Sona 3 even though it was uncontested. But this Gadgettine emblem, you've mentioned it before, it's just such a good enabling emblem to get what you need just a little earlier in terms of that tempo. It's not quite enough to go up against this Kaisa just yet, but we are going to see the power of that. We saw it with D-Pay putting on the Garen, for example.
Yeah, for example, and we're going to get a look at the augments here, and you can see, looking at this, Philip with the Gnar, Kindle Gem with the Kaisa, but otherwise we see, the Garen support augment. That's a very powerful augment. Robin Song with the Twisted Fate, Setsuko with the other one, Sparkles with Kaisa, Wei-Jin Iverson going with the Aatrox support one, which is a powerful one we haven't seen a ton of, and then Whale of Peace with the Twisted Fate. So a lot more 4 cost than the 3 cost, with the exceptions being the Kaisa carry and the Gnar support. Both very good augments here, and so it'll be interesting to see how that does, the 3 stars versus the 4 stars. You kind of wish it was a 2-2-3 if you're a Kaisa player, as opposed to the 3-3-4 where you might end up with somebody who has a higher peak because of those augments.
We do have that Star Guardian emblem now on the Fiora. That's only temporary. That's going to be going on other units like a Garen or Misfortune in the future. And right now we're also seeing the Kaisa. The Kaisa 1 holding up against a 3-unit disadvantage. Takes one down, does end up losing by 2. But the Kaisa 2 there might have been able to take that. LeBlanc taking the win here as well. As we move over to Whale of Peace, part of that DPay study group that finished 1, 2, 3, and 4 coming into today. And also 3 spats on this carousel.
So this is interesting because, again, we look at the top comps right now, right? This is the Kaisa, the MF, and the Gadget team, kind of the 2 big ones in this lobby. They don't need spatulas. Spatulas do not make those comps better. So this is going to allow someone who's maybe playing something like a Duelist, or even Setsuko, who's playing the Infinite team, with those buildable spatulas to spike even harder. And so Setsuko in particular, I think, is very excited to see this spatula here. We look at the items on the side, you know, you're looking to see if Setsuko has a sword that he can use to merge that up. But this could be essentially 2 Infinite Team's emblems, which is a very massive spike, combined with this Twisted Fate. And so Setsuko's got to be really happy here.
Yeah, and Infinite Team emblems have actually been going on threats a lot of the time. You see it on the Aatrox, you see it on Fiddlesticks a lot so far this weekend, so why not both? At this point, right? Let's see who's going to be able to take it, especially since the portal is in the front as well. You're going to be able to get 2 extra carries. Let's see if that's going to be... And early on, even at 3-5, sometimes unit advantages are enough to push you over the edge, and good tank items, actually, for the portaled Aatrox.
Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, the big thing really hurting Setsuko right now is he's got great augments, he's got great items, but everything in his army is 1-star right now, even the Sivir. So we have not managed to find any upgrades, which is a bit unfortunate. Thankfully, again, 5 Infinite Team at this point in the game is very powerful, but really want to see some of these upgrades coming through, especially since he did his full roll down and everything is still 1-star. This is really rough.
All right, moving it back on over to Robin Songs. This is ante-up. It's going to be kind of a gold generation situation here, so this is a little bit of a comeback mechanic. If you feel like you're falling behind and you don't have the economy there, this might be an option for you when it comes to the Twisted Fate. We've got the Ginsu's in the Hex Tech, so it seems like a lot of people slamming that Hex Tech on your kind of auto attack based units, because not only does it add a little bit of hybrid damage, it's also going to keep your front line alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because I love this Twisted Fate augment when you're running the Duelist. He's going to throw a lot of cards and generate a lot of gold. The big problem right now with Robin's board is typically when you're running these Duelists, you want to see those lockets, right, to protect that front line. His front line is not particularly strong here, and so that's not going to give him enough time to generate a ton of gold. And so, barely isn't going to be able to squeeze it out. Generates 4 gold, which isn't bad at all. And so it's just, you really want to see a stronger front line here. And so as we're looking around, we want to see that Neela 2. Does have the spatula, by the way, so if he can manage to get a bow, we could even see an 8 Duelist here. But a lot of the times we've been seeing that 8 Duelist isn't really worth it. You instead go down to 6 Duelist. That way you can cut the Kale, you can cut the Gangplank, and run stronger units. Something like a Spellweaver or Spellslinger to get Twisted Fate a little stronger, and maybe something even like an Aatrox or a Fiddlesticks for some extra frontline. Those are going to be the things he's really looking at. And again, it always comes down to what do you manage to 2-star, right? And so, looking for a bow here. Doesn't manage to get the bow. Does get gifted a Neela here. Finds
and
a
2
Janna.
5 costs?
The Janna is really big here because it's going to allow him to play with that Windy, which is very good. It's going to give him that 2 Spell Slinger, which is a nice pickup here. I fully expect to see the Janna get played at some point, but the Mordekaiser less so, right? The Mordekaiser doesn't really fit this comp much. Same with the Leona. I just don't really see how that's going in. And yeah, we can see here pairs here. So that's 6 Duelists, 2 Oxforce. He's kind of struggling here because he knows he wants the front line, but the Janna is so good here. He's kind of being tempted here. I expect, yeah, the Mordekaiser to be sold, the Leona to be sold, and again, just hopefully using this Oxforce. He ends up selling the Janna. Wow, that does surprise me a bit. But again, this just shows how desperate he is for frontline right now, right? Janna's not going to give him that extra frontline. He just needs anything to buy him that time, because a Twisted Fate 1 with a Gunblade is just not enough offensive power.
It's almost like a realistic version of having cards thrown at you in real life instead. We got some choices here. Spellslinger, Makeshift, and Oxforce. And we know TF goes real well with Oxforce.
Yeah, this one's a... Okay, see, this is interesting, right? This is a play I don't think many other players would have made. I think they would have been baited by the Ox-Force emblem or the Spellslinger emblem, play that with the Janna, go to 4 Spellslinger. But I think Robin correctly sees makeshift armor, has the 6 Duelist, which remember gives him 10% damage reduction on his Duelists, combines that with these no-item Duelists to give them a ton of extra frontline. This is a really, really good play, and I'm happy to see this. Then manages to hit his TF2, so that's going to be able to heal that front line really well, and that's going to allow him to put these items on things like Vayne and not worry about the front line. I do maybe expect to see this rod become a locket if he can't get a bow, but other than that, this is a great front line.
Yeah, the makeshift actually spreads the stats enough to where maybe each one of those units takes 1 or 2 extra attacks to get through, and for TF, that might be 1 or 2 gold. That's an economy difference right there. So we also have the Garen already with the Bloodthirster and the Warmogs. It's gonna take a lot to take it down, especially when you get frozen and into the Misfortune ultimate. Still a lot of gold, but still not enough when it comes to that front line. We're trying our best when it comes to that front line at this point. We're gonna get some gold from Wasian as we move over to a pretty low economy, not very close to level 8, and we're still rolling down to 0. But we've got some okay units here. Not the Jin 2, but we have the Aurelion Soul, which is capable of stealing some rounds. But just like we actually saw on our last board, frontline is lacking.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, we saw with the Hustler start here that you wanted to push that advantage, and Wasian kind of struggled in the early game here. I don't think this is the performance he's looking for. This feels like a spot where you're just really struggling. You're down to 0 gold. You're going to be struggling to level up a bit. Does have the Aurelion Soul 2 here, which I'm really happy to see, but also has the Chalice, which Jin does not really benefit from. All it does is scale his execute damage, which is not particularly valuable. And so this feels like Aurelion Soul is having to do a lot of the heavy lifting here.
If there is probably a quote-unquote easiest 4-cost unit to get to tier 3, I would consider it Jin. It's usually not uncontested. Jin 3 sucks, says everyone. But every time I see it, it's always brought up. Isn't Jin 3 bad? I saw you play it yesterday morning. Same thing happened. And what's your kind of like opinion on kind of like that relative power of that Jin 3? Why do you think people are saying that about Jin's level when we've seen it pretty successful?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge right now is that Jin 2 requires some very specific items to really power up. By the way, Setsuko just getting a Tactician's Crown there, so that's a nice gift for Setsuko. But yeah, Jin in particular really needs like a full set of items because he only has one trait that scales him up, which is Renegade. And Renegade's pretty hard to play around, so you need something like the Deathblade Infinity Edge IE to really power him up. And so the other thing is that he is very front to back, right? So Jin can spend a little bit of time stuck on like a Bramble Vest Garen. If there's a 4 defender in the lobby, that can really slow him down. And so anytime a Jin player might run into like a 4 or 6 defender, that can give the perception that it's not that great. But he is hitting, like when he casts that 4th shot, it hits for like 3,000 to 4,000, and so even a defender can take a ton of damage from it. Again, it just requires a bit to set up, but we did see in the other lobby, right, that the Jin 3 ended up winning last game, and so, yeah, it has a high ceiling, but really hard to get into right now.
Speaking of formally having some high ceilings, we've got that hacker LeBlanc in the back line there. Not quite hacker, just the LeBlanc right now. And Ramlin won a lobby with LeBlanc. Probably had some crazy admin stats to go along with it, but you can't count the LeBlanc out just yet. Wasian now is who we're riding along with once again. Dark Assimilation is the augment, but it seems like this lobby has actually just been find a front line. It's been moderately difficult for a couple of these players so far. And a Gnar 3 just popped up for Philip.
Yeah, the nice thing here is he did get the Renegade emblem for the Aurelion Soul here. And if you look at these items, the nice thing is the Aurelion Soul is going to instant cast. That's probably the most important thing about playing Aurelion Soul, is making sure he has a few tier items to get that big cast. Unfortunately for him, he runs right into the Garen 3 as it spiked. It's going to be able to apply that burn, but right now just isn't strong enough to deal with a Gnar 3. And so that Gnar 3 just going to do a ton of damage. I cannot see Wasian Iverson winning this. And again, for an augment that's supposed to be very much a tempo augment, the fact that he's down here in this feels like a really really hard 8th place, unfortunately.
Yeah, it almost feels inevitable at this point in time, but nothing is inevitable in TFT. You never know what might happen when it comes to the itemization as we move over to Setsuko now with that new Tactician's Crown. And just as expected, the threats are on the Infiniteam portals. It's going to give Morgana, for example, some extra stuff. And we also have the gear shift augment. What are you feeling, Mort?
So I'm looking at this board right now, and I'm saying if Setsuko doesn't win this lobby, there's not really anyone to blame but himself here. He managed to get the Infiniteam emblem from the first augment, another Infiniteam emblem from his Ancient Archives as his third augment, and then got 2 spatulas to get a Tactician's Crown. So he can comfortably sit at level 8. The only thing is that 7 Infiniteam really likes to have that ultimate Ezreal, and so, or something like the Fiddlesticks or the Garens. And so this isn't particularly the most capped version of 7 Infiniteam we've seen. And so the fact that he's still level 7 is going to make that a little tricky. But overall, when you get this many emblems that you're looking for, this is something you cannot be upset about. And so hopefully he can use this, spike up some key units, and turn this into a really good finish.
I don't know why it cracks me up that he finished the Pantheon 2 at level 8. And that's like rarer than any other than the 5 costs at this point, right?
The old 1 cost spike.
Yeah, exactly, in the front line. It's just silly. All right, let's go ahead and see how this round is going to go. We actually have seen Velveth be pretty sticky, specifically through stage 4 and 5, then kind of fall off a cliff a little bit later. It has to be more of a secondary carry, along with a really good front line. It just needs time to get going, and it's receiving that time right now thanks to those extra units. Whew, and that Morgana absolutely deleting the back line. So we're seeing the power right now, just what you said, like the 7 Infiniteam. At this point, it's going to be Setsuko's play that takes him from a potential win.
Yeah, this feels like peak Setsuko here. Again, a little bit lucky with those emblems and things like that, but he understands the power of Morgana and is using the Morgana clone combined with the front line to buy a ton of time, and then uses his items on the Belveth, which again, we haven't seen a ton of people lean into. And so that feels pretty good. Robin Songs here hits a Vayne 3. This is scary though. This is a Vayne 3 with no items. And so we have this Fiora with the front line. We have the 8 Duelist, which is great. But a Fiora 3 with no items is not getting any of that multiplicative damage value that you'd want to see with things like Infinity Edge, Ginsu's, Hurricane, Deathblade. And so, well, hopefully the 8 Duelist can carry him enough. The 8 Duelist also giving the 20% damage reduction, which is really nice. And the Fiora is going to be able to tank a lot here. That's pretty good, but yeah, the other nice thing is, again, generating a ton of gold from this Twisted Fate augment, but it's just its item situation is a little awkward.
Oh, so I actually want to bring back something that we mentioned at the beginning. Oh, you read my mind, observers. Wonderful. Is Spiracle's actually in second to last place, and I think a lot of people saw the Kai'Sa, saw the snap pick, and was like, yeah, obviously, Kai'Sa's really good. But you were someone who was like, well, actually, this might be an issue, and it seems like it has been so far. So do you think what you said has kind of like come true here when it comes to Spiracles? Has it been more of a not being able to hit situation? What's your kind of take on all this so far?
I mean, it's hard to look at the, he had the 2 MFs and the Kai'Sa 2. It's hard to say he didn't hit. That doesn't feel like what this is. This feels like, again, a bit of a lack of reading the lobby, right? The fact that you snap the Kai'Sa without even considering a 3-3-4 just feels so incorrect to me. And so the other thing is he doesn't really have strong MF items. There's no Star Guardian emblem like we've seen this reach its peak cap before. And so this might struggle a bit. Thankfully, it looks like he's going to win this fight. Whoa, wait, Twisted Fate? Oh, no. And so, yeah, again, like, this is a comp I think a lot of people would look at and go, this feels, he even has the Jeweled Lotus, right? Like, this is a solid Kai'Sa setup, but we've seen the best Kai'Sa setups more pivot around Rel and Misfortune than Kai'Sa by himself. And again, a Kai'Sa 2 just isn't going to cut it in this kind of lobby.
Seems like Kai'Sa needs a friend, right? Needs that Misfortune. It's what they do together. It's what we do as a team and not as individuals that bring us to the victory, right? As I put on my coach hat for a second, like Deepay. But let's go ahead and take a gander at some of these items. It seems like the only components left over are the ones that can't be combined into those itemizations just yet. Look at all these emblems. We saw 3 spats on one of those carousels, so that does make sense. We're going to get the Morgana 2 on the bench for our friend Kindle Gem, who's been playing a lot of Star Guardians with a lot of success, but it was the Rel augment last time, and another Kai'Sa augment here with Kindle Gem on the struggle bus a little bit.
Yeah, this one's interesting. This has been another avenue we've seen, right? The Garen 2 with this the Star Guardian emblem, so you get a bunch of extra mana generation to cast the stun repeatedly. But again, as people have been figuring out that Garen is kind of meta and building things like Quicksilver, positioning around the Garen, it's not quite as good as it might have been initially. And so it goes up against the Gadgettine comp with the Gnar 3 here. This should be a decent matchup. The Gnar's going to get locked in place by a combination of the Garen stuns, the Morgana stuns. And so this feels like it should be a decent matchup, keeping Kindle Gem alive. But we're seeing right now that both the Kai'Sa players in the lobby are kind of struggling.
We're going to get our first elimination so far. Can't skip it, friends. Weijin Iverson in 8th place.
Yeah.
That's a Dish Soap 8th place and a Weijin 8th place in the same day, which is like the opposite of buying a lottery ticket, I feel like, in terms of odds. Like, that is not something I think any of us would have assumed coming into today. Weijin, though, is already qualified, I believe, for Worlds, right? So we're feeling okay about it, but more prize money is always good, and Weijin is still an amazing player, just having a little bit of a rougher day today. Spearkles and Kindle Gem also on Elimination Station when it comes to who is potentially going to go out on this round. We're going to go up and look at Kurum X here versus Kindle, and Kindle's going to use the Zeeks onto the Kai'Sa, hopefully get a little bit more value out of that Shiv. But the thing with the Archangels too is we're not going to get that full kind of ramp until we hit that 40-60 when it comes to that Kai'Sa. No one has touched that Kai'Sa just yet for Kindle Gem. Can we break through the Garen? That is the idea, and the Misfortune does help. Misfortune going the other way. It's Kai'Sa versus Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa wins. Folks, it's gonna be Kindle Gem taking the dub on that one, and Robin making a lot of money on a loss. Thankfully, we stay alive, because dying with money is one of the worst parts of TFT.
This is an insane lobby. Look at this health total right now. We're heading into stage 6. 6 people still alive right now, and it's pretty close. This is one of those things that's going to come down to one bad matchup. You've really got to scout in the right spot here, because everyone other than Philip right now could go out this next round, right? Even Kurum X sitting at 19, we've seen 20, 22 damage be done in stage 6, and so one bad loss can really hit here. And so Setsuko right now holding a bunch of gold. I expect him to at least roll for this TF2, but unfortunately, again, he can't go to 9 and cap out with that ultimate Ezreal here. Item-wise, not really. He's going to have to go to the RFC on Samira. I imagine he's going to take Protector's Vow, but not really what he was looking for here. But the other thing is he's got to spend this gold, and going with Locket to buy himself just a little more frontline time. I think that's an okay choice, but really kind of lacking the damage right now. And if Bel'Veth gets locked in, which probably will with all these Garens, this does not look great for Setsuko.
Yeah, I mean, again, another player fiending for some frontline, having to put the Lucian up there just to give our
and the
backline a little bit
Zephyr.
more time, and we get Zephyr to such a... I actually don't think we scouted. So, like you said, I think that might be a little bit of an issue. The Bel'Veth does get unlocked there. A lot of damage has been going down.
Nice.
It actually 1v1s the Kai'Sa, no problem, and survives with a sliver of health and eliminates Kindle. So even though the Zephyr does land on the correct person, it is going to be Setsuko winning that round, and Robin doing the same. Is only one person getting eliminated this round? That's crazy. That's insane. Yeah, only one person getting eliminated. Guaranteed eliminations on this one. I think at least 2 coming up.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and watch the fight to really see what happened, but it almost looked like the Zephyr bought Setsuko the exact amount of time to not get hit by the first Garen ult, which might have just made the difference. Then combined with the windy weather, gave him enough damage to cut through that backline. And again, Bel'Veth in particular using that Hurricane really well here. That allows him to go to 10, which gives him a Fiddle 1, which may not seem like a lot, but that's a decent chunk of CC that can buy a lot of time here. Goes up against the Sona 3, Gnar 3. This feels like a matchup he can do well, but a lot of it's going to depend on where those Morgana ults go, right? As soon as Bel'Veth gets locked up by those Morgana ults, that might spell the end of all of his damage. And again, you need something to get through the Gnar. The Janna buying a lot of time with the AoE CC. Bel'Veth's still alive here, and so thankfully Bel'Veth didn't get locked down by the Morgana, and Setsuko is going to stay alive for what looks like a top 4.
All right, so we get to see the real version of the Sona actually take down Whale of Peace, a top 4 finisher coming in from today. Is Robin going to be able to pull through? The answer is no. So much gold that round, as well as Kermax is going to take the victory there. Robin finishing in the top 4 in this lobby. That's also awesome. I think I would be very happy with the top 4. Robin does need some extra points because of a rough first lobby, but we've got Philip, Setsuko, and Kurum X now all within 8 HP of each other. And you mentioned scouting, and I do want to mention that Kurum lost a lobby because of a Blitzcrank rocket grab yesterday. If you remember, we do have a Zephyr around, so it is very important that even though we only have 2 other lobbies to go, that we're still clocking exactly where everyone is. It looks like Philip has the ghost. It's Kurum versus Setsuko. Since that's the plate PvP, I'm going to be looking over there, and the Garen gets locked up just for a little bit at the beginning, but is going to lock up a lot more units on the other side. I think that was a 6 or 7 person stun, and the Garen's still very healthy.
Yeah, I want to touch on a bit that, again, we saw 3 people kind of play different variations of the Kaisa MF comp here, right? But 2 of them went 6th and 7th, and the one that did well was the person who decided, I'm going to invest in the Misfortune, not the Kaisa, and took the Garen support augment. And so again, it feels like even with this, this comp, there's still a lot of optimization to be done, and we're seeing a difference between the people who truly understand the ways you can flex it and just slamming what the highest stat augment is supposed to be. And so really cool variation of this to see from Kurum X here. Really happy with that. And so it's going to come down to this versus the Gnar, and it feels like this is a fight Kurum X can win because the MF can do enough damage to get through this Gnar and just do a ton of power, but also with the shields from the Garen. So yeah.
Yeah, and the Garen's going to lock people up for the Misfortune. We also have the Shojin, so I think it's only going to be 2 or 3 auto attacks to start the round. It's very funny, though. A quick ult means that you're actually not getting max value out of the Archangels, but we're getting to the ult, which I think is a lot more important. So here's that 3rd auto attack. Yeah, it's going to take a couple more, but we're going to get there really soon. Here's that ult, and it's going to chew through a lot of the Gnar, but not enough of it so far. The Garen has locked up most of the outside of the team, and we're going to get a second ult here, and that's going to be the decider on who wins this round.
Oh, it missed.
It missed. Misfortune being a little bit too close to the name, missing bullets at that point in time, but Kurum is still going to be sticking around along with Philip in this 1v1. We should have a winner after this round.
Yeah, like I said, it looks like it's going to take about 2 Misfortune ults to really tear through the Gnar. And the other thing to note here is the Gnar has the Bloodthirster, so you've got to get those 2 ults in before the Gnar ults twice and heals back up. So a lot of this is really going to come down to how he can position and try to get in some of the CC, right? I'm really looking for that Urgot ult to buy some extra time, maybe a Syndra to get a little bit in there. The Fiddle, I like the Fiddle with Morello here. And so good positioning of the Urgot, it looks like. Yeah, I like this Urgot positioning a lot. But unfortunately, well, I spoke too soon because now the Gnar is on the Urgot, which might put it in a position where the MF ult's going to miss it based on the arc here. The Shroud also really slowing down the MF. So it does kill everything but the Gnar. Good CC there. If we can get, again, one more MF ult, it's got to come out like right about now.
Oh, the way the units are spread, too. No. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Oh, man. You kind of blame Misfortune on that first one. The second one was a little bit more of a mystery, but we do see the Kaisa Misfortune lose out against the Gnar.
Sometimes I feel like that's just how the cookie crumbles, especially when you take a look at maybe some of the other units that were contested in that lobby, but was not the only player kind of going for the Garen either, right? You had a lot of players trying to go after that particular unit, but in the end of it as well, let's talk about Twisted Fate, because we had 3 players go after the Twisted Fate augment. So, Mort, what do you feel like, was that helpful to our players? We saw Robin Song, Setsuko, and Whale of Peace actually go for that one, and they all ended up in 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Fate is definitely a champion that feels like right at, the low A tier. It's a very good champion. Does require a bit of a specific setup with specific items. You need that strong Garen frontline. Robin going the 8 duelist route, which is a lot less conventional right now. It's been a little harder to play. It does get rewarded with a 4th for it. But, it's one of those champions that it doesn't cap out quite as high, but if you just 2-star your TF, get that extra gold, it feels like a good top 4 comp. And again, with this 5-game format, based on your points, that might be all you need. And it's a nice uncontested line, although we were talking about this yesterday, Boop, that it feels like a lot of the times TFT players all make the same decision at the same time.
I was literally just
know,
thinking that, which is
yeah, it's
exactly
like,
what we just talked about.
Again, normally TF might be pretty uncontested, but for whatever reason, 3 of them this time. So it just happens.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that, or like, you know, how many times you saw the Yasuo augment get picked yesterday, and just also Kaisa multi-shot always seeming like a good pickup for these players. And more, you mentioned something actually where you saw Kindle Gem go for the snap pick of the Kaisa multi-shot, and it really didn't work out. So can you talk to us a little bit about that choice? Because, yeah, there's, I think, the line of play that these players were going for in terms of a supportive hero augment, but multi-shot, like, it kind of just didn't work.
Yeah, a big thing is that you have to understand not only the power of the champions, but the power of the champions relative to the lobby, right? Kaisa is a champion that succeeds really well early because a lot of people struggle against it, right? It's like it does so much damage, and everyone else has to try to catch up. That can be problematic. But in a lobby where everyone gets their 4-cost carry at 3-2, all of a sudden your advantage for playing Kaisa is gone. Right, and so now you're going up against people that have hit spikes with different traits, right? Like if you're playing Duelist, you just got that spike from Twisted Fate. You maybe got the Garen support augment, which is now shielding your team a bunch. It's just a bigger spike, and now Kaisa's not as powerful as she was before. And so again, it's pretty uncommon to see a 4-cost there, but if you see it, you have to react to it and understand it. And it seemed like that wasn't the case there, right? That seemed like one of those plays where it's like, I know that multi-shot's good, I slam it without thinking. And so kind of disappointing to see that. And, you know, part of it is it might have still worked out if only one other player was playing Kaisa. You know, hindsight's 20/20 here, but it's at least the kind of thing that if it at least thought about it and then snapped it, I wouldn't have been so hard on it. But you gotta spend a little time to consider it.
That makes sense. Got to scout just a little bit to make sure that you are kind of figuring out the best line of play for yourself. And maybe while the Kaisa didn't work out here, Boop, and we saw a lot of 4-cost carries hit the board, there's a lot to be said about 3-cost as well. Let's talk about that Gnar 3-star that we ended up seeing on that board too. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's a little bit of what we saw kind of before the patch, right? I think Emily played a lot of Gnar during or at least one round during her 1-1-1 in qualifying for day 3. So it's something that's familiar to a lot of the players already, and something that is familiar to the players. You would assume, oh, I know this route, I know how to go up against it, but sometimes, again, the rest of the lobby isn't presented the opportunity. It's something I kind of wanted to mention to follow up with more is the meta is the meta on the ladder for a reason, right? Math is math. But however, the meta in tournament play is only within your 8-person lobby, right? So you go up against totally different things, and that's why I think players like the flexible players do so well in tournaments like this.
And this is after we saw the lobbies shake up as well, since we reseeded them before this game, and we're going to be keeping these lobbies as we head into game number 4 as well. But let's take a look at how the other lobbies did for this third game. Hey, Dish Soap, that's a great placement for him, Mort.
Yeah, Dish Soap doing well. Ripple continuing his dominating performance here. Deepay, again, not getting day 1 or day 3 cursed, I guess, with the first place. So that's looking pretty good here. On the other side, you know, Wajan Iverson, and we've talked about this before, right? This is only a 5-game structure before the cutoff now. And so I think when we start to see these points, there are going to be a lot of players that might already be out of contention, or at least very far out of contention. And that's the interesting thing about this format. And so otherwise, nothing too surprising here. Asa also continuing his dominating performance today. And so I imagine the top is still very top heavy, especially seeing like Snap at the bottom, unfortunately.
Yeah, we saw that top heaviness yesterday, Boop, and I feel like a lot of the players that we saw towards that top end are still doing really well today.
I mean, it was that study group, right? Deepay's on the graphic right now. Dish Soap obviously was really PO'd at his last 8th place and came out with a win there. Seeing a couple newer players, Nick Neck and Phillip, but you know, I think TFT players might be some of the most superstitious out of a lot. One of my favorite funny superstitions is DQA does better on even sets, which like has stats behind it. But looking at Deepay breaking the kind of the curse of first right now, been in the first half for for the first half of today. A lot of people who come in with that lead into the last day, it's just hard to maintain any sort of consistency even through one day, but to do it through two, it is very impressive. We did play the Star Guardian line, so not only have we seen DPay play, you know, quote unquote off meta and really cool, like what we saw with Damage Garen earlier, we're also playing the meta comps well, and that's got to be terrifying for the rest of the players.
Yeah, this is maybe a situation where the Kaisa multi-shot did work out, so nice to see DPay finding those lines, and just all of our players as well. Again, Nick Knack, who we also got a chance to follow for that very first lobby, and so it's really great to see them also get a win, because when we take a look at the overall standing, since we do have 3 games under our belt, we only have 2 more to go. Mort, it's like kind of whack what we're looking at right now when it comes to these scores.
Yeah, again, this feels like Ripple, Asa, DPay really running away from it. I think right now if you have 18 or 17 points, maybe even 16, you still have a shot to be in that running for the top spot here. Below 16, though, with how the cutoff's going to work, it's going to be really hard here. And so with this format, what ends up happening, especially with a big runaway performance like this, is like we're already seeing, I think if you're, you know, in that last row, the 11 or below, you might just be doomed already, right? Like, you only have 2 games left. 2 games left to reach the cutoff, which I believe averages around 23, 24. And so, like, again, if you're sitting at 11 points, you need a lot of points to catch back up. And that's even just to hit the cutoff, where then you have 1 more game. So it's going to be really hard to make a comeback with this 5-game format. We're already seeing kind of our structure here. So now it's like time to kind of focus on the top and see who can, because the top still has 4 more games to go, right? They've still got 4 games of swing to see who takes over, and that's a big amount. So
yeah, and you know, as we talked about at the top as well, Boop, these scores carry over to that 6th and 7th game. So this is still looking like a victory lap maybe for some of these players, but they still have a lot to play for.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players, they're going to get money if they're getting into the top 16, right? And making money off of video games is like the greatest thing to tell your parents, right? And the other thing that, I see what my values are in life, right? But another thing that's really interesting, right? We talk about rubber banding in other games, right? Usually PvP games, right? But what I consider it here is there are a couple people that are like fully extended, ready to make that slingshot happen. And if you wait too long, it's just going to break, right? And so I'm really hoping that some of those lower-ended players aren't playing conservatively for the next 2 rounds. It's time to extend and try your best. You have to try something different at this point if you are on the bottom side of the leaderboard to change your fate. You know, sometimes desperation does come into your play, but if you're already if it's not working, then try to change something else. And hopefully that does help some players on the bottom side make some decisions that maybe they normally wouldn't make, but might be right in those specific circumstances.
Oh, for sure. We still have 2 more games to go, and our players are getting ready for that 4th game. So we're going to take a short break and come back with the final 2 games before we enter into games 6 and 7. Welcome back to day 4 here of the Mecha Cup, where we have 2 more games to go to determine the 16 players that get to move on to game number 6. We've got Boop and Mortdog back on the desk to bring us through this one, and the lobbies are going to stay the same, so I feel like, Mort, this is where the going gets tough. You had one game to really start to feel out the lobby and how these players want to approach the game, but some of these players really need to get a first place. So what do you feel like might be something they could lean into in order to get that?
Yeah, this is something I've been saying for a while. You know, we keep talking about the format here. We're at that point now where it's like, okay, if you're not in that top 16, you've got to come out hard, because even if you get, 16th place, you need those points the very next game. And so every point matters right now. So you want to be playing these first place comps. Now, obviously, the answer everyone jumps to is, okay, Kai'Sa Misfortune, right? But that's going to probably be contested. So again, what you're looking for is something that can succeed that isn't contested. And so what's going to happen is that 2-1 augment, you're going to look at that and go, what angle can I do that can hit one of these comps we've seen win today, right? Is it the 7 Infinitine? Is it the Gadgetine? Do I do a big risky underground pivot into a fully capped board? That's something we actually haven't seen do that well. It's been okay, but it's been overall even too risky for these tournaments, right? And so stuff like Infinitine, Gadgetine, those seem to be like the big ones. We've also seen some Spellslinger, right? The Oxforce Twisted Fate. But all of those are really going to depend on being kind of uncontested and reaching a very high cap. So you're hoping for a second place or something like that to give you just enough points to keep going. But anything lower than a second for a lot of these players is unacceptable. This is one of those cases where top 4ing isn't good enough. You've got to play real big for a lot of these players.
Yeah, especially when we know that our points carry over, and I feel like we can talk a little bit about the underground strat just a little bit more, because Boop, there's something to be said about HP preservation going into a lot of these lobbies, where sometimes you just see players lose so much HP that they can't really recover from that. So kind of what is the balancing act that these players have to go through?
Be better. I'm just kidding. So that is actually a little bit potentially. No. What I mean is just like, when it comes to underground, it's a balancing act, right? Sometimes imagine a gymnast on a balance beam, right? Sometimes it is it seems precarious the whole time, and then they stick the ending, right? And that's kind of what I feel about underground as we do get into this game. Necra, sorry to talk over you past the transition.
Oh, no, you're fine. Go for it.
But it's the quintessential first or eighth, right? We've actually seen more of the eighth so far when it comes to underground. I actually don't think we've seen the first place version of the underground very frequently this weekend, and that's how hard it is to make that balancing act, because there is no wiggle room after you do cash out. If you wait too long for that heist like Sox did in a previous game, then you still might lose. Another great way to think about it is if everyone was around during Fortune, for example, when you cash out was very, very effective in terms of where you could go. And when it comes to heists, sometimes you just wait one too long. Sometimes you just got to get one of the early ones and just get an immediate advantage rather than right now, rather than waiting for a bigger advantage later that might not actually be there, because we actually saw that with Sox, right? Some of those items just didn't really work with the comp he was playing.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you lose so much health, the trade-off has to be really worth it. I'm still reeling from that Korean advice you gave there of just get good. So hoping some of the players can take that advice to heart and, in these final lobbies, I think that's some of what it's going to take is just get good.
Yes.
Easy.
Just hit. Sometimes it really does feel that way. Like, in any kind of like RNG-based game, I think we all know someone who just seems luckier than other people. It's like part of their personality. I am not one of those people. I definitely fall on the other side. But enough about philosophy. We might see a little bit more underground coming up, and a little bit more about Asa here, who I think if you asked Asa himself where he would be right now, it would be eliminated already. But that's not the case. Asa started off with the 4th yesterday and has been playing really well. Beat out Dishsoap in that really fun 1v1 earlier, as we see our initial augments here that we're going to be starting out with.
So this is a 1-1-1, and so this is what we were talking about, right? Like, 1-1-1 is a very particular type of lobby, and there are certain augments here that can cap really high. Something like Laser Focus, for example, can cap high if you have the items for it. Best Offense is another example that can cap really well here. And I think he has great items for Best Offense, but ends up going with the Lux augment here, trying to lean into, again, probably this is one that you want to see carry you in the early game and then transition into a more late game. And so what's really going to happen here is we're going to have to look at the augments when we get a global view of these. How many people picked a carry augment? How many people picked a support augment? And the more that pick a carry augment, the more that we can expect a reroll to happen. And the more rerolls that happen, the more likely they all are to cap out. And so that'll be a really interesting dynamic here. Speaking of dynamic, we have dynamic defenses on the other side, which turns Blitzcrank from a pretty good tank to a really good tank. And you can see really just kind of struggling to do a ton of damage to this Blitzcrank, considering it also gives you the Gargoyle Stone Plate. He gets the armor, he gets the MR, he gets the damage reduction. That spell lasts a long time. Thankfully, he doesn't have much other damage other than the Jax, and so it's going to be pretty close, but it does look like the Jax is going to win it here, and Ace is going to take a loss.
Lucian, it's always one of those units for the first like 2 rounds. You're like, wow, that's a strong unit, and then it just never happens again.
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, so 6 purple, right? So just straight up, we have 6 purple. That is 6 carry augments. And so looking at this here, that means we can expect a decent amount of reroll, right? We see JD Zelensky with the reroll Pantheon. That can do well. Kivix took stacks on stacks. We saw that once before today, and it did okay. Replay took the Poppy reroll, which can be really dominant. But the one thing is these comps got a little weaker this patch, because it used to be you could run like 2 Pantheons or 2 Poppies and get double the advantage for a while in the mid game. Now the augments only apply to your strongest. And so you lose a little bit of power that you used to have in the mid game. But again, when I see 6 people with carry augments, that seems like we're going to see a lot of rerolling. And so this is going to come down to who is going to hit those rerolls, who's going to cap out hardest. And I like the stacks on stacks choice especially, because if everyone's rerolling, the damage will be a little lower, and that has the potential to cap out very high. Even though it has kind of like low stats, there's a really high ceiling on that augment.
We saw stacks on stacks Nasus chew through like a pretty beefy Garen yesterday, I believe, for like a second or third in a lobby. So we've already seen it already find its value, and you gotta try, right, to get as much of that stacks and stacks early, because you're going to be ulting more often probably. And so I think it was also... I think they also had the augment that extend scoped weapons, right? So it was really safe for the first couple stacks as well. We already have the attack speed on it to try to help push a couple more of those stacks. We really want this to be a tier 3 Nasus as well. And looking around, it's the only one, so we're not even contested on it. So that's all great news right now if you're Kivix.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I really like this pick in particular because it's not a popular pick. You're not going to likely be contested. I doubt we're going to see a ton of players in Anima Squad. And if everyone else is pulling the 1 cost out of the pool, that's going to be a higher chance to hit your stacks on stacks. The big thing to note is we want to look at everyone's gold here. If it's an egg, that's going to hurt people. Thankfully, it's not an egg, so a bunch of people are going to be able to get some gold. They're going to get 2 items to power up their comp a little bit here. We get a look at the items. Nothing too crazy going on here on the item side. Some slammed items, some Sunfires, Gargoyle Stoneplate. We see Replay and Malala holding up their items for a little bit. But yeah, this is going to be really interesting. And again, I think the big thing to watch here is like 3-1. How many people roll down trying to hit their carry right away at 3-1? How many people are going to hold till like 3-5, 3-6? And then again, for those 2 players, Asa and Goobums that took the support ones, how far are they going to go in a different direction?
Yeah, and depending on your relationship with Kivix, picking up a Nasus or 2, since he's the only one that has a solo augment, right, might actually be helpful.
The rat moves.
I know, it's a legitimate strategy.
It can be.
But let's go ahead and look at Joe Bookmark. I think it's one of our first times being able to see Joey B on broadcast. The craziest story about Joe Bookmark is I believe he's an alternate that came in, and also, if you go to his Twitter, it is a wild picture. It's worth the Google, to be honest with you. But Joe Bookmark's actually been playing really well. Played a little bit better yesterday than today, but is in striking distance. 14 points is not completely eliminated just yet. Only 3 away from that top 16 to make it into the Sweet 16. And the opposite of the game that we casted yesterday, it seems like these front lines are actually getting developed earlier than they were, because that was kind of the big difference between our top half and bottom half of the lobby on the last one.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with this Blitzcrank augment, right? We saw both of our Blitzcrank players there level to 5, which means they're not going to try to 3-star it, seeing that they're contested. I think that is the right play. And that does mean less rerollers in the lobby. So again, a little bit less of a reroll here. But I like these items here. You get the Sunfire for the extra damage. You've got the Gargoyle Stoneplate that came with the augment, and then the Warmogs. The one thing is, like, if you can replace the Sunfire with, like, a Redemption, this becomes one of the toughest one-cost front lines we've ever printed. It just does a lot of damage, giving you plenty of time. And then I think you see with this bow on Jax, we're looking at, like, possibly a Jax angle. So it'll be really interesting to see. And again, Knick-Knack going into this kind of win streaking right now, up against Goobums, who didn't even level to 5 here. So kind of expect Goobums to lose this pretty handily, despite having some okay items. And I think Goobums is kind of correctly reading the lobby that, like, okay, not a bunch of people are going to be leveling. I'm going to get my econ up and then level up and have higher odds to hit, like, that Kai'Sa. And it feels like Goobums especially is kind of going that Kai'Sa line.
It actually seems like only certain players are okay with making the first decision, if that makes sense. There are definitely some proactive versus reactive players here. Being the proactive player means that everyone, you're saying, you know what, I'm going to make everyone react to me, but I'm going to have the less context. I'm just better, right? And sometimes that really does work. Spetham kind of played that way yesterday really well. But today, it seems like reacting to the top side of the leaderboard seems to be a little bit more proficient since they've been able to kind of specifically counter some comps recently, like we saw with the Garen Leona a little earlier today. Malala, who usually plays great for 3 days and then not so great on the 4th, unless it's LCQ,
free tome.
right? Having a little bit of a hard time today, but we do get that tome, and we've also seen these emblems being the breakpoints for things like Star Guardians and Infinity.
So tome with this comp in particular is really good if you can manage to get the heart emblem, because it means you normally have to go to 6 to get the Sona to hit 4 heart, but this will allow you to do, because normally it's Super's heart reroll, and it's going to allow you to hit that and stay at level 5 to be able to roll for your Lulu and your Pantheon. And so again, as we hit this 3-1 roll down, you want to watch the right side of the map, and there it is, look at that, Kivix, Nasus 3 on 3-1, that's what I was talking about. That is a key hit there that's going to be really important here, and we don't see any others looking at the right side, right? No Lulus. He only has 3 Lulus, so this is a really bad spot for Malala, one of our other rerollers. We'll have to see how Replay's doing, but I didn't see a Poppy 3 here, and so Kivix right now looking to be in a great spot if he can get the right items and the right front line for this Nasus.
Lobby should have held the Nasus eye. The Nasai, the Nasuses. But because I like that the best. It's more Dr. Seussy. The Nasuses right now are gonna. It's crazy because that's gonna tempo out the lobby. So talking about being the proactive player, that's gonna be Kivix being like, all right, everyone, I've got Nasus 3 now. React. Right, and so itemization might be different. We might see earlier Giant Slayers or even less Whispers to try to break through that Nasus. Oh, interesting. Thrill, Prep, and Heart Crest here.
Yeah, it goes with Thrill, which I actually agree with. I think if he can get the Heart Emblem from the Tome, he's not going to need another one. And it's going to provide some healing for his team right now until he can get that Gunblade. Unfortunately, he doesn't hit the Heart. That's a pretty big miss here. Can take Mascot, is going to take Mascot here. That's going to give him at least a little bit of passive healing. And so the passive healing from Mascot combined with the healing from Thrill is at least going to give him the healing he needs until the Sona and things like that. But right now, the big thing I'm worried about is this comp really wants like 6 or 7 Pantheons by now, 6 or 7 Lulus, and we're still at 3 of each. This is really bad, and I think unfortunately Malala took a big risk. It didn't pay off, and we might see him go, 7th or 6th here, which is not what he needed, right? He was already at 10 points. He was near the cutoff. This might just be, unfortunately, the end of Malala's day.
Yeah, and the admin is just gain 20 health when admin is active, so you're only getting that kind of flat amount of stats, but at least it's guaranteed for the rest of the team. The other thing about Thrill here that you also have to think about is one of these units, only one of them has a true execute when it comes to the Lulu, so she might actually steal some Thrill stacks. Pantheon got that one to at least help. Hopefully he gets this last one too and doesn't. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Lulu stealing that Thrill stack, so Pantheon was unable to get there, but now that it's just the Lulu, that still might be enough, and it is blue buff really showing up, especially with that jeweled gauntlet damage.
Yeah, and so we go over to Replay, who does have the Gadgeting emblem. That was a good hit, and is 1 Poppy short. Now, thankfully, he has 50 gold, so it looks like he didn't burn too much getting there. But if we can get that Poppy in and get to like 4 Defender, this Poppy will start deleting backlines. I really like the Redemption Slam here also. Typically with this kind of Poppy, if you're running the 4 Defender, you've got plenty of armor. So like Redemption, Dragon Claw, Warmogs are going to be your big 3 items to kind of shore up his weakness against magic damage. And the 5 Gadgeting means you're also getting that damage amplification for running the items. Now, he only has 2 items, though, and so Gadgeting does require you to have, you get the damage based on the number of items you're carrying. So this Poppy right now is missing, 10% damage and damage reduction, but it is still a Poppy with an extra bonus ton of armor and can just throw this thing and knock people out. And so hopefully if Replay can hit this Poppy 3, we'll have a really cool comp. The other thing I want to call out here is there's a really weird interaction here where this Poppy augment in particular gets you to play Defender usually, and Defender is going to kind of be one of the big counters to the Kivix, because Kivix is playing that big AD Nasus, and so if he runs up against a 4 or 6 Defender comp, he's going to struggle with that, and so there might be some interesting lobby play with those 2 in particular.
It's great when you can fall into those counters, because when they picked the augment, there's no way that was on purpose, unless like you waited until everyone picked the augment and specifically said, oh, I know we're going to get 1 Nasus player. The statistics of that are so low, so it's great that just based on the way the lobby goes, and this is what I meant earlier, the lobbies have their own metas, right? And of course, they're informed by the overall meta, but these 8 players now are reacting to each other on these early game champion augments, and it was just so funny watching Poppy straight up throw Captain America shield into Lulu's face, just like a Marvel superhero. It only took 2 of those ults to take down the carry of the other team, and this is usually just a unit you put on to soak damage in the front line.
Yeah, and you can see this is one of those points where you get a little anxious because you really want to hit the Poppy 3 right about now, but if you roll down and you miss, you're just going to be down so much pressure. But this is where you really want the 3-star Poppy to dominate and apply the pressure. If you don't hit this by 4-1, it almost was completely not worth it. And so, but again, there's this awkward tension where it's like, again, do you re-roll? Do you not? So we'll have to see what hits here. It does get the belt here. I don't want to see the Sunfire Slam, and so I'm happy to not see that right now. Does do some good backline damage. So again, we'll just have to see if he can hit. The other thing is he's holding some of these Lulus, and that might explain why Malala is unfortunately unable to hit some of those Lulus as well.
doing it what I said with the Nasus, but with the Lulu this time around. We're riding along with Replay, who has played potentially some of the most tournament TFT over this set, but also has a top 10, top 4 rate throughout, with playing, I think, almost over 10 more games than the rest of the players competing. So that's actually really, really great. Doesn't even need the orb to get the Poppy 3, and just automatically gets this break point. But we could have maybe had it 1 or 2 rounds earlier to find a little bit more value, but we're going to get that value anyway. We have the Gadgeting emblem, so we're not waiting for that Nunu, for example. We can start finishing out and finding out where the top part of this comp is going to land.
Yeah, for anyone asking, the orb is probably from the Gadgeting crest, which I believe is Annie. So he's waiting to find one more Annie to hit the Annie 2. I think that's what's going on there. But again, now that we have the Poppy 3, we see every time he throws that hammer, that's a dead Kaisa. And Poppy will just slowly one-shot the backline with these big, big hammers that he's throwing. And again, if we can spike it up to 4 Defender, that'll give a lot more power. And so here comes another hammer. Takes out the Sivir. Now, one of the things is the damage is based on your current armor. And so the Last Whisper is going to cut Poppy's damage in half. Now, again, half of a lot is still a lot. And so is able to take out the Sivir. The Last Whisper will eventually wear off here. Does end up losing the fight just barely. So, but again, this is what we're talking about, right? Where it's like you hit the Poppy just a little later than you would have liked to, and now you want to spike up. And so we're looking at Malala here, 36 health. I imagine we're going to see a big 4-1 roll down to try to hit as many of these. One interesting thing to note here is he had 3-star Blitzcrank, despite the 2 other players in the lobby having the Blitzcrank. So that's got to be a little frustrating where you're like, I hit the 3-star Blitzcrank that was contested, and I couldn't hit Pantheon? So, a little unfortunate for Malala here.
This is the definition of gluttony being one of the deadly sins, right? A little bit too much Blitzcrank to offer. We get a Gnar, just 3 gold on the bench. We would love some more Lulus, but we ended up not rolling down. We do get the Lulu 3, so we got the Lulu 3 and the Blitz 3. It seems like we are starting to get some stronger units across the board, too. Knick-Knack with the Jax 2, playing with some Brawlers, it seems like, seeing that there is a Vi there as well. Hitting level 7 now, so even though we may have done some rolling, sometimes you can get stuck at level 6 at 4-1, but it seems like a couple of our players seem ready to go, putting to level 7, which actually puts Malala into some perspective when it comes to staying at level 6, not necessarily having everything that we need, versus Kivix, who got this Nasus back in 3-1, for example, now sitting at level 7.
Oh, I like Kivix's setup here. I like the Last Whisper so he doesn't get stuck on tanks. I like the Bloodthirster to keep him alive, and I like the Edge of Night to drop aggro as needed. This is a really good setup, and even has the Thrill, so every time he gets a kill, might get another batch of health. So this is a really good setup. If this augment is going to succeed, it's going to be a setup like this. So that's really cool to see. He did lose one round, but again, the fact that he already hit his carry and he's going to continually ramp up, he can build around it. It'll just be a question of what does he hit around that board and how does he enhance it with his augments, things like that. So we look at Malala here, does get Super's Heart, which gives him a Malphite, which also might let him cut the Gangplank, because he can't cut the Lee Sin. He needs that for Heart. But he's also, I believe, pretty close to the Gangplank. This is one of those rare cases where Super's Heart isn't terrible. Does choose to re-roll it. Goes with the Axiom Arc. Axiom Arc is really good here with the Lulu. Is going to level up. That's going to give him 3 Heart. But this is where we're seeing that normally that Blitzcrank is supposed to be a Pantheon. That would give you 4 Heart. You'd be in a lot better situation. Pantheon would be scaling with the Heart. So definitely not the optimal version of this comp. But if he can get a Rod off the Carousel, that'll give him the guns, the items he's looking for. A Blitz 3 is still a Blitz 3. It's not that terrible. But, you know, this is one of those Twitch chat moments where you're like 3 Heart chatting. Doesn't quite have exactly what he's looking for.
Every time you say Heart, I just think of Captain Planet and how awful that power felt versus the other ones, to be honest with you, to have the Heart Ring for Captain Planet. We don't even have the finished version of it with that 4 Heart. But Axiom Arc is going to be really great for this Lulu, as you say, and there's going to be some opportunities for some of those executes. That's 3-4 ults in a row, 5, almost getting an extra one as well, and that's an augment difference if I've ever seen it for that Lulu. And the Blitzcrank that is kind of just here, right, just for the party, also survived through the rest of that round.
That felt like one of those moments where every time you get a big hit, you're just like, oh, and it just kept stacking. That was really good here. Looking at the augments, Kivix getting First Aid Kit. Okay, we might see a first place from Kivix here. First Aid Kit in particular, with the Mascot, combined with the Thrill, combined with the Bloodthirster. That is a great augment, and it's one of those rare cases where First Aid Kit is a very niche augment, but in the right spot, I think it's really, really insanely strong. And this is one of those right spots. So Kivix recognizing kind of the outs of this comp, and so hopefully can turn this into, I think, a really strong finish. Did lose his last round, though, and so is down to 59 health. So we'll have to see. But again, the cool thing about that comp is it's continually getting stronger and stronger and stronger as those stacks get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, which is different than a lot of these kind of early game reroll comps, right? A lot of them start falling off later on into the game, but that one is on a world of its own. We do see something a little bit more traditional here, which is that MF Kaisa. And we're probably going to break through most of these laser cords as we do, as Joe Bookmark takes the L, and the Kaisa is going to win it out. Malala still holding on at 23 HP. This lobby actually pretty close top to bottom. This is pretty traditional. Malala pretty low. Outside of all of that, this is something that you might expect at 4-4-4-5. As you go over to one of our newer players, JD, who had quite the day yesterday, having a little bit of a harder time today, and one of those players that absolutely needs that top 2 finish.
Yeah, and this is interesting. We saw Kivix lose a bit. We're seeing Malala stay alive here. But looking at this board, we've got an Infiniteam quick draw board. And it'll be interesting to see kind of what items he's got. He's got the Last Whisper, the IE. Looks like playing around the Samira here. Hits level 8, and this is, again, where you want to really see like the ultimate Ezreal, right, to really cap this out. Right now, probably looking for that Twisted Fate to be able to run the 5 Infiniteam. Does hit a Samira here, so that's really nice. Also hits the Aatrox here. But this is where Infiniteam without the emblem can be quite a bit worse. You're not going to be able to clone this Aatrox. Still stuck at 4 Infiniteam here, so this is pretty awkward. And the augments aren't anything great. The one synergy here is you have the Pantheon carry augment and Second Wind, which can do some decent work, but overall this feels pretty awkward and feels like it's going to have a really low cap.
Oh, doesn't even get the Second Wind with the Pantheon. That's unfortunate. But we do have a Samira 2, no longer, actually. See you later. We've got the biggest bag as Lulu you've ever seen in your life. That Lulu is a scary. That's literally what my Night Terrors look like. So let's see if Stacks on Stacks is also going to be able to take this win. And it does. And just one of these items, the Bloodthirster, gets benefit from First Aid Kit, but everything around it also is getting that benefit. So that's what you call hyper-focusing and tunneling on a singular carry. All the stats going into one direction. Not just a mediocre boy band. It's also a good strategy when it comes to TFT.
Yeah, I think we're seeing an awkward transition here where he may just completely ditch the Infiniteam. But again, Sure Shot right now really struggles without an amazing front line. You either need, again, like the Sure Shot clones, or you need like a big Garen, and this is neither. This is not a lot, and so he goes up against the Nasus here, and doesn't have a ton of armor, so I think this Nasus is just going to chew through this Aatrox very quickly here, and pretty quickly, one more, oh, gets a big heal. The Second Wind saves the Aatrox. That's a big Second Wind. Drops the aggro now, is on the Samira, and just like that, we're back to close to full health here with some of these big swipes. And, yep, that's a full health Nasus. Doing some big damage. Curious how many stacks he's at right now, but probably a lot of AD. Apparently 440 AD on that Nasus so far. Only getting bigger from here.
Wow, just like my waistline during COVID, Mort. Same exact situation, only getting bigger from here. Talk about stacks on stacks too, right? But now we're looking over at our friend playing some threats. We have a Mecha Prime as well, Knick-Knack with that. Garen in the front line going full tank. That seems to be, man, this item combination feels very old school. That's kind of like what I feel like a lot of tank item users just generally in the vanilla sense in a vacuum would like to use. And like you said, the Gargoyle Stoneplate's actually been finding a lot of value so far in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Gargoyle Stoneplate just giving you so much armor in MR for those solo frontliners. It took a lot of people a while to realize just how strong it was, but once they did, it became a staple because it shores up both your weaknesses, right? You don't end up too spiky against one or the other. You do pretty consistently against both. And we can see Knick-Knack here, who had that really dominating first part of the game, right? He was 100 health until, I believe, 3-3 or 3-5. Now really struggling to find an endgame carry and turn this on. And so we're at 5-1 here, and we're running a Bel'Veth with no healing. That's going to be a little rough here. Bel'Veth in particular puts himself in a lot of danger. And I feel like right across the way we see Joe Bookmark with what looks like just a stronger version of Bel'Veth, right? Has that extra health. We'll have to see. The Garen is going to be able to do a bunch of stuns. But again, if the smaller Bel'Veth gets caught with any bad shots, it's just going to be a little much here. The mech buying a ton of time. Mech is down, and so now we're on the Bel'Veth. Does manage to win the fight just barely here, and so that is going to be good to keep him alive. And now we have two players right at the cutoff. Malala does stay alive. We're looking at the Gadget team board. JD, unfortunately, gets knocked out here, and so we see him just struggle to really put that Infiniteam comp together, unfortunately.
So, more, I'm actually wondering, are we at the point now when it comes to some of these front lines, knowing that Garen is really good, especially in this particular lobby with, like, some of the front lines, like the Blitzcrank being around for kind of a hot minute now, are we at the point where if you're just not building a Giant Slayer or Last Whisper, you're kind of just giving yourself a harder way to win?
I mean, those items are definitely going to help, but they're only part of the battle, and I think oftentimes players sort of over-index on just how important they are. They are important, but especially if you're only running a solo carry, they're not that big a deal. And so a fight like this, for example, I think a lot of people are looking going, yeah, he really needs an Ionic Spark, but his only carry is Lulu. You're not amplifying a team-wide damage. So all that matters is the multiplicative value. The other thing is a lot of people are running Morgana right now, and Morgana is a great substitute. It's 40% shred instead of 50%, but that's still pretty close, and so you don't have to waste a multiplicative item slot on that. And I think that's why Morgana in particular is very popular. So I don't know that it's absolutely needed. It's not bad by any means, but there's a lot of other options out there, I think.
Awesome. That was really great stuff. And so now we're looking over at kind of like the big standard, I feel like, vanilla comp that we've seen outside of the Kaisa, which is the TF right now with the Shiv. What seems to be coming after having the static Shiv has been pretty variable. We're looking at the Archangels this time around, which rounds are faster at the later part of the game, so it might not actually find the same kind of value as it did in the mid part, but it's still just going to be flat AP that you're going to gain. And if the round does seem to stick around, it's going to be a little bit harder, but we moved the TF right in front of the Gnar and the Hacker. I'm in. That's a worst case scenario for Asa. That's almost unwinnable at this point.
Yeah, that might be the end of Asa. And so getting a 6th here or even a 7th if Malala wins his fight when he was in 2nd place is definitely not what he needed to keep up the momentum, unfortunately. The Nico is doing her best to carry this, and he does have a strong front line. But I think the next Poppy shield throw is going to take out this Nico. Here it comes. Up. That's a dead Nico.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it still manages Annie.
Oh, whew. I eat my words. You know, sometimes the Hacker takes the main carry down and you give up, but that's a really good example of keeping your head in the game as we get some loaded dice now, along with some good kind of late game items. We've got the Zephyr, we've got the Chalice as well, and we got a Duelist emblem just for the sake of things.
So the dice in particular is a really interesting item that some people are not a big fan of because it can swing a lot of comps. For example, the Gadgettine we saw with the Gnar, right? He could use this loaded dice and could get 2, 3, 5 Gnars based on how well the dice does. And so in a lot of ways, it could be more powerful than a Champ Duplicator. And so we're going to have to see when he uses it. But sitting at 7 Gnars here, I feel like you pop it very quickly. This might be one of those cases where the player's trying to figure out what is the best thing to use it on. Do I roll a little bit? But when you're only 2 away, I feel like you use this dice pretty quickly here. I'm waiting to see, is he going to use it? Decides to hold on to it, which I think is a little greedy. Does have the health for it. He is at 55 health in first place. Goes up against Malala here. I like the... Oh, the Zephyr on the Poppy is really big here also. And so hopefully that Lulu can start doing the chain casts and win the fight. Again, the Morgana buying a ton of time. That is a dead Gnar. So now it just has to get through this Poppy, which again has been shredded by the Morgana. And this is why Morgana is such a great champion. Again, providing so much utility. Really good to throw in the comp here, and I like that adjustment from Malala.
The terror of Lulu strikes again. It's supposed to be a magic wand, but it looks like a machine gun when it's wielded like that. Malala, 8 HP. It really looked like that was going to be an 8th just, 5-6 rounds ago. Actually makes it into the top 4 as Joe Bookmark and Asa are both eliminated there. So now we do have our top 4. We do get to our Gnar 3. And kind of just following up your point, he was already on that 8 win streak, so we could be greedy, and we rolled into these anyway as we get the Pike 3, and so now we can be pretty specific on how we use all of our items from here on out as well. So we got everything we needed, just maybe one round later than expected, but the power spike is here. Let's see who's going to win between Replay and Kivix, and we've got Goobums versus Malala. Malala, who slowly but surely marching towards top 4 because of that Lulu staying safe in that second row. That used to be a spot that was almost specifically for Draven in past sets, but it's going to be the Lulu doing pretty much exactly the same amount of damage, but no, the Thrill actually is going to keep it alive for just a tad longer, but the Kaisa might be too much to handle. Still pretty close. Malala, though, is going to fall.
Yeah, Kivix unfortunately ran into exactly what we said he would, right? He's up against this Poppy, and he just can't get through it. And due to the positioning, he actually had the Poppy and the Gnar on him right away. And so that was kind of worst case for Kivix here. And so after everything we saw here, Malala getting a 4th here was not bad, but we end up with, again, kind of what we're expecting here, right? Goobums was the one who was able to go the Kaisa MF line here, kind of uncontested, took that Lux augment, was able to play around that, or excuse me, I believe he took the Pantheon augment for the extra front line. And then Replay here with the Gadgettine, was able to get that Gadgettine augment, play around the Gnar, so really good. And so Kivix, again, with a 3rd place here, but, oh yeah, we can see here, Goobums able, because it was mostly uncontested, hitting the Kaisa 3 here. So kind of having a very, very powerful comp version of this. And this is what happens when it's uncontested. So.
Yep, we actually haven't seen a ton of Goo Bums. Just as a reminder, he does have to dye his hair pink because of the Box Invitational. He said if he didn't finish top 5, I think, he would have to dye his hair, and I think he finished 6th. The good news, though, is I do have a friend who's a hairdresser who says that pink looks good on 99% of people. So it's a pretty safe bet that the pink will be just fine, Goo Bums. But Goo Bums also looking for the top 2, which he absolutely needs to have based on where he is in the standings. 14 points is going to be Kaisa versus the world. But we have the Pie. Oh my goodness, in the background. Just trying to get rid of this Kaisa, and does help with that. So together with the Gnar and the Pike getting into the back line, Goo Bums actually loses that out with the Kaisa 3.
Yeah, so again, does lose the fight, and I think Replay is looking in a really good spot here. Kivik's getting knocked out in a third. It's just going to come down to positioning. We've seen Kaisa 3 be able to deal with Gnar 3. It just comes down to positioning. I think the hard thing, though, here is this isn't just a Gnar 3. The Poppy 3 really gives it a leg up, right? The Poppy 3 now can access the backline, throw the shield, do some big damage to the backline. So he kind of has just so much backline threat that it almost might not matter. I like this positioning, right? You put Kaisa in the front line. It's going to take Gnar a long time, but does still get shrouded by the Gadgettine Shroud. And again, this Gnar, it's going to take so much time to get through this Gnar. We'll have to see. But this is about as good a positioning as you can get from Goo Bum. And if anything, the Misfortune, like you see, they're doing just a ton of damage. Misfortune might be kind of the secret carry here.
All right, the secret carry, not quite a secret anymore after that round. Beautiful move, moving them to the front line. It kind of enables Misfortune to get that ult off a little bit quicker, too. And since you're chewing through that front line, and it's going to be a little bit more specific on a couple units, and you can, but the risk, of course, is that Misfortune is in a more vulnerable position. And we natty at level 7. The LeBlanc 3, so Gnar 3, LeBlanc 3, Poppy 3, Pike 3. A lot of gold on that board, and not just in the bank, but on the board right now. Looking on the other side, Infinity Neela, something we haven't seen quite yet. And we also already saw how the frontline Kaisa was a better option here. We're going to move it into the third row with the Misfortune helping us with our Q-Cone. Oh, no.
Oh, this is not as good a positioning, right? We saw this a lot in the last patch, right? When Hacker was really prevalent. Is on the Gnar, though. It's going to depend on how much healing doesn't take it down. So it takes down the Misfortune. Maybe if a Poppy shield can take down the Kaisa, but no. And so now it's all up to the LeBlanc, which I just don't think quite has enough juice to get to the Kaisa. And so even with this positioning, the Kaisa is managing to win it here. And so despite hitting the LeBlanc 3 for replay, really needs kind of a big item here to swing it. Something like a Hacker emblem would have been good. I don't think the admin's going to make a big difference here. So nothing really crazy for replay here. This might be the end. We have one, maybe 2 more rounds here. If Goo Bums loses, it might not kill replay if he loses by 1 or 2 units. But otherwise, this is looking really close here. A lot of these items are going to go on Pike. Maybe you get a lucky Pike assassination. That's going to be the other big key here. But Goo Bums, again, you got plenty of practice in the last patch against all these hackers. So at this point, everyone knows how to position, has that third row Kaisa, has the MF there to absorb, knowing that Kaisa, once she ramps up, can just output a ton of damage here. And we'll see all the different positioning combinations here.
So you were just teaching us positioning that last patch, right? That's what it was? Right.
A long lesson, that's all it was.
Yeah, very long lesson, a whole semester of positioning right there. But we do get the Gnar into the corner. The Kaisa is safe and sound. And you might assume, oh no, it's on the corner. But when everyone is attacking the Gnar, which is going to be one of your main points of significant damage, you're going to be able to knock it out pretty quickly. So just like you said, we needed a little bit more from the LeBlanc, but did we? Oh, that was close. I think we got one more round. Yes, we do. We're going to go to round 6-6 here to see if replay can find a way through that Kaisa.
Yeah, it feels like Goo Bums is definitely outplaying on the positioning here through various methods. And it also feels like the Pike in particular. The Pike is not being utilized quite as much as he could be. I really don't like to see the Pike on the backline having to walk all the way up. He's not backlining everything due to exiles. So he can't really pull out all the backline units. So I don't know, this doesn't quite feel like, at least this time he moves the Pike forward. I like this. So we're going to have to see where the Kai'Sa ends up on the other side. Is pretty far away from the Kai'Sa and the MF here. So I don't know. This does not feel optimal. It's going to really come down to if Pyke can maybe get in there and do some big stuns and big damage. But Gnar has a long way to go to get to that Kai'Sa.
Yeah, straight up need some GPS probably to get there, but we're on our way. Oh, we do get rid of one of the misfortunes, but we had another one just because in our back pocket. But look at this, LeBlanc might be able to do it.
Nope.
Oh no, doesn't finish off. The Kai'Sa needed a couple more of those attacks on that ult. It's going to be the Kai'Sa taking the dub.
What a surprise. What a surprise. I mean, what else were we expecting, I think, going into the tournament this weekend and even just looking at last week. But hey, I feel like we did end up seeing a pretty good fight come out from a lot of other players as well. And it seems pretty close overall there, Boop, when you look at just how the lobby played out.
Yeah, and I think that everyone kind of reached their breakpoints in a similar time, which is always pretty fun. To be honest with you, kind of keeps the lobby pretty even, and then eventually the fat rises to the top, right? And so that's exactly what we saw here. Just the stronger comps ended up doing a lot better, and then it became a positioning kind of battle there. Yeah, I think the Kai'Sa had a little bit of just an inherent power advantage, but maybe some different positioning in the other side's backline or some of the hacker positioning could have changed a couple of those rounds.
Yeah, what do you make of that? I feel like it's always super exciting when we get a chance to see these 1v1 situations where it really does come down to items, where those are going, the positioning as well. So, like, what's kind of the give and take there when you're trying to look at that end game?
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to experience and understanding how to optimize things. For example, I think there was a lot of positioning being sacrificed to try to take advantage of Exiles. And so if you're a newer player, maybe you think you always have to give Exiles to everything. But I think a more experienced player can look at that and go, you know what, LeBlanc doesn't need it, and it's okay if Alistar doesn't have it, so I can clump a little bit in the corner to try to pull. And I think Goobums showed a lot more experience with his positioning there, knowing how to deal and how to kind of bait the Gnar into different positions, and really understanding what was the difference there. And, you know, yeah, he's playing Kai'Sa, but again, he showed it, I think, masterfully, and, you know, that out position. And so that just felt like an experience difference is what that felt like.
I love that you bring that up because Exiles is really one of those augments that it really feels like when you get something like that, yeah, you really want to be able to give that buff to everything. So it's really nice that you called out that sometimes it's just not necessary. But we did have other 3 lobbies play out. Boop, do you have anything else you wanted to say on that point?
Yeah, you know, it's not just Exiles, right? We see it with Janna a lot. We see it with just
True.
like Zeke's and the Chalice, right? Sometimes you don't need all 3 people to get all the buffs, right? You just need the right people to get there. TFT players seem to be obsessed with maximizing value, and sometimes it's not maximization of value is not everyone gets something, it's the right people get it. And I think that's where a lot of people, when they cross that line of understanding, start to get really good and unlock a whole new aspect of the game, which is really fun.
I would love to not get hit by a giant Urgot tidal wave, thank you very much, especially if that's something that I'm looking down the barrel of in the end game there. So yeah, great call out there, and maybe we'll get a chance to see some of those other key aspects of these players that really separate them to be some of the best as we look at how this game number 4 played out. And it's kind of the same story here. More just feels like the top players are continuing to get these big wins. Looking at like Robin Songs, Goo Bombs, Dish Soap with another great second place there.
Yeah, and I'm Spetham also doing well. Socks getting the points he needed. Appies as well. Some big ones. Setsuko continuing to be, even if Setsuko's not winning every lobby, he seems to be doing very well a lot of 3rd and 4th, which I think is going to put him in contention to really kick up the gas for these final lobbies. I think Ramblin', unfortunately, sacrificing a little bit. And then obviously Snap, unfortunately, looks like just having a really rough day. And so this is, again, we're the point where now I think we're already going to kind of know, like, a bunch of people have been eliminated. There's going to be a few people that have a shot. But otherwise, like, now it's all about looking at the top. It's going to be all about figuring out who's got what here. And we get a look at the comps here, and we see a Belveth Sivir 3. That's pretty sweet. 8 duelists. So we saw Robbins play that last time and it not pull off.
Augments.
So seeing it work this time with the Yasuo carry and Think Fast, that's pretty cool. And then 8 Oxforce 4 Spell Slinger. Yeah, so a lot of different comps here, so pretty cool to see.
Yeah, a lot of diversity here. Boop, did you have anything that stood out to you about the comps that won these lobbies?
I just want to know if Robin's last stand actually if that was a last stand win, because last stand
I'm told
Think
it
Fast.
did. I'm told it
Oh,
did.
okay. That's hype. That's a game I really want to go back and watch and see how that went. But the thing that comes out here is Spetham winning with another comp, right? In terms of flexibility, we talk about Socks, but maybe we should talk about Spetham in this particular tournament. And Deepay, wait a second, aren't they in the same study group? So maybe that might be part of it too. Maybe I'd love to hear if one of their big things was kind of what Mort's been saying all weekend, which is find the right line, not necessarily what the stats say is the best one.
Yeah, for sure. I think you do have to take that to be able to get a little bit of an edge, and sometimes you have to take those unconventional lines of play or do something that's a little bit quirky to really make the comp work. I want to look at the overall standings though, because we only have one game left, and unfortunately at the lower end it's looking a little tough there. I think Snap and Connor are definitely eliminated at this point, but hey, I didn't mean to laugh at that one, Boop. That's your fault. But I mean, take a look at the top end here, Boop. When you look at like 20 points and up, Ripple Overdrive just completely dominating the field so far.
Yeah, and you know, something that I always like to mention, Ripple Overdrive also has a really good reputation as being just another good person and being really nice, right? When people say who you want to win, those are a lot of times the voices that you hear. So it's really good that good people get rewarded with good results. But looking at the outside of the top 16, there are a lot of people on the bubble right now, and so this is it. This is time to be first or eighth for most of these players, but also at the same time, this is the lobby where a lot of people who've been doing really well get an 8th place and just kind of add chaos to everything, right? So if you're already in that top 16, I'd rather be in control of my own destiny and then get that top 4 and be good. But you can't guarantee that, so those people who aren't in there just yet are on the bubble, getting ready for the Sweet 16 potentially. Now it's time to strike. You can't hold anything back.
Yeah, and especially when, like, we've talked about this already, we're going to hit it home again. Those scores carry over. And so, Mort, when you're looking at the top end, I feel like you really just can't take a break for this fifth game.
No, for sure, because again, the points don't reset. That's the big thing that we have to keep talking about. This isn't one of those, like, again, oh, I made it 16th place. Phew. No, this is all the points matter. Every placement matters. You cannot afford to take your foot off the gas. There's still 3 more games, and for every player here, every point matters. Even if I'm in 17th place right now, I'm still playing first or 8th style. Because again, 15th, it's not going to make a difference, right? You got to really, really make some big risky plays. And I like a lot of the players in the last lobby, right? Like Malala and Kivix, even though they went 3rd and 4th, those were the right plays. They make some big 1st or 8th plays. And even if it doesn't pay off, hindsight, chatters are going to be like, oh, they didn't. No, that was the correct play. They took a risk. That's what you have to do at this point of the game. And so I was really happy to see that from those players.
I mean, it reminds me of Cottontail taking the Cruel Pact yesterday. That just seemed such a fun line to try to go down. And if it worked, it was going to pay off in dividends there. So for this 5th and final game, everything on the table here where, like you said, Boop, there's a lot of players on the bubble. So we're going to get ready for that 5th game, and we'll be back right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 4 of the Mecha Cup. I've got Casanova and Makes back on the desk, and Makes looks like you've got your own little legend next to you, huh?
You know, I thought the Yumi patch was over, but somehow I still keep getting ganked by cats. I don't know what this is about.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it, because I personally miss Yumi. I might be on the hot take of that train.
Yep. I think so.
So, yeah, I really liked it. Sorry, I'm not sorry, actually. Predatory Precision was great. But anyway, we've got to look at this 5th game here because we can only send 16 players forward to that 6th game that we have, which is going to be our penultimate one. And so when you take a look at this specific lobby, Casanova, I feel like there's a lot of players that are on the bubble here that really do need a good finish.
Yeah, a lot of players on the bubble. I mean, big surprise, right? Weijin is mathematically eliminated right now, so is Connor, is me. So they're not going to be the main focus of us in this game, right? Sox, Appies, and Goobums all kind of in that middle spot. They need to have a really solid game to get in. And Toronto Tokyo still has a shout to make it with a 1st or 2nd place, but he really should be angling for that 1st because it feels like, once again, we're going to be skewing a little high on points. We're thinking about 24 is what you need. And Toronto Tokyo sitting at 16.
Yeah, so definitely needs a good finish here. And so, Makes, I want to get your take on what you feel like some of these players could try to angle towards in order to get the placement that they need.
Yeah, absolutely. So yesterday we were, of course, watching all of these players, and I was kind of taking notes on who made it to a 1st place, because obviously in the end, that's kind of what it is about. And Sox was one of the only players that was able to hit 3 1st places home. I think the other one was Stipe, so both of them really leaning heavy into kind of like 1st or 8. Notably for Sox, all of the games where he wasn't 1st place ended up being bot 4. So he is definitely kind of the incarnation of when we talk about first or eighth playstyle. So I'm looking towards him, and I'm like waiting for him to pop off to do his thing where he hammers at home, because it's definitely necessary this time around. But I'm also really excited for all of the other players here. Unfortunately, some of them can't make it, but you know, we'll see how that goes. Spatham already pretty safe up there. Everybody else fighting.
Yeah, and especially when we take a look at, like, even if you squeak in, like Morton Boop, we're talking about this, that 16th place may not be good enough to be able to make it into our final lobby, because after we cut the field down to 16 players, we have to do it again before we can determine our top 4 that make it forward to the NA regional finals. So this 5th game, a lot on the line here, because this is also the game that if you make it towards the next lobby, gonna take home some prize money as well. So not only are our players fighting for the chance still to get that regional final spot, but also the $12,500 prize pool. So let's go ahead and get right into this game number 5. Casanova Makes, take it away.
Thanks so much, Necra Makes. We're jumping in at game 5. This is where we cut things down to 16 players. Jumping straight in, we're gonna be checking out Spatham here. He has been a big leader on the day, 2nd place right behind Ripple Overdrive. 2 players who have been practicing together a bit alongside Deepay, which is they've been doing amazing. Whale of Peace as well on top of that. So Spatham, we're gonna jump in. I know we've all been hyping him up. He's been playing fantastic all weekend, and checking out immediately, he grabs sword off carousel, grabs a glove to go with it. So IE on the table if he wants to go AD, but plenty of flexible options from those 2 items.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we did mention that Spatham is already safe to make it to the next cutoff, there is going to be another one, and the overall points still matter. There's no point reset, so he can't just like lay back and relax here. He still has to hammer it home and make sure he gets a good placement here in this lobby. And everybody else, you know, even Weijin and Connor, probably fighting a little bit for honor and glory here as well.
Yeah, the nice thing for Spatham, he doesn't have to think about how many points he needs to get to make it to the next lobby. He's like, okay, I'm in the next lobby. I need to think about how many points I need to get in these next 3 games to make sure that I qualify for regionals. That's what should be on Spatham's mind right now. And you know, he's in a good spot for it at 26 points, being in that 2nd place, right? But 3 games to go to hold on to that spot. He's still going to be looking to try and consistently get those top 4s, and he's been doing it all tournament. So I think he's got a really good run at making, you know, this top 4, get a regional spot alongside, you know, Ripple, alongside Deepay. But he's got to make sure he stays strong, stays consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. And he does have some options here as the augments come through, and it is going to be golden augments. Now, that also means 1-cost hero augments, probably not going to happen this time.
Yeah, probably not. We've seen quite a few of them over the course of the weekend, but this time we'll at least be getting something like a 2-2-3, something else in the middle of the game. But we do end up grabbing 3's company. There's going to be an early Kaisa and an early Neela for Spatham. Slam that Gunblade, and this is the makings of a very powerful composition that we've seen so much of over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can get Mordock back and we can just be like, hey, thank you for this one, as Spatham is looking at a starter for comp that definitely is extremely good at going 1st or 8th. Now, going into this game and keeping that in mind, I'm getting a little bit worried, Casa, because the first game that we casted together yesterday, we had 4 people angling for that Yasuo, which is also a really good 1st or 8th comp, and I feel like we're probably going to see the same thing happen now again with the Kaisa comps, just everybody kind of being like, oh, you know, it's the strongest comp, I'll probably run for that Kaisa because I want that 1st place.
Yeah, I think a great point that was brought up at the top of day by Morto is even if we have a lot of players angle to this Kaisa, because the way the comp has shifted, it's now a lot more of Misfortune being played alongside it and people stopping at 2-star Kaisa. So it can actually be supported for multiple people playing the comp instead of running into each other like the Yasuo was. So there's still an opportunity for Spatham to, you know, just get his Kaisa too and push some levels if he gets it early enough and not get completely destroyed by being contested.
Okay, I'm seeing something. I don't know how you feel, but I am an absolute stan of Built Different. And Wajan Iverson picking up the Built Different 2 here has to be something I have to call out. Now, we know he's probably not going to make it, but still, I love seeing it pop off. There was only one Built Different game that I could find from these players yesterday. It was also a win, but really, really happy to see that augment pop off here. We're seeing a lot of Three's Company and some ancient archives on Garchompo, who already has popped that off with the Anima squad.
It was Sox who actually got that first place with Built Different yesterday, someone who's historically been a fantastic Built Different player. And I think Wajan, you know, he's out of the competition, at least points wise. He's not gonna be able to make it to top 16, so he's gonna go out with a show, get some tournament practice on Built Different. I think that's great. It's a very good augment and composition to know how to play, and maybe Wajan will give us a show on his way out here.
I really, really hope so, but as we are speaking, we're hopping over to Sox, who, like you said, won with that Built Different yesterday, is on the Portable Forge, has picked up the Infinity Force, and is also angling towards maybe a little bit of Star Guardians. Could also go into the Laser Corps, which I would much rather have, although that Renekton already has 2 items slammed, so either you're going to remake it or you're hoping for a remover here to maybe take that Infinity Force back, but we'll see how that one goes. Yasuo trying to fight it out here for our player, but Wajan with the Built Diff bird, just stronger. Yeah, I was baited by the Sox in the bottom right, but
yeah,
it's like, that's not the right player.
Yeah, Goobums had it. I clocked it earlier because he grabbed that Portable Forge and got his Zonias for Yasuo, which is, I think, a best in slot item for that composition. If you can manage to grab it, it's fantastic on the Yasuo. So I'm curious if we'll see Goobums angle that, but it's also just a very flexible, strong AP item for plenty compositions.
Yeah, and we are seeing items all across the board. Wajan with that statics, one of, I think, the most popular items at the moment, is not angling for the Kai'Sa right now anyway, as he is looking to build out a Built Different board here.
Yeah, Built Different. We're taking a look here. You can see Ezreal is going to be the primary item holder and carry for the early game. We've actually talked a bit about how Ezreal is just used as an item carrier in a lot of different compositions right now, because he does well with both AP and AD items. So he's just another one of those early 2 costs that you can use to carry items. So works great in a Built Different comp because he's going to be very powerful on the early stages until you replace him. You see a bunch of 2 stars as well. So Wajan's board is immensely strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also has Anima Squad active, if I saw that correctly, is going up. Yeah, there's a Nasus in the front line and a big Garen already in play on 2-5, if I saw that right. So lots and lots of units coming out here to play right at the beginning of these rounds. Hopping over to Appies, who has picked up the Trade Sector, one of my favorite augments ever. I always pick up Trade Sector, even if it's not really good for my comp. It just makes me so happy to keep pressing that button.
I'm also a Trade Sector enjoyer. I like pressing my reroll key. Golden Ticket, Trade Sector, yeah, every time. I'm always picking those augments when I have the opportunity. The Wajan gonna grab another 2-star Poppy, so potentially a Poppy 3 in the cards. However, I think just early game, that's incredibly powerful to have 2-star Poppies in. Great early game unit, Built Different. Wajan's gonna be win streaking for quite a while. It was cool to check in and see what he had, but he even takes out Connor's win streak. On the other side, he's gonna be facing off against, who is this actually? That's Toronto Tokyo, who needs to find a first place here. Currently gonna be lost streaking into Crux.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say 72 HP as we move towards Crux means he has been lost streaking properly, and he is going to take one more big loss here going up against Wajan. That one's gotta hurt as you move forward, but hopefully the gold is doing what it should. And if I saw that correctly, there's 50 gold in the tank for Toronto, which means at least there's something to work with, not like Appies and Sox, who both only have 10 apparently.
Yeah, Appies is broke, but I guess that is kind of the thing that happens with Trade Sector, is you're upgrading your board, you're buying a bunch of stuff, and so you end up having a lot less gold. But Toronto Tokyo, you know, we talk about, hey, he's got to find a first place in this game. full loss streak into Krugs. It's, you know, of course, risky because you lose a lot of HP, but it's important to be able to keep that loss streak. His econ is fantastic at this stage in the game. He started out with Three's Company, so he's at 66 gold with still more gold on his bench right now. This is a lot of money to work with, and for Toronto Tokyo to start trying to find some hits and turn things around, it's a good spot to be when you're angling for a first.
Yeah, absolutely. But you do have to kind of turn it into a strong board. And sometimes, you know, the game just does not give. So we'll see how it goes for Toronto Tokyo. In the previous round, I was watching Ramblin'. We were kind of talking about it. And he rolled down so much gold, did not find a single Kai'Sa as he already had built out the Star Guardian board. So really locking himself into a comp and then not being able to find that crucial unit can sometimes break your streak. 77 gold for Toronto Tokyo. We are looking at where this one is headed currently. A little bit of a mecha angle, looking to those Infinity Team units, but is also holding on to the Zona, holding on to the Rel for now.
Yeah, but very heavily, I think, almost committed in the mecha direction with those item slams. I mean, using 2 tiers for defensive items and leaving a bunch of 80 items on the bench is heavily looking like he wants to go mecha. He wants to go sure shot in this game. Like, that is the comfort for Toronto Tokyo. Of course, we can see Belveth. There's other options. It's not just Samira, but this is certainly saying, hey, I don't want to play AP when jamming 2 tiers into the front line.
Yeah, for sure. You would have made that into a tier if that was your angle, but where are you holding on to the Realm Desona? Are you just keeping those out of the pool? I mean, with that gold, you can afford it, but HP is starting to drop and augments are coming in. Like you're saying, 233, that means there is the option of a Yasuo one coming through. That's the big point here, right? That's what we got to talk about. If there is a Winds of the Wanderer being picked up, that one is very, very strong, and players now have to kind of hop around, see who's picking up that multi-shot, who's picking up that Winds of the Wanderer, what else is it going to be?
Okay, Recursion for Toronto Tokyo. Very strong augment. The Shen augment coming through. It's good with the kind of Infinity variant of the sure shots. That seems to be the angle that Toronto Tokyo wants to take to try and grab this first place. He has the Garen. He slammed the items that are proper for the composition. And so we'll have to see where he ends up going with that as we jump on with Appies. We've got Cleansing Safeguard here for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and that is really cool. He already has the Pantheon 3. He already has the Lulu 3. We are in 3-2. That's where you would have wanted it. Not much gold to work with, but so happy to have that Lee Sin in there. Now, if that is going to be upgraded to 3 as well, we're looking at a good proposition. Now, I'm curious where this one is going to cap out with what everybody else has picked. On the other side, we are seeing Weijin with a Morgana augment coming through, but is the Lulu strong enough to take down the Draven? The ace does come in and is going to give him the double execute here, though.
Yeah, able to get through there. We'll take him down. Take him through. And sorry, I misspoke, Rappies. That is Invigorate. I had them flipped. Cleansing Safeguard is the carry augment, not the support augment. So that is Invigorate instead. That's going to be given the attack speed.
No problem, though, as I do have notice from our observers, and we are seeing it on the left side as well. Everybody can take a deep breath here because there is no Yasuo augment to be found. We are safe and sound. There will be no Hasakis coming for us. We can proceed with our Kai'Sa spam.
Yeah, Goobums instead. He was the one player that we were looking at that maybe could go Yasuo from the spot he was at. He is angled more towards Oxforce. We see this is a Viego with the Zhonya's for now. He may be just item carrying for, you know, Kai'Sa, MF, that stuff later on as we look at the Ginsu's static Shiv sitting on that Lux. It does feel like a Kai'Sa is in the cards for Goobums.
Notably, Sox also picking up the Fierce Freedom on the Morgana, same as Weijin. And that is super interesting because it gives you so much more CC, but it also means that you somehow always have to flex in that Morgana into your comp. So we'll see how that one plays out. I'm not sure what Sox is on right now. We are seeing him on the other side of the board, but the fight has already ended, so we might need to check in with him once again. Good news, Toronto Tokyo seems to have stabilized down there. Didn't lose too much more HP, if I saw that correctly.
Funny enough, looking at Sox's items, it looks like he wants to play Kai'Sa. So I'm I'm interested to see how many Kaisas we end up with, where else these items end up going, because you certainly can do other things with that Gunblade and that Static Shiv, right? It doesn't have to be Kaisa, but yeah, I mean, the items are telling me that Sox would prefer to be playing Kaisa in this game.
Honestly, I think if you are in this lobby, you're kind of scouting around and you're seeing Spetham on that multi-shot. That just means you have to take a step back. Obviously, you're not just letting him take all of those Kaisas, but it does mean that she cannot be your sole focus, because otherwise you are competing with somebody else here. So you need to angle maybe more of the spell slingers, maybe more of the Misfortune. We have seen Anima Squad Ryan's on the Misfortune, which are really, really good. So we'll see if Sox decides to pick that up. Right now, we are on board with him. 40 gold in the making, going up against Garchomp Pro, and does have the Hex Tech, does have the statics, but that doesn't mean we have to go there. We could go Spell Slingers. Twisted Fate does like these items as well.
That's true. Twisted Fate absolutely loves these items. There's definitely ways that you can go away from this, even just any classic Spell Slingers with the Nikos. Just having someone else have a Static Shiv reducing magic resist is just fine, right? It's still a good item, even if it's not your favorite time to have it. But this is really cute from Garchomp Pro, actually playing Get Excited Jinx, the carry augment, with some really great items for this Jinx. I'm curious if we'll see Garchomp full commit to this and just send it to a 3-star Jinx. It can be an absolute menace. We've seen it one-shot some backlines earlier in this tournament. And Garchomp maybe just finding a line that he likes here that stays away from the other main compositions that are being played. His units will not be very contested if he goes for that. And as of right now, that 2-star Jinx with those 2 items is going to give him a big win streak, and I think he should be able to maintain it for a little bit here.
Yeah, and I was just looking it up because I was sure I saw a Jinx 3 somewhere yesterday, and surely enough, the person that played it is in this lobby, but it is Appies. So Appies was on that Jinx 3 yesterday with the Anima Squad. This time around it's Garchomp Pro who has picked that up, and we are also seeing Connor on that Hextech Retribution there on the other side, which is very interesting. Does have the Warwick already, does have the admins in play. We're probably going to get a check-in from our admins what exactly that admin is for Connor as this board takes down Sox.
Yeah, what a strong board. That was huge second win value as well, right? Quite a few units had been dropped a little bit low, and they all healed back up, and it makes it such a horrible loss for Sox, taking a ton of damage. And speaking of a ton of damage, Toronto Tokyo has taken a ton himself. He's down to 28. But once again, we're on this board when he's got a lot of gold to spend, a lot of upgrades to find. He's on Belveth 1, Garen 1, Aurelion Soul 1, right? Everything can still be found. He can still find Samira. He can still find so many other directions from here. And he's going to have to very soon with this 57 gold, whether it's a level to 8 and find it then, or just a massive roll down here on 7.
Yeah, absolutely true. Let's see where this one is headed. Toronto Tokyo has been bleeding throughout the entire game, it seems like, but so much gold to work with, is trying to make something here. We're seeing a little bit of a move, Belveth being itemized, and still 70 gold to go, but he doesn't seem to be too worried. At this point, you know, it's where I start sweating, where I start spending gold. Toronto Tokyo does none of these, is holding units and units upon units on the bench with so much gold in the tank. It's not on Rich Get Richer or something. There's no need to have 70 gold, but he's saying, I want to go 8, and in order to do that, I'm just going to hold on to this.
So he's going to send it here on 4-2. He's going to find his augment, figure out exactly what he wants to do, if it gives even further direction. Full send, and then essentially probably not be allowed to lose anymore for the rest of the game because he's very low and he might lose this fight. Actually, he might have gotten strong enough with the Scare and the Belveth. It's pretty close, as we do see the Belveth almost get taken down there by the Jinx. It's very close. She stays alive a little bit longer. Maybe it's enough, but now the Jinx has free reign. There's no damage coming through this Garen. It's just a matter of can the redemption hang on, but I think Garchomp Pro should be able to clean this up with the Jinx carry. So yeah, Toronto Tokyo gonna have to send it here on 4-2, and then we will see if he can hang on. We can see if he builds a strong enough board to contend for that first place that he desperately needs.
Yeah, and it is going to be a low impact silver augments. Maybe Toronto Tokyo also kind of holding on for the case that a Rich Get Richer comes around. It's not going to be the case here for him. However, Thieves Gloves being picked up, he does go to level 8 and rolls a little bit. Let's see where this one is headed. Morgana comes into play. He does have a lot of units on the bench that he could use here. Is going to make that Misfortune too, although he needs to put that in. Not really mana heavy items on her available, no Star Guardian available either. Could go leaning into that Anima Squad, but honestly, Fortu, a little late to make Anima Squad your main trait here. Is going to go with the Thieves Gloves, and they are delivering. Okay, I take it back. There are your items.
Yeah, but hitting in Misfortune 2 when you're angling for Samira is really unfortunate, because you can't really play both of those units unless you hit the rest of the aces, completely whiffing on Garen's, whiffing on Belveth's. This is a really tough roll down for Toronto Tokyo, and he may not even win the next fights he plays. Goobum's looking weak enough that Toronto Tokyo should be able to find this one, but his board's not looking infallible. It's not looking strong enough that I feel confident to say that he's going to beat everybody in this lobby for the time being, and certainly people will catch up very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Goobums is going to take a loss here. He was hoping to get that Yasuo augment, does not come through. Socks now also knocked down there to 30 HP, and Goobums following up with 35. Now, all of these players are looking to really turn this one around. They still need to make that cutoff. They need that first place. And right now, it's looking rough. Garchomp Pro hits another Jinx. It's not yet at the Jinx 3, but moving closer. 6 Jinxes are now at least on board for him. I don't know if he has another one. Could be. We'll see in a second as we hop on over to Appies.
Yeah, Appy's pretty close to a couple more 3 stars for this heart comp, for this Lulu carry. Needs some items for her, but hey, the Thieves Gloves got him this time. Gets the cute cone, gives some extra AP over to that Lulu. And he's got a champion duplicator, so really just finding one of these two, he's got a duplicator to help with the other.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's exactly what he's looking for. And that Jinx, you know, she doesn't look as weak as I thought we were going to see her, but the Pantheon does come her way. Lulu support in the backline is going to take her down.
Yeah, Garchomp Pro needs the Jinx 3, so she'll start actually one-shotting these front lines, these back lines when she fires off those rockets. Jinx 2 has been outscaled here in stage 4. Zune okay in stage 3, but yeah, not gonna be enough here. If you take stock of the items going down the line, I'm not seeing anything too crazy, but Mecha Emblem for Toronto Tokyo, I don't remember when he got that. Maybe he had it very early on.
Just looking all across the board what everybody is on. Socks still with that extra duplicator. Appies and Weijin both have one as well, although they have the bigger brother. It's only a small one for Socks available right now. We are seeing all of the augments on the left side as well come through. Now, we are looking at the players that are all fighting as Garchomp Pro hits that Jinx 3.
There it is.
Toronto Tokyo finds Belveth 2, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, Appy's grabbing that Lee Sin 3 as well. I mean, Toronto Tokyo, I'm very curious if he's going to be able to find some wins. Wow, Appy's getting Malphite 3 as well. What a huge spike for Appy's. And that's who Goobums is going up against. This is not when you wanted to run into Appy's. Look how insane that board is, full of 3 stars with the supers. This front line super tanky. The only thing that Appy's has left to do is actually get his carries itemized, make sure he's got damage, because he's got beef for days.
He does. Look at all of those units. On the other side is a Twisted Fate trying to shred through those units for his life. Is not going to work out. Goobums will find a loss here, and so did Toronto Tokyo. Now down to single digits. 7 HP. That is not where you want it to be in a lobby where you so desperately needed that first place.
All right, Socks committed to the Morgana carry, has 6 Morganas and that duplicator, so only needs to find 2 more. It is a mini duplicator, so there's literally no better unit for him to use it on.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see how how he navigates this further as we hop on over to Toronto, Tokyo. He still has 2 Samiras, was hoping to play Samira carry, does not come into play. 1 copy away from the Garen 2 as well. The game did not give Toronto, Tokyo much to work with here on his roll downs. He looked pretty desperate as he moved on, and now it's Toronto, Tokyo up against Sox. His hope is on that Misfortune, on that Aurelion Soul in the backline. Can they take out the enemy units before anything else happens to them? The Asol on the right side, he's been hitting that extra target dummy what seems like forever, trying to get a cast off. It did happen, didn't do too much damage, but now it's only the Morgana that is alive on the other side, but she takes down 2 units with 1 binding shot, and Toronto, Tokyo knocked down to 1 HP.
Even though he's not out yet, it does feel like Toronto, Tokyo did not hit hard enough, has no gold, is not going to be making it to that first that he needed. I do love how he played this game. I think that in that spot, he could have tried to roll on 7 and stabilize and spent a lot of gold in that situation because his early econ was good, but I don't know that that would net him a first place. I think he could probably have looked for a top 4, but by going fast 8, he opened up the situation where he could high roll very heavily and set himself up to completely dominate this lobby, get that first place, and, you know, lock in a spot in the top 16. So I respect the way Toronto, Tokyo played this, even though it didn't work out. We saw the rolls. He just didn't find the things he needed. He found 2 stars of units that just did not work synergistically with the items and composition he had. So really well done overall. Just didn't happen. He finds the Garen 2. Maybe he'll hang out for a little bit longer, but I think he's going to be hard pressed to find that first.
Yeah, I mean, Sox just had a Samira in shop. He can just, like, mentally send that one over to
over.
Toronto.
Yeah.
Maybe then Toronto still has a chance. As Wajan hits a Mordekaiser 2
Whoa,
here
a
in
5-1?
5-1. That is pretty crazy if you ask me. But Oppi's currently dominating this lobby. Everybody else still scrambling. Goobum's trying to get out of the pickle that he finds himself in. And so is Sox. Did win the last round, but is he going to make it against Goobum's, who's also so desperately trying to hang on?
Yeah, Goobums we really need to pay attention to here, because the one thing he needs to avoid is an 8th. He has 22 points right now. We think the cutoff is likely to be at 24. It's possible he gets in at the 23, but you really do not want to chance the fates with that one. So Goobums needs to stay alive. He needs to outlive Toronto, Tokyo, or he needs to outlive Sox. And, you know, speaking of Sox, right, he needs a much better placement than this in order to make it through. He's at 19 points. He has to make it towards that top 4 in order to lock in a spot in the top 16. So Goobums, Sox fighting tooth and nail for these last few spots in the top 16.
Notably, Toronto, Tokyo was able to win 1 round. So maybe this is the return. Maybe this is the arc where he turns it all around and claws his way all the way up there. I don't believe it, but it could be possible. So we'll see how this one goes out. Sox moving up against Spetham. Can he take down the Kaisa 3 that Spetham has put online? That's a massive unit. That's exactly what you needed when you were looking for that 1 or 8th playstyle. And she is here to dish out the damage, supported by the multi-shot. She is going to come through and take what is rightfully ours as she downs the entire enemy board. Sox knocked out here.
Yeah, Spetham's Kaisa going to eliminate Sox from the Mecha Cup. Goobum's gonna follow quickly behind. Now, I did say he needed to just avoid 8. That's gonna put Goobums at 24. There's still a world that that's not safe, so Goobum's gonna be holding his breath until we see that final score screen to see if he's made it to that top 16, but he may have done enough by holding on just 1 more placement. Toronto, Tokyo, he still needs that first. I don't have faith, but hey, let's see how long he can hold on, how long he can ride this ride.
You know, there's like a mentally last stand buff that has proc for Toronto, Tokyo, trying to claw it out. Garchomp Pro also on 5 HP are going up with Toronto, Tokyo against Appies. Appies on the Lulu carry. The Zephyr does not hit what it was supposed to. The Lulu gets to free cast there in that 2nd row. She is profiting of the thrill. So lots and lots of extra healing coming through. And the Belveth is trying to take down this front line, doing a really good job. Misfortune with suboptimal items is going to be able to take down this board. And Toronto, Tokyo is able to hang on 1 more round.
He's still alive. He's doing it. But, you know, regardless, we're still looking at the rest of the bubble players here. It will keep tabs on Toronto, Tokyo if somehow by a miracle He's able to keep clawing this back, but Garchomp Pro had 23 points coming in with 2 players eliminated. He should be making that top 16. He should be in a really good spot here from that 23, being able to lock in at least 3 more points. And then Appies is the other one, heavily on the bubble, 20 points. He's starting to look good, especially with the 40 HP that he's got. He, of course, wants to place as high as possible, set him up to try and make that top 8. But end of the day, he should be trying to squeeze his way in. He should be squeezing his way in as long as he doesn't just free fall from this 40 HP spot.
Yeah, absolutely. We are looking over Toronto Tokyo's shoulder. Still has not found that Samira too is still holding on
So-
to the copies.
No one else is playing Samira, right?
No,
Like, this isn't like...
I don't think so. We'll have to see if maybe somebody else has
Yeah,
picked
I
her
don't
up
think
to kind
there's
of flex her
any
in.
Samiras.
I think Weijin might be on a Samira with that built
Oh,
diff.
sure. Yeah. Yeah,
We'll
he could
see.
be on a Samira. Okay, well, Toronto Tokyo going against Spetham. This is a really scary board. That is the Misfortune 2. That is a Kaisa 3. Kaisa's going to be burning down on that Garen. We're waiting for that MF cast. Here it comes. Can it get the execute on the Garen? It does, finally. And now, still just looking like the Belveth trying to chase through, get onto the Kaisa, not able to take her down in Toronto Tokyo. Finally going to fall in 6th. He fought so hard to stay alive after a very rough roll down on the fast 8. Only able to squeeze out a 6th, and that means Garchomp Pro going to be able to claw a few more points out of this one, try and set himself up to make that top 8 once we get into game 6. And Appy's looking even better for that top 16.
Yeah, and honestly, like if you're looking at this board, you have the 4 Prankster even online now with the Gnar coming into play. You have a 5 Anima squad, you have the Jinx 3, you have extra support from the Vayne, a big beefy front line. You're looking at this and you're thinking, this should be good, right? He should be top 4. But there are other boards and they're trying to not make that happen. On the other side, Shroud of Stillness is not going to hit the Jinx, but there is a LeBlanc and she is going to get some stacks onto that Archangels. How quickly can the Jinx reach her? That is going to be the questions. Extra CC coming in from the undertow of Urgot is going to hold her up just for a second, and in the meantime the Warwick has charged up. He is on his way and in her face, taking her down. I don't think she can come back from this. The Prankster trying to help her here. She does take him down and is moving on to the LeBlanc and is able to claw out the win here on the back of 4 Prankster.
Wow, the Prankster popping off there. The Jinx doing so much damage, and Garchomp does it himself, knocking Connor out, makes it into the top 4. Appy's needed the top 4 as well. He's there. He's been losing a lot of HP, getting a little outscaled on his reroll comp, but he has got to be happy with this placement, getting this top 4, finding everything with that trade sector with these rerolls. So many of these 3 stars, and that Gadgettine emblem actually pretty nice, adding some damage and tankiness to his Lulu and Pantheon.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a good pickup. He did get that from the Carousel just 3 rounds ago, and the Lulu is profiting so much from it. Obviously, every other Gadgettine as well, notably the Pantheon there in the front line is going to be very, very tanky with it as well. Really, really good to see that, and looking for that Zona 3 is 1 copy away. The roll down starts now. There she is. Big upgrade. 1 more golden unit for this board here. It's only the Gangplank and the Alistar that are not really upgrade. Oh, and the Annie, she was hiding there to the left side that he does not have on 3-star right now, is sweating that Shroud of Stillness placement here towards what could be a last round going up against Weijin.
Yeah, he missed that Nunu, but I guess he still gets to keep Spellslinger in for his Sona, so not the end of the world. He still gets a little bit of value out of that as he takes on Weijin, the built different. And hey, there's the Samiras. It's on Weijin's board. You were right, Makes. We found them. At the end of the day, they are there. Weijin looking so strong going up against Appies. That Samira taking out just about everything. On the other side, though, Garchomp Pro, can he stay alive against Spetham? It's going to be a big shot coming out of the Jinx, but everything's split up enough, and Jinx cannot get the backline access. Here comes the Prankster. 1 more shot. No, the Rocket not going to be there, and Garchomp Pro going to fall down to Spetham. So now it is just the 1v1 mix as Appies goes out in 3rd, and Garchomp Pro goes out in 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. So Weijin here with 13 HP trying to take down Spetham. Spetham, who has been so massively striking. He found that multi-shot early. He found the Kaisa nearly instantly. There's a Rel 3 in the shop as well. Is going to sell off the Sintra to make that dream happen. Still has a loaded dice that he can use to try and target something. But honestly, looking at this board, you nearly found everything that you were looking for. Maybe, just maybe the Sintra 2 would be something you want, but everything else is already there, and that Kaisa is having a grand old time going up against Weijin. He could knock Weijin down here, taking a lot of damage from the undertow as she moves on towards the enemy carriage. She's taken a lot of damage from the Twisted Fate. The Misfortune comes in with a supportive ult, and it is Leona that takes her down as last hit. We're going into another round. Spetham taken down just a tiny notch here.
Oh, Leona coming in with the bop, taking him out immediately at the end there. And, well, I was just watching that Mordekaiser damage from Weijin's Mord, almost just deleting the entire backline immediately. But the healing from the Gunblade was able to get the Kaisa all the way back up. And the fact is there's no ace here, right? This is built different. So it's not the normal big AoE damage and then everything gets cleaned up by the Samira, and it's not 4 ace, you know, getting those big executes. So you've got to get the rest of the damage through, and just that one big hit is not enough from the Mordekaiser. So we'll see how this next fight goes, as Mord once again going to be able to drop the building. It's not going to hit onto the back line this time, just trying to help clean up the front line though, and that might be even better, seeing as how they healed up last time. Now Samira gets backline access quicker, and it looks like this fight might be going in favor of Weijin once again, but no, Kaisa stays alive a little bit longer, and a little bit longer is plenty enough. Weijin down to 2 HP.
Yeah, I'm so surprised Weijin is still alive here, but it was, of course, an ideal loss here going into the carousel. And honestly, I'm still processing that Leona coming up, just walking up casually, just Leona 1, no items, walking up casually, and just like bonking Kaisa 3 on the head with her shield, like the true shield maiden she is. But we'll see. Samira 2 being hit by Weijin, was hoping to maybe upgrade her to Samira 3. Still has a loaded dice. Could have used those. But yeah, there we go. Is not going to give anything here. Far away with 3 copies missing. Has to just win this by outplaying. And he has so much to keep in mind with the exiles. You're trying to really outsmart this augment. Make sure that you have it on all the units where you need it, but also have a little bit of protection where you can against the cone that is Misfortune's ult. And we're going to watch it one more time. Syndra right away is going to throw in an extra unit to distract from the battlefield. The building falls down from Mordekaiser, does not hit the Kaisa, but the Kaisa does hit the enemy backline, taking out the Samira. This fight is won. She is moving on to the Twisted Fate, and Spetham takes home a win in game 5 as what could be the last lobby to several players.
Spetham is now going to be challenging Ripple for that first place spot, getting a first place. He was 4 points behind, but if Ripple didn't do something spectacular in this lobby, then Spetham is going to be nipping at the heels. He's going to be catching up. Necra, what an awesome game. We're going to be finding out people who made it to the top. I'm just stoked. How did you feel about it?
I just, that was a lot of 3 stars. That's honestly the only thing that I had on my mind looking at all of the boards in that game was, there are a lot of 3 stars on the first and second place boards. Even just taking a look at kind of how like Appy's board was as well, just finding so many big upgrades. That was really, really cool to see. But I feel like it was still, at the end of the day, like, we saw a lot of players, they knew that they needed those first, second, top 4s. They definitely tried to play to those outs.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. We saw for Toronto, Tokyo, it just didn't work out. The roll downs were devastating. I'm still going to cry about that later when I go to bed, you know. But for other players, it worked. So we'll see how the results come in. I'm curious to find out what has been going on in the other lobbies, you know, and kind of want to know who made it to those top 16.
Yeah, I would love to as well. So I know we're going to be tallying everything up just to make sure that it is all correct before we reveal who is going to be making it forward, because Casanova, we still have 2 more games to play. It's going to be our top 16, and then we cut the field in half again.
Yeah, I mean it's still huge, right? Like even though this was about getting into the top 16 and just trying to make sure that you still have another game, another chance to try and catch up, to climb towards that top 8, to climb towards that top 4. But end of the day, you still just need to get your best placements in all 7 of these games if you're going to get that top 4 and get that spot to regionals.
Absolutely. Well, I think our scoreboards at least are ready for how everybody else did in the other 3 lobbies. So let's go ahead and see how that played out. Looks like we've got Snap kind of, doing a little bit of getting a little bit of a retribution there, getting the first on the board. Kindle Gem though as well. Setsuko also just doing a phenomenal job. And I kind of want to just go through this really quickly because we all want to take a look at those final lobbies, of course, to see who actually made it through. So let's take a look at the compositions as well of who was able to make it. And makes anything kind of stand out to you here about these first place comps?
I mean, obviously the Kaisa kind of is a thing. We've known that there's a Star Guardian emblem involved for Kindle, but shout out to Setsuko with the Animo Squad's Jinx carry. That's something we love seeing. Then also there was a Gadgeteen Knar taking a first place in Lobby A.
Can I jump in real quick, Necra, and just say that Dish Soap took another 8th here, which is his second 8th of the Mecha Cup, which is double the amount of total 8s he has in the rest of the set's tournament play. Coming into Mecha Cup, he had taken a single 8th over the course of 49 games. And then in Mecha Cup, he's taken 2 8ths, and he's still, if I'm remembering the scores correctly, should still be in an okay spot to make into the top 16. So he's still a crazy player, but it's so weird to see Dish Soap actually taking 8ths when it's been so uncharacteristic for him.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I remember going into the mid-set finale, we saw Dish Soap just at the top of the leaderboard completely, but we'll have to see exactly who our 16 players are going to be moving forward because Dish Soap may be one of them, and it looks like he barely squeaked in.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Goobums didn't quite make it with the 24. We talked about how that was going to be close. 24 ends up being the tiebreaker, and Ramblin' at 24 didn't lose out in tiebreakers, notably. We love that for our King Ramblin'.
Yeah.
Love to see that. But Dish sneaking in.
I was really hoping that Ramblin' was going to make it, and after that last game it was looking so rough, and he's one of the players that are kind of known for losing out on these tiebreakers, so happy to have him go through. But honestly, I also want to note down how dominant Spetham, Ripple Overdrive, and now also Replay are sitting up there. It's just massive amount of points.
Of course, and especially looking forward to the fact that, like, now our top 16 have to play against each other. We're going to be seeding the lobbies so that we get a nice even distribution there, but oh my goodness, it's looking pretty top-heavy again, Casanova. We saw that even yesterday, looking at our top 32.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the bottom side of this is 24 points. Ramblin' and Dish Soap are going to have to do huge amount of work in these next 2 games to try and grab a top 4 spot, or even in this next game to try and grab a top 8 spot. They're 4 points behind the bottom of the top 8 already. It's going to be a lot of lifting to try and improve their placements, but those are 2 players that are certainly capable of it. But we said in game, hey, Spetham grabs a first. He wanted to take that in dominant fashion, and he did overtake Ripple Overdrive, who did end up grabbing a 6th, one of the lower placements that he's taken all day. And because of that, Spetham now our point leader.
Yeah, amazing, because I can't wait to see how everything else is going to play out. It is unfortunate that we do have to say goodbye to 16 of our players now, but boy did they put on a heck of a show for us when it came down to the lobbies that we have been treated to over the last 2 days that we've been able to see on broadcast. So looking forward to seeing what's in store for us, as we've got to get those lobbies ready to go, because game number 6 is coming up right after this. We're back with the Mecha Cup, and we have Game 6 upon us as we have cut the competition that started off the day in half. We've got 16 players now competing, Mort, and we have some really exciting news as well. As now that we have started to look at the qualifier points that have been handed out, we've got some other players that are moving forward to that NA Regional Finals.
Yeah, looking at the list, so with this standings now, like, things can still change, but these 9 players locked in their spot to regionals. They did it, so congratulations, they made it. Setsuko, Clear, Replay, Ripple Overdrive, DQA, Kuramex, Jukyu, Cottontail, and Garchomp Pro. So all of them, congratulations, they made it to regionals. Now, there's could be different spots based on different scenarios. It's all a little complicated, not going to bore everyone with those details now. Still some more spots up for grabs, but wanted to say congrats to those 9 players. They've made it to regionals, which is, the big tournament, big prize pool, and a chance at the championship. So congrats to those 9.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how the rest of our players get rounded out as we look towards the final 2 games of the day. And Boop, I can't wait to see what's going to happen here when we look forward to following Lobby B. We have seeded our lobbies for our top 16, and this is what we've got. We've got, I don't know how you want to talk about this one, like D-Pay, Ripple Overdrive coming in there from the same study group, and then you've also got some favorites.
I mean, yeah, personal favorites, general favorites, but something I also want to just really, I know we harped on it a little bit, and we make fun of Ramblin for losing tie breaks all the time. What's really funny is he technically did lose a tie break in his last lobby. Him and Robin ended with the same HP total, and he lost that tie break, and thank goodness, because that means I think that gave him the opportunity to win this one to get into these final 16. But the reason why I bring that up is actually, if you're on the bottom side of the leaderboard, like Ramblin, so great that you won that tiebreaker. You still got a long way to go. I think you're more than 10 points away from number 1 at this point, so you have to make up a deficit plus some in just the next lobby, pretty much. So that's still a tough go of it, so maybe a top 4 might be more realistic than a top 1, but most likely the people in the top 6 to 8 are going to be the most likely to end up on top at the end of the day, but you still can fight through. You never know what can happen. We saw Snap go 8-8-8-1, which is one of my favorite tournament performances ever. So again, anything can happen.
It was definitely nice to see Snap get that win at the very end of that lobby, but I mean, you're right, like, points carry over. We've been hitting that home all broadcast, and this is definitely where that's going to count as we take a look at just how the meta of the tournament is even going to play out here. We've seen some really incredible things so far. What's kind of been your favorite moment of maybe yesterday or today? I just actually am getting word that we're ready for the game, so never mind. I'm gonna have you hold that thought until after the game here, so let's go ahead and get into it.
Well, let's go ahead and create more moments then, right, Mort? Let's do it! Here is the penultimate lobby, my favorite multisyllabic word, if I have one. It's the second to last lobby, and arguably one with substantial stakes. And Ripple Overdrive here, sitting in second place, just needs to keep it going, right? Something I kind of mentioned earlier is I'd rather have control of my own destiny right now, and Ripple Overdrive in that second place surely falls into that category.
Yeah, for sure. I like how everyone was describing the moments. It just takes me back all the way to set 1 when people used to meme about memorable moments and all the high rolls and how far we've come since then. But Yeah, like you said here, Ripple gets a 2-star Wukong, which is always good to get an early 2-star tank. Those end up doing really well. Being in second place, this is where he doesn't have to play quite as risky, quite as aggressive, right? He can win this tournament with something like a third and a second here as long as he does really well. And so I'd really like to see him, at least from this position, just play really solid TFT and not take a crazy risk.
Okay, so, this is where actually you can kind of stay back, be a little bit more reactive, right? You don't need to kind of set the stage as much, because getting that top 4 seems to be easier for some people than others, but what Ripple has been playing all day, seems like that's been a pretty easy spot for him so far. And like you said, he's already got a pretty good start with a tier 2 tank unit. We've seen a couple of lobbies, some really good, really strong backlines get completely trolled by their front lines because they were non-existent at the time. So let's see if this is going to be the kind of start that Ripple gets to just kind of top 4 going into the next lobby, so he knows exactly what to do in order to win the whole thing at this point. Definitely not in a similar position as someone, say, Ramblin in the other lobby. As we get to our first augment, it's going to be gold.
Yeah, I think gold is the thing a lot of people are most used to. Ends up taking second wind, which is going to give him some good pacing here in the early game. Does also find the Yasuo in shop, so now he has the chance to run 3 laser core, and I think 3 laser core can be a really good start. It means he will have to give up his defender frontline if he wants to, so we'll have to see if he makes that decision. But instead, I think just going to opt for a really strong frontline here. I'm a little worried about the lack of damage from this, but hopefully the Wukong can just outdo here. Instead switches it to the Ashe. I like this. Draven going to be a little more effective than the Ashe. And again, 2 defender is a really good start. Has the 2 Star Guardian as well. The Nila is going to keep everyone healthy, as well as the second wind. So this is a pretty solid stage 2 comp that isn't going to lock your direction at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, you see Ramblin, who has that Spellslinger emblem. That's going to lock his direction pretty clearly from this point on.
Yeah, Spellslingers has been very, very, very popular, especially with that Star Guardian package going around it. But, I mean, look, tankiness in the front line. This Annie's going to have to do a lot of work, enable a lot of time for this Lulu, who should be able to get 1, maybe 2 more kills after this. And that Annie's sticking around a lot longer than I think some of us might have anticipated. But even that little bit of ace for the Draven helping out when it comes to completing this round, at least with a 2-unit win over Ramblin.
Yeah, again, there's just so much power with the Gargoyle Stoneplate, Wukong 2, and the second win. So we get a look at the augments here. Asa, I think the big winner here with the Laser Core. That's going to give a pretty big bump and can play that if he hits the other Laser Core. Kivix, we'll have to see what he gets out of that Ancient Archives, giving him a Tome of Traits. Replay going Oxforce Emblem, which I think has gone down a bit in popularity, so we'll have to see where he takes that. Otherwise, some pretty standard stuff across the board. Dace with that Salvage Bin, which now gives 3 components just a little bit later. But yeah, I think Asa right now looking like kind of the big winner from the 2-1 augment side, if he can get the comp to back that up.
Yeah, we actually saw Laser Core comp do quite well in that last lobby. Did fall off a little bit, or a couple lobbies ago, near the end game, but definitely helped us through the early game quite well. Another unit that's been moderately more popular today than yesterday is Sona. We've been seeing the run for Sona 3 a couple times. This one's just there to kind of spell out the rest of the Spellslingers for D-Pay, as we get just a strong Lulu again on the other side of the board. This time Ramblin getting a little bit of revenge on D-Pay for that first round loss.
Yeah, for sure. And so Kivix does manage to get the Gadgettine emblem out of his tome, so that's a really good thing to hit here. So that opens up again something like the 5 Gadgettine very early. Interestingly enough, already has the hard part of the job done, right? He's got the Annie and the Gnar. Now he just needs the Poppy and the Lulu. And having 0 Poppy and Lulus right now is a little bit of a disappointment here. But, is still able to take advantage, has that Gadgettine Warmogs. And so we'll have to see what he can go from here. But I don't expect him to win a lot of rounds. Does have good econ, though. 20 gold, and we've seen Kivix really like some of these reroll positions he can get in.
The Kivix was our Stacks on Stacks player that's top forward with that first aid kit, Bloodthirster, Stacks on Stacks, Nasus. So we also know that he's totally down to go a line that some other people might not want to. Oh, and we do slam some items just to steal a unit, and it does work. Do we get another one? We don't, but But we do get an extra unit because of that item slam. So if you're really worried about losing too much in the early game, that's a great thing to do. Sometimes even just a bow or just a crit glove has helped to help overcome certain disadvantages in the early game as we get an anvil. Plus, a lot of people have actually slammed a shiv so far, 3.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting to see. Right now, I think if you're one of the people at the bottom of the health standings, you're looking for that gold to get your economy going. Getting one of these anvil carousels at 2-4 is not particularly popular right now. You miss out on like the 3 gold boosts that you could get, which could help you hit another economic breakpoint. Meanwhile, the win streakers are getting sort of 2 components, one of which they get to choose, and so that can allow them to really push that advantage. And so Garchomp Pro and Replay really liking that glitched out carousel, and we'll have to see what they do with it. Some of them might even save the item though, right? Like for example here you might just slam the Sunfire and then save the Anvil so that based on what you hit later, you can get an even more optimal situation. And so we'll have to see what Replay does here, but really liking his situation here, playing around that Lux 2, which is very good in the early game. And as you called out, the 2 Sonas here, maybe get lucky, find a Sona 2 pretty early.
Oh, that would be very, very, very great. Sona is someone who can kind of bait you into a little bit of confidence if you're on the other side. That heal comes through, and then you got the stun, and then everyone seems to come right back. But this Pantheon, one of your favorite units, going to be hopping like it's a trampoline park around these parts, and looking like, see, and that's what I was talking about with the Sona just then. It can bait you into a little bit of confidence. We're going to get another cast, too, so the Lux is going to be able to take down that Pantheon, and without that Lulu, that could have been a 2-unit loss. Is that going to be enough? It is, as Lux actually gets the twofer just then, popping those units.
Yeah, I want to call out this Neela and Sona in particular. If you can run 2 of them in the early game, often the fights are slow enough that they get enough time to heal each other, and they can just kind of create the situation where you get a ton of effective health, which again is really important in the early game. And so the 2 Sonas there kind of healing each other and keeping the Annie alive there made the difference, allowing Lux the time to get the key kill and allowing the win streak to continue. So right now it's all going to come down to, will Replay face Garchomp Pro? And if they do, who's going to keep the streak? So we see Thrill, and this is it. This is the fight for the win streak. Very similar comps. Lux 2 versus LeBlanc 1. LeBlanc 1 has more items, has that Thrill of the Hunt, which is really valuable. Already up a unit. All right, it's 4-4 now, looking pretty close. Annie dropping. Sona's going to need a big heal. Big heal from Sona here. It's now looking 3-3. This is going to be really close, but I feel like the Thrill is just going to make the difference, unfortunately, and it might go to Garchomp Pro, showing the power of that early Thrill, and sure enough, that's going to do it. And so Garchomp Pro getting the big win streak here going into, and that's, you love to be in that position.
Yeah, that Thrill specifically good against Lux, too, in that situation. A unit that is not ever going to really one-shot you, and so they're going to leave you with that damage. If that unit gets a kill, then it's a whole other ult cycle before you're able to get another kill there, especially since you're going front to back with that unit now. Switching on over to Garchomp Pro now. Let's see if this LeBlanc is going to be as sticky as some other ones. We actually saw Ramblin win an admin at LeBlanc game, and this one, it's the every 5 seconds your team will heal 150 health, so if this starts ramping up and we keep the admin in, then we might see some healing mitigation needing to be used.
Yeah, I should have noticed that earlier, but that admin in particular is insanely powerful in Stage 2. It falls off, obviously, because it's just flat heal, 150 health, but in the early game, when you're healing your entire team that much every 5 seconds, that is a ton of power, and that explains kind of the win streak here. So really good use of that admin to get the win streak. But again, now's the part where it falls off. The other thing to point out there is he had 4 rods, right? He already had a death cap, a rod, and then dropped another rod. So that's going to put him in kind of an awkward situation with what to do with those items.
Okay, so speaking of items, we get, man, that hat is looking mighty nice on the Sona. We might not be able to hear her speak, but we see what she looks like here with the Rabadons and the blue buff. We saw that on, we saw something similar, a blue buff on an Axiomark Lulu. That was absolutely terrifying in a lobby or 2 ago. We also have the Radiant, or the Gadgettine Ionic that's going to be very, very helpful here with the Annie getting kept alive by things like this Sona. So not only is the the healing going to be really nice for something like the Annie? The stuns are also going to be really nice to keep your front line alive as well. And that's what you were talking about, that effective health. It's a little bit of a mirage when a Soda is on the board. You have to just assume the heal's coming through and not get bait into, again, oh, this comp doesn't look that great, but then really the effective health that Sona is given is making that comp a lot stronger than it might initially just on the eye test.
Yeah, so we have a 3-3-4 here. And there's a couple different options here, actually. The Gnar support augment is very good for the 5 Gadgeting, and so this is a pretty solid pick here. That's kind of what I expect. But again, knowing it's a 3-3-4, there's a lot of different options. And the other thing here is on this roll down, we need to be looking for a Poppy. Poppy is really what we're going to keep an eye on here. If he's already level 6, and there's the Poppy, manages to find it here, that's big. Rolls past the Poppy. Okay, finds another one, thankfully. Wasn't punished. No one saw that. But that's going to give him the 5 Gadgeting now, and the Sona's going to be doing well. So it all worked out in the end.
That's like when you drop something and you're alone in the kitchen and you catch it and you're like, did anyone see? Hopefully no one did that time, but I'm sure we actually did catch that. You know, sometimes your brain just, you're focusing on so many different aspects of the game that the thing that you actually need to look at becomes a bit of a mirage as well. This LeBlanc still sitting at just the 1 cost. You're already seeing just how much of a better front line is going to be hard for this LeBlanc, especially if that power level stays the same as Garchomp, who, you know, ended the 100 streak earlier, is now going to be losing a couple in a row as well.
Yeah, there were some interesting augments here because, again, it was a 3-3-4, and so a lot of people got some big spikes. For example, here, Asa gets well fed, which is going to allow him to get 5 Laser Core very early, which is really powerful. You can see here, kind of struggling with his items a little bit, but 5 Laser Core is going to carry pretty hard here. Some other big augments here, we see Dace choosing a Twisted Fate carry, Deepay choosing Sona carry. Garchomp Pro, I think, another big one to call out here because he had the Nico support where it powers you up if you have a Shojin. And we're seeing this on the other side here. But already had another Shojin, which is a great situation to be in. So now both the Lux and the Nico are benefiting from that extra AP. And you can see he used those rods to make 2 death caps. And so he'll struggle a little bit right now, but eventually, if this Nico can become 2-star, we might see him do pretty well. Also getting the healing from the Thrill, really saving him here. The one thing to call out, though, is he is contested. Ramblin also took Nico's Easy Being Green augment. So, and then the last one I have to call out because it's very unique, and I don't think we were expecting to see this today, is Ripple Overdrive took the Echo Carry augment. That is an augment that turns Echo into a damage dealer that I don't think we were expecting to see.
Yeah, Echo kind of used to bait attention into just the Echo after he dives into the back line. Everyone just baits onto the Echo, right? But this time the Echo's also going to be doing a little bit of extra special. Spent some time in the hyperbaric time chamber, right? Hyperbolic time chamber, and came out with Super Saiyan powers potentially. Wow, that Garchomp item list was wild to look at. 2 Sojins and 2 hats. What's better than 1 hat? 2. It's like a wig reveal, right? You take off 1 hat, another hat's underneath. As we have a level 7 player here which is pretty common at 3-5, but we have about 20 gold, and we've got our 5 Infinity team already, but no emblems, which is something that this comp really does like to have.
Yeah, again, you really want to see with this if you can get to that 7 Infiniteam cap. The nice thing here, though, is he does have the Twisted Fate carry augment, and so that is going to give him a bunch of gold if he can keep these fights going. But on the other side is up against Kivix with an Aurelion Soul 2, Gadgeting with what I would call darn near perfect items. Death Cap works really well since there's no base AP, has the blue buff already. Kind of just needs to stabilize his front line. But that was really close. So this is a really cool Aurelion Soul that he's got going on here. He just needs to get that front line beefed up a bit.
Okay, Sona. Okay, you don't need to brag about your gains, my friend, all right? As a music major, I took that a little personally, Sona. Their power of music is on your side. As we go back over to Ramblin', like you said, we have the Shojins here. It's going to be the double Shojins, but the MF is going to be there. And something that we have seen a lot of is MF and Kaisa holding hands into the top 4. Ramblin' needs a top 2 top 3 placement to try to fight for that one of the last spots in the final 8 after we do cut the field in half in the Sweet 16 round into the Elite 8 coming through. I came up with those terms all by myself. Isn't that crazy? But now we have... Yeah, go for it.
The only thing that worries me about this situation here is the Spellslinger emblem ends up being pretty wasted at this point because you're kind of playing around the Kaisa and the MF. It's still going to be some decent damage here, and I think his itemization is better than the person, who had the 2 death caps, unfortunately. But, we're going to have to see if he can get everything else going, so...
All right. Something that was actually really intriguing on I think it was Ripple's board was how Lux and Nico actually might be a similar kind of combo as Kaisa Misfortune, in the sense that their damage styles work really well together. It enables each of them to potentially get that execute and that thrill advantage. As we move over to Asa, who is having a little bit of a hard time right now. We have the 5 laser core, but still a couple tier 1 units, and one of them is a tank.
Yeah, this is not the situation you want to see right now. Asa was lucky and managed to get 5 laser core early, but laser core is a very big tempo comp, right? It does very well when everyone's ramping up, but because it's flat damage, it starts to fall off pretty hard in the late game. And the fact that he's sitting in 8th place right now with this tempo comp does not bode well for the rest of the game, right? We're kind of lacking on the damage. These items are not ideal. You can put a Deathblade at the Deathblade on the Warwick and hopefully hit that, but right now you're really going to have to hope that you can get to 8 pretty quickly and luck into a Mordekaiser. The one other cool play here is that if he stays in 8th place until 4-3, maybe he can get lucky and get it off the carousel, which could be a really nice spike, but otherwise kind of struggling here.
Yeah, I mean, when you're kind of like, I hope I get it off the carousel, that's literal desperation, I feel like, at that point. So
True.
We might be there, even though that these rounds might be some wins and we might be able to stabilize just a little bit. It still doesn't bode well for the later parts of the game, for example. So we are going to get the win here. We have over 50 gold, and if someone is going to be able to get out of that sticky spot, it's going to be Asa, because anything under 4th place leaves us vulnerable because we are in that 6th place position. Dace is on fire. And the lobby totals, actually don't think I've ever seen this before. From first to last is 8 points as we get into our second augment.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the closest lobbies I've ever seen. I feel like you take Exiles here just to give you to survive longer and have those laser drones do more damage. But yeah, you're right. This is crazy. 68 to 60, first to 8th. This is definitely the closest lobby I have seen in a long time. I'd love to also take a look at Ripple Overdrive's board at some point, because again, we know he took that Echo Carry augment, which is very unconventional. Asa choosing the level here, which I think is correct. It's going to give him the 4 admin spike. He can get that more power in. And again, that's another drone for the 5 laser core. He can check the admin, decides not to go with it, instead playing stronger units. But now it's going to be, can he get that Mordekaiser for that 6 laser core spike?
Man, still, it's like bugging my eyes out. 8, it's almost like I feel like I'm wrong. Just 8 HP separating 1st and 8th here. Basically everyone's tied at this point. Maybe a couple units might be the difference in a little later on, but this might be a lobby where 1 or 2 units might decide the top 4. As we go through this part of the battle, we have a lot of CC going on in the front line. We need that Warwick to start getting enabled. It's just not quite enough just yet. Laser Core is going to help at least take down 1 or 2 extra units, but that's another loss for Asa at level 8.
Yeah, and again, unfortunately, that's the thing I'm worried about here, because it is such a tempo comp. We get a look at the augments here. Asa with the Exiles, as we saw. Dace has that pretty typical Jeweled Lotus. Garchomp Pro getting Axiom Arc, which has been really popular here. Ramblin getting the Phony Frontline, which isn't as popular. So not a lot of big swingy augments at this point. So we'll have to see. Ripple Overdrive building tank items on this Carry Echo. This has me worried that he doesn't really know how to play this. This Carry Echo, you really want damage items to emphasize it. And he is stuck on the Echo 1 with no items, level 7, 0 gold. This feels like Ripple might be going 8th with this unique augment pick.
Yeah, Echo is one of those units I feel like that when you don't need him, he's in your shop every single time you roll, but when you do need him, he never shows up, and right now it is the latter for Ripple Overdrive, who, again, on the eye test, and we might win a couple rounds here, it might seem like we're okay, but we're already seeing this comp struggle just a tad. That Jin is going to win the round out against Rablin, who is also still trying to find that power spike himself. So we also have a LeBlanc and a Pantheon to take a win there for, it looks like, DPay, and our lobby's still very close. Only it's more than 8, but still the 20 HP difference is pretty standard for this part of the game, and that still means no one is running away with this, which is good for everybody.
I still can't stop laughing at the Garchomp Pro items of Hat, Shojin.
I know, right? It looks like it's wrong.
Yeah, unfortunately isn't able to get the spatula here. We see Dace get the spatula, which could allow him to go admin or renegade. He's got those spare components, so we'll have to see what he ends up building there. But again, right now, the things to look at to me right now are Ramblin is kind of struggling to survive, Asa playing that tempo comp and hasn't really hit, and then Ripple Overdrive, again, playing that Echo in a way that really isn't correct. Those three players right now really on the downward trend right now, so unless they can hit something big or some key items, we might start to see that really close lobby start to spread out.
And Ripple doing exactly what he shouldn't be doing right now. I know it's not on purpose, right? But getting a bot to, or even an 8th possible place for Ripple Overdrive in a high spot might open up an opportunity for maybe someone in the other lobby or even this one to take that spot from him. He might have developed enough points to make it anyway, but you, again, when you're in control of your own destiny, you really wanted to get that top 4 and instead of sweat it out and waiting for all the points to come through. We are now starting to see our 5 cost units. Fiddlestick was there as well. We're seeing our TF, our kind of classic vanilla, 4th place comp so far that we've seen today. And we're also seeing this Aurelion Sol. We saw it in the opening graphic actually having a substantially high win rate. One of those was an Aurelion Sol 3 that we got to see on stream, which is cool, but still showing off that it has that potential to, compete in these lobbies, especially during the mid to late game.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. He did manage to get an Infiniteam emblem here, which was big. So that was a really good pickup here. So now can clone the Fiddlesticks. Has the potential to go 7 if he wants to. Might have to play some weaker units. But even at 5, right, again, you get a free Fiddlesticks with 3 items on it. You get a second Twisted Fate with 3 items on it. That's going to allow you some extra time here. The portal position is not bad, and so you can see that Fiddle gets 3 items, the TF, and this is pretty good. The one thing is he's up against the Nico, and the Nico does have good AoE damage, which is great for taking out those low HP Infiniteam clones, but it's just a bit too much damage, and again, it looks like Garchomp Pro really struggling with the front line here.
That's been kind of the name of the day, or the trend of the day when it comes to our bottom 4 players, is just not getting that front line online. The players who seem to be investing in a little bit of that takiness earlier on seem to be taking that advantage further than people who find the damage earlier on, outside of maybe the Kaisa. And so we're going back over to Kivix, who is on the bubble of bubbles here, 14th place. And needing to get into that top 8. So that bubble very close to being popped, but we're in first place, on fire, 6-game win streak, playing a comp that we've seen win a couple times already.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's starting to itemize the Gnar a little bit, but realistically the carry here is Aurelion Sol, and as I called out, he hit this Aurelion Sol pretty early and has amazing items for this Aurelion Sol. So if he can get a little more AP on it, something like, the Chalice of Power, that'd be great. But even then, it's got the Death Cap, it's got the blue buff, it's going to cast pretty quickly. He even has the chance to build a Shiv here or Redemption. Even the Last Whisper for the Gnar is a great choice here if he wants to really try to push for that Gnar 3. But it's really going to come down to what is his win condition here, right? He really has to push for some win condition. And Aurelion Sol 2 with this front line may not be enough. This is where we might expect to start seeing it fall off a little bit. Because Annie 2 is not a big enough front line. But we'll have to wait and see what he decides to go for. He's got plenty of gold to work with. Again, it's just a question of does he go 9 and try to go for the Nunu, or is he going to try to go for that Gnar 3?
Yeah, the value of level 9, when you have to invest so much money and then not really get to put any really good breakpoints in, can be a little bit of a bait, in my opinion. Let's see if this Aurelion Soul is going to be able to stick around a little bit longer. The Misfortune ult does go through a lot of the front line, but it is going to take a second ult. The Nico trying its best to kind of butter them up a little bit so the Misfortune can take them down. Here's the last ultimate. We do get the win for Aurelion Soul. Wow, sometimes the auto attacks in the ultimate generation just works out for you, and the Aurelion Soul takes that round.
Yeah, if you looked at Ramblin's board, it was a bit upsetting, right? Because he had plenty of backline, right? The MF with items, the Nico with items, the Kaisa with items. That didn't really leave a lot for his front line. He had the phony front line, but that just really isn't enough, and it just got burned through compared to some of these more tanky front lines. And so we're looking at DPay's board here. Has the Sona, was never able to hit the Sona 3. That wasn't really an option to roll for here. And so it feels like this is going to fall off a little bit compared to some of the 4-cost carries we've seen. Does have the Fiddle at least to try to help a bit, but this does not feel like a strong position.
Okay, DPay, who came in with a 3-point advantage now on sitting in 11th place, trying to get into that top 8 themselves. We're moving into an Oxforce Spellslinger situation. Sona and LeBlanc, we're so used to seeing Kaisa Misfortune back there. Let's see if the Sona and LeBlanc is going to be worthwhile. Remember, Sona's all about seeing that effective health, but that is just not enough damage as DPay falling by the wayside, and that... around an Aurelion Soul. Not as close this time, but does take a twofer on the end of that round. So Aurelion Soul still winning it for Kivix, and that kind of just shows how even Kivix, with a moderately good comp, is kind of pushing away from the rest of the lobby because they all are still looking for their breakpoints and their peak power levels.
Yeah, I'm really wondering right now. So Ripple building, the tank item and the Titans, there was this, misconception because in the first half of the set, this augment used to scale with your magic resist, and now it doesn't. It scales just with damage. And so it feels like he may not be up to date on how this augment works. At least has the Jhin backline, but you can see he's struggling to get to 8, still doesn't have the Echo 2. The Jhin is managing to win him a few fights, but overall he's just really kind of suffering here. It still can do a little bit of work here. You're seeing those big shields, softening everyone up for the Jhin, but yeah, just again, not quite enough to cut through here. Is going to lose the round.
Yikes.
Really hope he can find that Echo 2, and DPay out in 8th place here at 5-3. Going to be the first one out, and that's going to be the end of his day since he's not going to have enough points to make the top 8.
You know what, though? Outside of just this lobby, I think DPay impressed a lot of people over the last couple days, not just with this play, but also just him as a person, talking about the game, talking about the coaching aspect of it. So while it's definitely a bummer that he's out of here right now, his impact on this part of the half set is definitely felt, and I think he got a lot of fans after this weekend. So congratulations, DPay. Unfortunately, you didn't make that final 8, but you definitely made your mark. But let's go ahead and get back to this part of the game. 56 at the top, 16 at the bottom. Again, just goes to show no one is hitting their... Oh my goodness. That is almost 100 gold, folks. But again, no one's really hit anything, so Kivix can just wait until they do and then react.
Yeah, I actually really like this, right? Like, a lot of players would be, like, maybe pressing the level up button, trying to work their way there. But this gives him the optionality, right? If he decides to roll for that NAR 3, great. If he decides to level up like he just did, great, right? He had the choice, and I really like to see that sort of disciplined play going on here. So now he's level 9, and it's probably time to try to find that Nunu and cap out with a Nunu 2 here. Goes up against Ripple, who finally hit level 8. And so hopefully Ripple can do some big work here. We're going to see the Echo, and man, if he can get the Echo 2, that'll be some big damage from that carry augment, which I like to see. And Aurelion Soul not cleaning it up here, looking decent. If Jhin can get through this Gnar, looking good. So Ripple getting the win here. I'm really hoping he can just find that Echo 2.
All right, I like the Aurelion Soul matchups. They always seem to come down to the wire, and you're waiting for that ultimate. That's always pretty entertaining on the viewership end. As we move over to Dace in 10th place, again, we want to finish in the top 8 overall, so bottom 2 finish here would almost assuredly knock them out of the final lobby. And we're in the Desperation Station right now. Not a lot of gold. We're going to move past the Viego 2. It's not the unit that we're looking for, and we're going to keep rolling and find nothing.
Yeah, it's always a bit disappointing here. Has, he has 7 Samiras here trying to stay alive, but if he loses one more fight, that's going to be the end of his day. And going out in 7th here will also mark the end, because again, if you're in 10th place now, you really need a strong finish to move up into that top 8. And we see on the other side, Replay has that Sona 3 we've been talking about that's been hyped up and does a lot of healing, some big stuns. May not be enough. This is going to be a really close fight here. The Ultimate Ezreal getting a big ult off, Sona getting some big heals, big damage. Thankfully, the Twisted Flake cleans it up and is going to survive. And we're kind of right back to it with a very close lobby, and Garchomp Pro out in 7th, so the Nico's not really working out for him, unfortunately.
And if you take notice of like how these scores have been separated, it's been kind of like this the whole time. Like Dace might lose by 1 HP, which is literally one less unit at any part of the game.
Yeah.
If to bring that into perspective, so it is really important, right, to find your advantages when you can, because even though it doesn't feel like it in stage 2-3, but that extra unit that you won by might actually give you an extra place in a lobby like this specifically. As we do see a couple more items pop out. It's the gold ore because of the anvil. Let's see what our itemization choices are here, and it's going. I think that was the the bramble.
Yeah, I went with the Bramble Vest. I like that play. It's going to make Annie a little tankier. Finds a single Nunu, is rolling down, has this Mordekaiser that I'm not sure if he's even going to play. It's pretty interesting to see. It'd be kind of silly. I almost wonder if you sell the Aurelion Soul to move the items onto the Mordekaiser here, because a Gadgettine Mordekaiser with those items will do some big work.
Whew.
Decides to stick with the Aurelion Soul, which I can respect. It's safer backline. It's a lot less risky. Won't get burst down by the Kai'Sa, but if we can get some items on that Mordekaiser that doesn't really need a ton of traits to be a powerhouse, we could see some insane damage. And on the other side, we see Ramblin', again, has a lot of damage on this comp between the Kai'Sa and the MF, just not as much frontline. And so that lack of frontline, it's gonna be really close. This might kill Ramblin'.
Oh.
Yep.
All right, Ramblin' is going to finish in at 5th, Ripple in 6th. Asa hangs on for the top 4. So basically, if any of them were already in the top 8, they're already feeling pretty great. So Asa's pretty much feeling solid about moving into that final lobby, which is so funny because he's probably the one that would have told you the loudest that he would not have made it. So sometimes expectations on yourself don't match what the performance is, and when it exceeds those expectations, that's great to see. And Ace is just a good person overall, so it's good to see the success there. But Kivix, Replay, Dace, and Asa are our top 4, and 3 of them could potentially get eliminated on this round.
Yeah, big thing here, we called out earlier that Asa really needs to find the Mordekaiser. Clearly has. He's got a Mordekaiser 2 with 3 items. That gave him 6 laser core, which was the spike he needed. And so this Mordekaiser is going to do some big work, cleaning up some big fights, allowing the Warwick to also do the damage. And we see here, there's the ultimate Ezreal, so pretty big, but the Warwick is on the back line, and that is going to do it. And so we might see a laser core versus Gadgettine final 2, it looks like.
Mort, you're saying that a Kai'Sa didn't make it past this point? Actually, we didn't really see. Did we? Who played Kai'Sa this lobby?
I mean, we had the 2 Nico slash Kai'Sa players.
Oh, the Nico slash Kai'Sa, yeah, exactly. So that was a little bit more of a different packaging, though. It was mac and cheese, but it was a different flavor. So here we go. We got the Fiddlesticks 2 now. We got the Gnar 2 on the bench. We still need 3 more there. But Kivix is at level 9 with no gold. So in terms of capping out our board, this is exactly where we need to be. And there's that Nunu 2. We've seen Kivix roll really well over the last 2 rounds, to be honest with you. We've got the Garen 2, the Mordekaiser 2, and that Nunu 2 within the last 2 rounds, holding on to the Asol as well. It's going to be Replay against the Ghost. Kivix and Asa. Kivix could eliminate Asa and potentially get into that final lobby. I believe Kivix is in 14th place, and this is exactly the result that he might need. The Mordekaisers ult each other, the buildings fall, and the Asol is still untouched in the back, including that Gnar who's reaching the back line, and it's 2v2 right now. Nunu not going to be enough, as Asa should be eliminated, and that ghost round went very, very fast. And we have a winner, folks. We have a winner. It's going to be Aurelion Sol.
What a way to end out our sixth game of the day. A double kill happening there for the winner to be crowned, and we needed to see some big finishes out of some of these players. But maybe a major storyline here is that Spell Slingers quite contested. Mort, that was kind of a composition that we saw in our top 5 graphic, but it still felt like maybe some of our competitors had a tough time actually going for that angle. So do you feel like that contesting actually played a role here for some of our players going like 8th? We got, I think, DPay, as well as like Garchomp Pro picked the Nico Augment, and Ramblin also.
Yeah, you know, in this case, I don't think it actually did, right? Like, you look at Ramblin's final comp, he had the Nico 2, he had the Kaisa 2, he had the Misfortune 2. They were all pretty well itemized. The big thing, though, is I think the Nico kind of put people in a situation where it forced them to play like a 4 Star Guardian line, which where traditionally what we've seen is Kaisa, MF, and a lot of frontline, right? People have been often opting to not play the Nico to get more frontline and letting MF and Kaisa do the work. When you have those 3 damage dealers, your frontline ended up a lot weaker. And so we just kind of saw that they couldn't quite survive long enough. And so, you know, without something like the Mech Garen or the Oxforce frontline, it kind of just crumbled. And I think that was the bigger thing, is that both players didn't build that frontline they were looking for. That, I think, that was the big difference, I think.
Yeah, Boop, you called that out as well, taking a look at some of those compositions, just maybe the front line not being present enough to be able to get some of our competitors those top 4s. So what was was that the success factor you feel like for the top 4 in this lobby?
I think I'm going to wax poetic a little bit here, because I think the do you build your front line or do you get damage is like the to be or not to be of TFT, right? And so it is almost like, where am I going to invest early? And traditionally in almost every single competitive sport, whether it's even a flush sport like football, right? Good defense wins championships, right? I think because I love to, okay? but what I mean by that is just like, you know, just in general, getting that defense going earlier is usually good in most aspects of gaming. So if you need to fall back on one of those options, if you can, sometimes you get 2 bows and a cloak, or you know what I mean, and you just can't. Yeah. But if you do have the option, I'd probably lean into developing that front line, because then what I can put in the back line also becomes more clear.
You agree with that, Mort? I feel like sometimes the best defense is the best offense, but yeah, what kind of camp are you in for that?
So interestingly enough, you know, if you look at the really deep data, what actually happens is if you have a 2-star front line on 2-1, you have a much higher chance to succeed than a 2-star backline. It's just like, that's what the data shows, and it makes sense, right? Again, like chewing through that effective health and getting that effective value. One of the it gets a little mathy, I won't bore you, but basically when you star up, you get 80% more health and 50% more output. And so as you star up those tanks, you're actually getting more value to the team. And so defense does matter a lot, and any time you can buy will make a big difference. There are extreme cases, right? If you've got, for example, the Janna True Damage Augment, and you can just blow up the enemy team, who cares about defense? You know, there are cases, but generally, I do agree, and that's why Belt Start is actually my favorite, right? A big Warmogs, a big front line. You can go into anything with that, and so generally, I agree.
I love that. Just trying to keep things a little bit flexible, and as long as you're alive, you can do that. So I love that. Then I'm going to take that into my own games there. But the moment we've all been waiting for is to take a look at these lobby scoreboards, because while we ended up getting a chance to follow Lobby B, this is what was happening in Lobby A, Boop.
All right. Oh, no, Appies, I saw just like a little bit. They were playing Mech Riven. That was exciting to see at the beginning, but apparently it was not exciting to watch because we got 8th place with it. Spetham also having a hard time. This is where I would actually expect the Setsukos, the Robins, and the Dish Soaps to play really, really well, but seeing Kindle Gem and Kivix, who's been around for a while but hasn't really had the kind of success that we've seen like today, it doesn't seem to matter what your experience was coming into today. But looking at this, Dish Soap, what a polarizing tournament for Dish Soap. We got 8s today, and we still finished Lobby A in 2nd. So that does throw some curveballs into the final standings, because Kivix, I don't think, was in the top 8. So who is in the final 8? We should find out soon. But seeing Kindle Gem win Lobby A means that, you know, it's still anyone's game here.
I'm just laughing at the Kaisa Misfortune carry being what Kindle Gem had leaned into to get the win. But Mort, I heard a reaction from you as well, taking a look at those lobby breakdowns. So what was standing out to you?
Yeah, I mean, seeing the Dish Soap, Setsuko, Robin sort of 2, 3, 4, and we know, you know, like Dish Soap was kind of near the bottom, so the points kind of mixed up, and so I'm very like, our lobby was very much like the bottom was kind of the bottom and the top was the top. You know, Ramblin' kind of got knocked out. So I'm very curious to see if like the dish soap second place was enough. And so I'm really leaning into this because we could have a really hype finals. So I want to see these final points going in to see where we're at for this final game and who made the top 8.
Well, let's see that, shall we? We're going to take a look at the 8 players moving forward, and... Oh, no!
Yeah, so again, a dish soap getting a second and still not make it kind of shows how this format works and why that can be so hard. So dish soap getting knocked out here. Appy's obviously with an 8th, not quite making it. Deepay we talked about earlier. But looking at the people who made it, Robin Songs and Kindle Jim getting that first gave him just enough points, beating the tiebreaker. Poor Kivix, who got first and then loses the tiebreaker. Like, that's got to be heartbreaking. And so we go into this final lobby, and Replay sitting in a good spot here, but this is one of those lobbies where it technically is still anyone's game. We're not seeing anyone at 40 or anything like that, so this should make for a really hype final game. I mean, 38, 36, 36, 36, 36. If Replay doesn't top 4, it's anyone's game, and I'm excited to see this.
Wow, I mean, Boop, this final lobby is looking super stacked.
I mean, it should be, right? I mean, these are the top 8 players of the entire weekend, and we're actually seeing a couple of the ones who have been pretty good, playing a bit creatively. Spetham is the one that keeps coming to mind. I am still trying to make Pike 3 work on my own, and that happened yesterday. It's good to see someone like Spearkles, who I think when we popped in, got one of the last 2 spots, 7th or 8th, playing Kaisa, but seems to have made their way into the final. But in terms of like new guard versus old guard, which is a point that we like to belabor here, this lobby is almost a perfect representation of that, and that's so very exciting. Unfortunately, we can only bring 8 with us. I'm sure a lot of people are going to have some nice tweets about the tournament coming up, but what I'm really excited to see is just the combination of players in this final lobby and the types of play that we might see, because now Kaisa might not actually be enough to get you to take that victory, right? You might need to play something like Underground.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw that happen in this last game, right? Where Kaisa just not quite the thing that these players could rely upon if you didn't have that front line. But what amazing plays we've seen so far. Fortunately, Boop and Mort, we are going to say goodbye to you after this game. So, Mort, I want to get your final thoughts here. We had a new patch. We had some incredible tournament plays. What was some of your favorite moments from this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, things like, the tank Pike 3, we're obviously going to call that out. I think there were a lot of good plays. Seeing the Garen carry augment get played really well. So there was a lot of really creative play within there. Obviously, the designer in me, I'm sitting here going, I could have got Kaisa in just a little bit better spot. Going into work tomorrow to prep the 13.9 patch. So, a lot of thoughts there. But overall, it was fun to be back, fun to be casting again. A lot of good play, interacting with Twitch chatters, kind of poking them a bit, asking them who their favorite 3-star Star Guardian might be, But generally, it was just a lot of fun, and I get to now watch the final game from afar, eat some dinner, and get ready for work tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for having me, and can't wait to see who wins.
It's always such a treat to have you on the broadcast, and we're so happy to have you back on the casting desk as well. Boop, what about you? Always good to have you too. What are some of your final thoughts looking at this weekend?
Honestly, it's just been being a part of it, right? It's a little bit of a cop-out answer. This is probably the most time I've ever spent with Mort, which I'm happy for you. But no, but in reality, we had a great time, and just kind of like learning and just being with someone like Mort throughout this process has made me better at everything I think about TFT so far, especially since his Twitch chatting has actually been very good. I personally liked Where's Skara when he put it down there. Yeah, but like to have a dev like Mort, it's time to maybe brown nose a little bit. We're so very lucky. The communities that you've been able to bring together, all these study groups, all lead back to you and your team that's been able to make this game. So thank you so much for just being you, man. And I'm really excited to see what the future holds for a lot of these comps and these patches, and for Set 9 coming up.
I can't wait to see the flood of Twitch chat either saying thank you Mort Dog or happy birthday Mort Dog. Either one I think is is the one that we're gonna see here.
I thought we were clear. No.
And on that note, Boop and Mort, thank you so much for taking us through those games for days 3 and 4. We hope that you enjoy your dinner and also enjoy the final game of the day. So viewers at home, we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, the final lobby of the Mecha Cup. We've determined our top 8 players that will be competing in the 7th and final lobby of Day 4 of the Mecha Cup, and we've got Casanova Makes back with us to take us through that final game of the day. Our top 8 is looking absolutely stacked here, Makes. I don't know what's gonna happen in this final game.
Yeah, I think there's so many pointers, and bear with me, I'm not the biggest math brain, okay? So I'm gonna take this very slowly. There are a couple people who are already kind of qualified on their qualifier point amount that they have, and then some people are looking to make it still in. So Asa, I think, was looking to make at least top 6 here, otherwise it could look rough. And then there are 3 people who are looking for those top 4 because their qualifier points are not high enough just yet. So Kindle, Spetham, and Spearkles all need to get into those top 4. And there's only 1 game and points are not reset. So it's a lot.
Yeah, and Casanova, we could see a huge flip here. Like, everybody is still in contention at this point to try to get those top 4 spots to move on to the NA Regional Finals, and with a couple of other qualifier point spots up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's still going to be fighting for it, right? Replay in the lead at 38 points right now. The closest behind him is 2 below, so he's got a little buffer to get first or second, be able to make get the lock in on first place. But Replay's already locked in on qualifier points. So is Setsuko. So is Garchomp Pro's not here anymore, but you know he is as well. And Ripple Overdrive, right, in this lobby. They're locked in. They're just looking to maybe get into Mecha Cup via top, or get into the regionals via top 4, which would help everyone else who needs to get in via qualifier points. Those are the ones who have a lot less pressure on their shoulders. Whereas, as Make said, hey, Spetham, Kindle Gem, and Spearkles have to get top 4 here. They have to make it into that top 4. They do not want these other players who already have their spots via qualifier points to take up these invites.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's going to happen because it feels like at this point it really is kind of anybody's game, but Replay is maybe one of the players that really sticks out to me, not just because they are at the top of their leaderboard, but also because they had a phenomenal day not coming in with any bonus points. So, the moment that we've all been waiting for here, it's the final lobby of the day. Casanova and Makes, take it away.
Thank you so
Necra.
much, Necra. We're jumping in, Makes. It's the finals time. It is the last game of the day. It's for all the marbles, the spots in regionals, the qualifier points, the money. And we're jumping on with our leader, Replay, currently in first place with 38 points.
Yeah, and just to give like a kind of a reminder, Replay currently, like you said, leading with 38. Then there's a bunch of players with 36, and closing out Spearcles with 35, Kindle and Robin both on 33. They're really looking to make a lot of points here, and at the same time, they're kind of hoping for Replay to go low, right? That's how it plays out. If he doesn't go as high, you have higher chances to outnumber him. Now, one player that I was kind of mentioning going into this game that I want to keep an eye out for is Kindle, because the 2 previous games he took first place back to back, and if he can reproduce that, that is going to be a massive stat in his favor, and of course also a guaranteed top 4.
Yeah, fantastic for tiebreakers. A great stat and just how it looks, and yeah, would be a pretty good for getting into top 4 considering he is behind. He's at 33 points right now. That's 3 behind the current top 4. So certainly a first place is a great way to stomp in there. And he even needed that first place in the last game because a second would not have done it. Kyvix would have taken the spot instead. So Kindle Gem clutching up at the end here, trying to get into the regionals the only way he can, which is top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are looking at what he has on board right now, buying out the shop with the gold that he has. Always a smart move as we go in, and it is 2-1-1, which means the 2 and 1 cost hero augments are coming through respectively. That could be Yasuo, that could be Lulu reroll, that could be Ashe reroll, which we've seen a couple of. We've even seen a Kale reroll that I would be open to, so we'll see where this one goes.
Well, Replay deciding it's Sivir is going to be the pickup this time around. We haven't seen a ton of Sivir augments, but we did see a Sivir carry augment earlier take, I believe, a first place. It was a Sivir 3. I think it was Garchomp Pro playing that carry Sivir flex and made it work.
Yeah, I'm always laying in wait whenever these come around and there's a 2 cost involved, because I'm waiting if somebody has picked up the Winds of the Wanderer. That augment is so dominant, and if several people have picked it up, we're in a bad situation. Setsuko coming through, and he has it. As if I had known that this was going to happen. There it is. He has the Winds of the Wanderer, and that is going to be one major Yasuo coming through if he is able to 3-star that one.
Yeah, we'll see if Setsuko can hit. We'll slowly start to see some of these augments. At least no more Yasuo's here between Ripple and Asa. Looks like a Draven for Asa. You might be staking this top 6 on Draven, which that is a composition that can get you into the top 6. It's not always that consistent for a top 4, but it is strong enough to win out a little bit. So we'll see if Asa fully commits to that, or if it ends up just being a mech angle and using the buff, that maybe the crit, for a different composition.
Yeah, honestly, like, Draven to me always feels so inconsistent. Of course, in the early, it's really, really great, but then towards the end, you're kind of like, I don't really know where we're going with this. So we'll see. Augment should be coming through any second now, and we're gonna see if anybody else is on that Yasuo Kindle Gem here on the Lux. We're seeing Ripple also picking up a Draven.
Oh, it was Ripple, not Asa.
No.
They were on the same board fighting each other. So Asa actually has Lux's Loosened Barrier, and this is going to be the Draven for Ripple. And that is the carry augment. So Ripple is going to be committing to this Draven, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to now at this point, right? You're playing League of Draven. You're kind of locked in for a Draven. But Robin has picked up the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, as we are seeing on the left side right now. So that is always a strong indicator for Infinity, or maybe even a quick draw variant of that. Or if he has a really strong start, we could still see a Lucian reroll, although I don't think that is something that he's angling for. We have 2 players on the Lux, and 3 players on the Lux, correction. All 3 of them have picked up the Lucent Barrier, and then we have Spetham on the Pantheon support augment.
Yeah, the cool thing about Robin's augment, the hyperbolic time chamber, is actually if he has a solid start for the Lucian and maybe he has something like a blue buff, he can also just completely pivot out to a different composition in the late game and just use it to farm gold early on by getting all that extra EXP. It's a really cool augment, and I'm excited to see how Robin decides to play it, because I think it's flexible in how you can execute with that augment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the first time I heard someone say EXP instead of XP. I kind of just like stood there in my tracks for a second, but yeah, of course, that is also true. And it does help. You're so right. That hyperbolic time chamber, even though it's a little bit delayed, it does give you the extra XP, and sometimes that's just so valuable in the early stages. You don't have to invest that gold. You can kind of lay back and chill, and we are seeing items being slammed all across the board, notably Kindle Gem with the Thieves Gloves does have a little bit of a stronger start due to the nature of that item, and then we have a Warmarks and a Hex Tech, one on Robin and the Hex Tech on Spiracles. Hex Tech to me always screams Kaisa or Twisted, same for Asa, also on the statics, that's kind of the same angle, so we'll see where both of these players lean.
Yeah, and I mean with the Lux augment, right, that is going to help you lean towards that Kaisa and Asa here. With 2 early Kaisas, that's going to be really solid. The Lucent Barrier going to help with that support early on, give those shields and the extra AP. So Asa, a really good start to a Kaisa composition with the pair. Asa needing to get top 6 to lock in with the qualifier points. Of course, top 4 is even more comfortable because you're just in on Mecha Cup, but Asa, we've done the math. Top 6 should be good enough, and I think a good, solid Kaisa composition should be able to get you there, especially if he finds an early 2-star.
Especially if he's not being competed. With 3 players on that Lux augment, I think you might be in for a little bit of hand-holding. We'll see how this one plays out for these guys. I think a lot of players, despite, needing like top 4 or like top 6, you kind of go all the way, right? You want the bragging rights. You want to say, oh, I won Mecha Cup just a couple weeks ago, and you're going to regionals. It's going to feel good. It's going to give you that extra motivational boost. So hopefully they're all in their best competitive spirits. Asa definitely in a great position here, has 2 Rels, has 2 Kaisas already on board. If he's able to find that Kaisa 2, that will be so much stabilization for this board. Just going to make this board so much stronger, and hopefully have him have an even easier way through that early and mid game.
Yeah, we will have to see if he can make it through. He's still got his win streak. He wants to find this, but Spiracles is in his pool. He might see a win streak snapped, but no. Runs into Setsuko instead, and this should be easy enough, but Yasuo does have a QSS. We'll see if it can get through the Rammus quick enough, but I think that D-Claw Rammus is way too powerful, and we should see Asa clean this up and get that win streak into Krugs, which is so strong.
Yeah, and if I'm seeing correctly on the other side, there was the Yasuo from Setsuko, and he seemed to only have 1 Yasuo, so not even the Yasuo 2 available, which is such a big loss. You need the Yasuo to be upgraded. You ideally want to be closer to that Yasuo 3, and having only 1 copy of him, definitely not a good sign this early, but hopefully is still able to pick him up. We are seeing the League of Draven augment show up here by production. It is going to give you a little bit of extra gold, is going to give you a little bit of extra attack damage, and you are pretty much angling to keep that one into play for the entire game.
Yeah, and Ripple actually making it to 50 gold by Krugs as well, so his economy's been doing pretty great. Spiracles was the other win streaker. I was just going to note that his win streak did get snapped there by Spetham. So Asa, the sole win streaker all the way through Krugs. But yeah, Ripple able to find some extra gold from this League of Draven potentially, which has got his economy rolling. And he's in a good position to get rolling himself once he gets to level 6. Find that Draven 3.
Yeah, that would be a great upgrade here for this board. Like you said, economy looking beautiful, HP also looking pretty good, and just glancing across the leaderboard in the lobby, there's nobody I'm terribly worried about, right? Sometimes at this stage, we already have players who are like down in the trenches, 60 HP. 71, I can accept that. We're in a position where you're okay. You can still turn this one around easily. It's not too bad. There's no massive gaps. Of course, Asa dominating just a little bit, putting a little bit of tempo pressure onto the lobby due to the fact that he's been unbeaten, just dishes out these losses to other players. But so far, it's looking pretty good for these players here.
Yeah, and Setsuko down at 71. He's actually a player that's very comfortable loss streaking, so let's see if he was able to get that all the way through to Krug. 71 is an HP. That definitely could have been full loss streak, which would be a really solid spot for Setsuko. Looking to take down his second cup of the set, which is incredibly impressive. Nobody has done that since the cups had only one winner now since set 7. And Setsuko could be the first to do it if he takes down Mecha Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Augments are coming through, and it is going to be golden augments showing up. Now, do you go for that trait sector? Do you try and make that Draven 3, or are you enticed by something else that is going to be the Jewel Lotus instead?
Yeah. Jewel is really nice because,
Yeah.
you know, it allows you to not have to worry about building Infinity Edge. You can just build another damage item instead. You get the Jewel Lotus, gives you that crit. So really solid pickup for Ripple, but I would always be enticed by the trade sector because I love trade sector, but I do think this is a really good choice for Ripple. It's a great augment for Draven.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see that one play out. Of course, at this point, you really want that Draven too, and it doesn't seem to be appearing, but here's Hacker, and that's going to give your Draven the backline access that it needs. Of course, 13-8 gave us a little bit of a nerf on that one. Omnivamp is not as strong anymore, but that should be enough for now. The Draven only needs that backline access, and you can see what that does right now as he's on to the Kai'Sa, but the Kai'Sa is on to him, and the Kai'Sa is definitely the stronger opponent in this one.
Draven 1 is so pitiful. Hitting that Kai'Sa, couldn't even break through the Lux shield, just sitting there the entire fight. So Ripple really needed to find that Draven 2, help him out a bit so he can actually kill a few units and make gold off that League of Draven.
Yeah, I mean, that roll down was really something, but hopefully, yeah, there it is. There's the Draven 2 for Ripple. At least consolidation price coming through. Noticeably, replay is on the featherweights. Not something we see an awful lot, but with Infiniteam, it does make sense. We are on the severe carry. If I'm not mistaken, time and a half was picked up by replay. We see Robin also picking up that Infiniteam crest, which is really, really lovely if you were already on that Lucian angle.
Yeah, so Robin, this was one I wanted to talk about. Robin, I wanted to see what he was going to do with the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. And the fact that he went for the Infiniteam crest means he's going to stay in Infiniteam. You know, there is the option with this augment to pivot out in the late game once you've utilized it to get a bunch of experience and scale up. But instead, having that Infiniteam crest, just going to be able to stick in this and potentially look to go vertical Infiniteam, get up to 7 Infiniteam later on.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to go into the carousel. We'll see what this one brings. The Draven is still going strong, and this time
a lot of gold.
He is going to win and print some extra gold for Ripple, who had lost a lot in that previous roll down. So it's probably very happy to get that back, as this carousel is looking very non-glitched out this time.
Yeah, taking a look at the items. Ripple, I mean, having those swords is going to be nice for the Draven too, since he's already got the crit with the Jeweled Lotus. So that's going to be really solid. Asa having good items for the Kai'Sa composition, having that Shiv and the Giant Slayer, and even having a Shojin to potentially go on to the Misfortune later on. Spearkle's also leaning towards AP, completed a Chalice. So love to see where these comps are ending up, as Asa has continued his win streak all the way through stage 3 onto 3-5 here. We'll see if he can hold it through Wolves, because that would be such a great spot to be in for Asa, as he does push to level 7 here on 3-5. We're on board with Spearkles, who is also angling towards that Kai'Sa, has got one in, and did have the Lux augment to start things off with that Lucent Barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been speaking about it going into this game. Asa needed a top 6. That is becoming more likely with every round that he stays on 100 HP, looking so healthy and happy up there. On the other side of the board, replay, it's just now hitting that Severe 2. Satsuko also needing to find an angle to turn this around, is now a little bit under 50 HP. 3-5 is the stage that we're in. You probably were hoping to be a little bit healthier, but HP is a resource, so we're not extremely worried yet, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, there it is. But Asa holding on to the win streak. One more to Wolves. And I mean, this board is nuts. This board is so good with that Kai'Sa 2. Fantastic items. I mean, he's in really, really good shape to hold on to this streak into Wolves. And that, I mean, holding on to 100 HP all the way through Wolves is so much econ. It's so good. And the composition he's playing caps out so high. It's considered kind of the best comp in the game right now. So Asa has to be feeling so good about his spot, and maybe even like, hey, wait, maybe I can win the Mecha Cup at this point, right? Maybe this isn't just a, hey, top 6, maybe this is top 4, maybe this is top 1 for Asa potentially in the cards for him.
I mean, you're definitely feeling that right now, but if that's how the cards are going to play, we're going to find out. Right now, we did hop on board with replay. He is on time and a half, so that Sivir is printing gold for AD stacks that she has. Basically, every 42, if I remember correctly, she is going to give 1 gold. We just saw that being put out to replay. But there's the Draven, and the backline Draven, I'm telling you, he's a menace. Now that he's been upgraded to 2, which was so important, he is taking out those carries, but he is not taking out the enemy front line, especially not if it is running all the way across the board. So he's not trying to take them down one by one. I think he's going to succeed with this, but that front line was also not the beefiest, so we'll see how that one plays out in later stages.
Yeah, but this Draven, really solid for now. Ripple printing so much gold in these rounds. He's finding his wins. He's got a chance to make it towards 3. I didn't see too many Dravens on his bench, though, so it seems like he is quite a ways away from finishing that up. We jump on board with Kindle Gem, who has just come off of a 1-1, but he's also playing Star Guardian, also playing Kai'Sa, and he, like every other Kai'Sa player, is far behind Asa, who is already 2-starred that Kai'Sa, and Asa can start pushing. He's like, okay, I'm contested. I'm going to start pushing levels and look for misfortune.
Yeah, and honestly, that's so good. Asa did lose, but still in a great position, and so is Kindle. Would like that upgrade onto Kai'Sa 2, like you said, but we'll see if it is going to be here. Rel 2 being found, Misfortune being found. There's another Rel that you could pick up if you were angling for that. Rel 3 is going to use the Thief's Gloves onto the Echo and still has 40 gold, so very happy and healthy here. Is going to pick up that Rel, like I said, and is still holding on some units to make it harder for some other players. Looking at the Yasuo, looking at the Draven, he saw the signs. He was like, oh, you guys wanted these? Sorry, and it kind of ended up on my bench.
Yeah, holding everybody's units right now. I guess he can't fully make econ. I mean, he could find a way to make econ by selling a lot of this, which could be good considering he's on a Kai'Sa 1, but still just going to be griefing these other units instead. Hold on to them. We'll see if he ends up selling at the end of this round to get up to 50.
Yeah, I think maybe that's what we're looking at. That gold just looking better than making your opponents unhappy, but it is going to be the Shen and the Ezreal that need to go. He is going to hold on to the Dravens and the Yasuo for now, hopping over to Ripple Overdrive versus Spearcults. Ripple taking a little bit of a hit here, but has enough gold to go, and replay, unfortunately, finding another loss as we go into our last augments, which are going to be golden.
Yeah, gold augments here. Kindle just going to pick Exiles. And we'll have to see his positioning throughout the game. Get some extra tankiness, though. His front line is doing okay so far, right? He found the Echo. He's got Thieves' Gloves for it. He did have the Rel 2, but getting some extra tankiness for it will be solid. And the fact that there is that Draven hackering in, getting some extra tankiness for the backline is going to be nice. As we hop on with Robin, he's been able to get up to level 8 because of this Hyperbolic Time Chamber, just scaling him up so quickly. Level 8, 32 gold on 4-2. Really solid position to be in economically. He's on the 5 Infiniteam. He's made an Infiniteam Rel with those items for now, but those are going to be really solid for a late game tank as Robin finds his full composition.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of upgrades come in all across the board. There was a Kai'Sa 2 being hit for Spearcults. Ripple hit that Shen 2. So lots and lots of upgrades coming through for all of these players, as there was a little bit of rolling involved after these augments to make sure your board is at the strongest it can be right now. And the Draven is going to feel the power of the Infiniteam that Robin has built out. There is no sustaining able. If we're seeing correctly, there's not a single one Draven copy in the further left corner of the enemy board, but that is it. He needs more Dravens if he wants to bring this comp online all the way.
Yeah, Ripple being on 4 Dravens is so unfortunate. I think that's a spot where unless Ripple randomly is going to just hit a bunch of Dravens out of nowhere, he's going 8th, right? I mean, he just hits Wukong 3. He's rolling very aggressively. We'll see the next time we see his board if he's got a lot more Dravens. But Setsuko also having his 2 costs very close. So if Ripple pulls a lot of these out of the pool, Setsuko's going to get even closer to hitting, as he rolled to 0 and didn't quite find the 3 stars. He is at 7 Yasuos. He is at 8 Fioras and 8 Malphites. He just needs to find a few more. And I think he's holding on to that duplicator for finding one more Yasuo, because that's the most important carry.
Yeah, 100%. And we know who's holding some of those Yasuos, but we won't tell it if you won't chat, because that's definitely the Yasuos that Setsuko's been looking for. I'm sure he found them as well, but he can't just take them from an enemy's board, so he'll need to find them naturally somehow. Maybe the Carousel's going to give one? I don't think so. We're in 4-3. Maybe that's not going to be in the cards, but we'll see. Maybe another duplicator. That would also be very good, as the Draven is fighting it out here with these 2 beefy units, but Nila will fall and Draven will stay on top of things as the Carousel comes in. It's going to be an Urgot and a Nunu in this. It could have been a Yasuo. None here, though.
Yeah, no Yasuo for Setsuko. No Dravens for Ripple. I mean, Ripple rolled all the way down. He had 10 gold, 5 Yasuos. He was really close to a Pike 3, though, so maybe that'll help him out for a little bit of time. Ripple in a lot of trouble, though, and I think Setsuko, if he can just find these hits, he could rubber band completely, find potential to take this lobby. But as of right now, Setsuko's going to be bleeding out heavily. Both of our rerollers struggling to hit, and Kindle Gem was holding their units, and that could have been playing a factor in this overall.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has to be, but at some point you kind of need to roll. There's one Draven at least in the pool. Malphite 3 is being found here by Setsuko. At least there's a little bit more tankiness in the front line now, but that's not the unit you were hoping to upgrade. You're looking at that Yasuo that is standing there in second row to profit off of the scope weapons. That one is what you wanted golden, and it's not happening right now.
Yeah, one more Yasuo, one more Fiora, 0 gold available. Going up against Replay, who has just hit a Samira 2. Sure shot emblem on this as well. Pretty beefy front line. Gonna be tough to get through this Yasuo 2. Doing good damage still, but if it was a Yasuo 3, it feels like this fight would have been free. And it's just not going to be enough. It feels like here comes one more cast from that Samira, and yeah, Setsuko loses this. I mean, it's very clearly a Yasuo 3 diff. I mean, that fight in particular, the Fiora 3 would have made the difference, but it's not enough.
They're still on that bench there in the background. How toxic. Poor Setsuko looking for the Yasuos is not going to be able to find them. Kindle Gem has them on bench. Block them out. There should be still at least one more in the shop. But if you don't have the gold to roll for it, there we go. Thank you. You found it. That is a massive turnaround for Setsuko. And if I am not entirely mistaken, could be, but I don't think so, he's going to turn it around from here.
Yeah, I think he's going to start turning around. He actually sold a Fiora to make that happen too, as we see he's now 2 Fioras away instead of 1, but he needed to make it happen. He needed that Yasuo right now. He can't afford to lose more rounds because he can't be on 1 life. This comp is strong, but you do not want to be at 1 life on 4-6, and now we're starting to see him turn it around. Yasuo clearing up this board. Just going to have the front line remaining, and Yasuo can clean that up easy enough with all of his regen. But, jeez, this is too close for Setsuko. He still wants to find that 3-star Fiora, and he needs to start pushing levels, because, yes, this is strong, but is it strong enough? I do not know.
Somebody else that is looking very desperate right now is Ripple Overdrive, the Draven player here in this lobby. Asa finding Misfortune 2 there, but Ripple, we saw just another Draven 2 coming in the right side, which means he's still, I think, 3 more Dravens away from that Draven 3, which he so desperately needs. And if he's looking anything like what we saw from Setsuko, he doesn't have the gold to work with anymore. So we'll kind of need to check in and see what's going on there on Ripple. Had such a dominant performance throughout today. And now on the back of, hey, I can reroll, this is not bad, and not being able to hit that unit, it is looking dire here in that last game of the day.
I mean, this is massive for Kindle Gem, Spiracles, and Spetham, because Ripple already in on qualifier points. Looks like he may drop out of the top 4 by getting an 8th here. He does find the Draven 3. We'll see how far that will go, because 16 health is not very much. He is on 2 lives here in stage 5 optimistically.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely right. I'm also a little bit surprised Kindle Gem is still holding on to that Yasuo now that Yasuo 3 has been hit, but okay, whatever. Ripple, however, needs that Draven to turn things around. Draven 3 has been hit. If he cannot find a win here, then it's looking even worse than we thought. We'll see how this one plays out in just a second, but here are Kindle and Spearkles, both of the players that are currently running that Misfortune, that Kaisa, the Star Guardian. Pink is all around the board, and somebody has to win. It is going to be Kindle here on this game, and Replay took a loss, but Ripple was able to take a win.
Yeah, Mix, you have to understand that Kindle Gem is denying Setsuko from hitting Yasuo 4, which I think that would completely take over the game if you were able to find that. Replay, of course, dropping very low. He is currently our leader at 38 points, but it's 7 HP. Going to be tough to hold on to that spot, but he's also a player that was locked in on qualifier points. So once again, Spearkles, Kindle Gem, Spetham looking at Replay and Ripple Overdrive in the bot 2 positions with hungry eyes pushing towards that top 4.
All right, we're going to see that Draven in play here as it goes up against Robin. It's not on the side of the Aesol, which is good for Robin, but it is on the side of the ultimate Ezreal, and down it goes, falling to the blades of Draven, who is moving forward. That Aesol is not going to do much. The meteors come crashing down, but he has so much HP due to the mecha, and you can see that damage that the Draven 3 is able to put out. Ripple in a position where he's so happy with the thrill of the hunt on top of this. So good for him to keep that Draven alive. That Replay was knocked out here in 8th.
Yeah, Replay gone. Not going to be able to take down the Mecha Cup, but at least he's made it to regionals. So once again, congratulations to Replay on regionals, and what a fantastic tournament he had overall, top 8 here at the Mecha Cup. Now moving on to the rest of these players here. Asa needs one more player to be eliminated to feel good about his spot with qualifier points. Spetham, Kindle Gem, Spearkle still alive in this tournament, still looking for that top 4, still looking to fight and claw for a spot at the regional finals here in North America. Spearkle's going up against Robin Songs. He's pushed to 9. He looks incredibly powerful with this Infinity board, but still on that Rel front line. I'm sure he's still looking for an upgrade to move those items to.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Garen in play, but it's not really doing so much just yet, so the items are still on to that Rel for now. In comes the Meteor Shower, and the Kaisa is just gonna claw this one out towards the end. She's going to deal so much damage here. Robin now down to single digits. Any loss is going to be his last one now, and Ripple really seeming to turn this one around on the back of that Draven. Same for Setsuko, now on fire. The rest of the lobby has taken substantial hits. Spetham at the top is only at 39. The lobby is moving closer and closer with every round.
It is. We'll see how these items can affect the end here. We've got such low HP bars. Robin looking to be on 1 life. Ripple approaching that. Setsuko on 2. Robin's still looking strong, though. He hit level 9. He grabbed another AP item here. I'm still looking to see what frontliner Robin's going to be able to replace that Rel with, since he's got such great items. It might just be that Aatrox. Yes, he did find an Aatrox, too. He didn't care about the AP item. He didn't care about that Archangels. He wanted to duplicate Aatrox's at the front here. And Robin's board looking a lot stronger as he starts to find some threats.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a Janna too that's also in the shop, is not able to buy this one just now, and his HP is not really giving much options. Even if he sells off the Pantheon, he won't make those 5, thus sell off something else here, and just decides to go in with 8 units, if I counted that correctly. He does have 2 extra from the Infinity, so on the back of that, it has to work. Meteor Shower coming in from the Aesol, taking out the enemy front line. Now, they need to deal with that one last pesky unit that's on the side there, but the rest is finished off by the ultimate Ezreal. One more time, the Misfortune ult is coming through, but Fiddlesticks is still alive, and so is the rest of the team, and they're trying to take this one back down. The Aatrox does not want to let this one go. There's so much shielding in place. Fiddle one more time comes in with the fear support, and the Aatrox trying to claw this one out.
Does he have the
as
damage?
we are in overtime already.
Echo
It
cast!
doesn't seem like he has the damage.
Is Robin gonna
Could
die?
be a double knockout here for both players. A loss in the tank, and Robin
he
down
loses
to
one!
1 HP.
Oh, Robin hangs on by a thread as overtime makes it a double loss.
Planned.
Literally
okay?
on one health.
Calculated. Calculated.
Oh, and
Whew.
Setsuko here has finished up his Yasuo earlier. We saw that hanging on 1 life. Ripple has been able to win out since picking up that 3-star. Draven still holding on to his hopes of winning the Mecha Cup, trying to fight his way back, but Setsuko trying to do the same with this Yasuo. We've seen this composition win out, but it's been in much more powerful positions, and now he's facing off against Spetham, who is yet to complete the 3-star Sivir. Been stuck on 6 Sivers for so long, Spetham may have even kind of given up on it at this point. And Setsuko's Yasuo is tearing through the front line. We'll see if he can get a cast towards the back line here, take out that Sivir, and he does. The carries are falling for Spetham, but there's a cast from Samira, not quite enough. Setsuko gonna hold on. Spetham gonna drop very low. He's 1 life, as well as Asa
Robin!
falls to 4 HP. Asa could still get 7th, but Robin's got him. Robin gonna go out in 7th here. Asa has made it to that top 6, which is exactly what he needed for those qualifier points. He should be locked in here. I'm not gonna fully call it, but he should feel really comfortable in that top 6.
Wow. All right. Poor Robin getting knocked out here was looking so good, so healthy. That Aatrox was so much beef, but it wasn't enough for him to hang on here. 7th place taken, and Asa still needs points, right? With replay going out 8th, that kind of moves the entire scoreboard closer together. But I'm not sure.
Oh,
Like,
and they moved the
I'm
needle.
not good with math, so we'll see.
We'll
if
watch
that's
it. We'll
enough.
hold. Asa needs to fight back, still get past Setsuko. He dropped a lot of HP, but he's going to go to 9 here. And his board is still looking strong. He's got a very, very well itemized Misfortune. Finds potentially a Fiddlesticks as that 9th unit. The other option is the Janna.
Spetham just hit a Sivir 3. He's not on that Sivir carry augment. That was Replay, who's already knocked out, but he is on Infinite Teams, and with Robin and Replay both out, he does have now the option to find all of those units, so that could be what takes it home for him. We're going to see a face-off between Spirkles and Asa. The Kaisa against Kaisa, Star Guardian against Star Guardian once more. There is a Fiddlesticks in play on the side of Asa that could get that backline distracted. It's not going to be in the cards. Fiddlesticks goes to the left side here. The Kaisa and the Misfortune are untouched. They just keep casting one more time. The
Fiddle
Syndra
again!
is going to get her cast through, but the Misfortune will take the win here and knock Spirkles down a bunch. Asa still in, but Setsuko is out. 6th place here for him.
Setsuko drops out in 6th. Asa improving that standing once again, but Spirkles, Kindle Gem, and Spetham all alive still. They are the ones who need to get top 4 to make it to regionals, and they're all putting a lot of points away here, trying to push, trying to hold on.
Look at the bottom left. Extra, extra. Asa has qualified for the Monsters Attack NA
It's official.
Regional Finals. Congratulations, Asa.
It looks like he needed one more place, with Replay being the one who took the 8th. And Asa still gonna be very happy. He had a rough set overall, but he's gonna be able to go to regionals, prove himself there, completely turn it around with a fantastic performance here at Mecha Cup. And he's still in. He's still got potential to push it further, but that is a 3-star Sivir that has been picked up. This board of Spetham has gotten very strong, and that might be all Asa could do, and it was just enough. Getting that 5th as Spirkles goes out in 5th. Asa, it's a 4th, and Kindle Gem in 3rd. Spirkles, we will see if that was enough for Spirkles, because I don't know if it was to get into the top 4. It's very close. Kindle Gem falling in 3rd. He only had 33 points. It's going to be a very tight race for this top 4. The points are incredibly close, but let's just see. Spetham versus Ripple. This is the very end. Ripple made it all the way back. He's won out ever since hitting the Draven 3. and he's facing off against Spetham.
Yeah, 16 HP on one side. I think maybe Ripple, if he has a good loss, he can still tank it. Spetham looking a little bit scarier. There is a Shroud of Stillness. It's going to hit the entire clump that Ripple has built out. The Raven in the backline. He is getting focused. He has the entire attention, but Trill should come and help just a little bit. He's fallen. He's fallen down, and that means the clump from Spetham is alive, moving on to the Le Blanc, and that is a knockout for Ripple, taking him down here from Spetham, taking first place.
That's gonna do it too. Spetham and Ripple both were at 36 points. That should do it for Spetham. He should be our champion here at the Mecha Cup.
What a way to finish that off, too. I mean, that lobby, I feel like it was just so aggressive, so fast-paced. 3 knockouts all at one round. I mean, what a way to actually finish it out. That was so hype, Casanova, those final moments.
Well, I can't believe it. I mean, Ripple, this whole time, a lot of us were thinking, hey, he's got this tournament in the bag. He was fighting so heavily. He had such a great day one. He started the day with a first. And here we're like, oh no, Ripple's gonna go out 8th, but he finds the Draven. His positioning was great with the hacker throughout those fights. He finds the wins all the way to one final fight against Spetham. But Spetham, his other practice partner, Deepay from yesterday, Spetham, Whale of Peace, didn't quite make it to the top 8. Spetham's the one who takes him down in the end to take the win here in Mecha Cup. Incredible.
It is really incredible, especially because Spetham was one of those players, Makes, that needed the top 4 in order to actually qualify to play in the regional finals. We had a couple of those players that were looking for those top finishes.
Exactly. I'm not quite sure who's all in now. We'll have to wait for the math brains to figure that one out. I'm not going to go on a limb there. But to Spetham, he definitely was one of the 3 players that needed those top 4, and now it seems like he has a top 1, so we'll see how that is going to affect everything. I'm super excited to have that scene come through, and I'm really excited that that was a top 2 board. Like, both of them didn't run Kaisa, so
yeah,
something there.
Oh, listen, I think at this point in the game, when we talk about the fact that this format is favoring that top 4 position, the points carry over, all of the other factors for day number 4, I feel like maybe you just don't go for something that's usually heavily contested, right? So, hey, that could be the make or break difference there, but we are ready. Let's see which 4 players we're sending forward from the Mecha Cup to the NA Regional Finals, and we've got them. You're right, Spetham wins the Mecha Cup, Casanova.
A 5-way tie, or 4-way tie, sorry, 4-way tie. I can't count. But Kindle Gem is the one who comes out on top with that. The double first places back to back in game 5 and game 6 make the difference, get those tie breaks. And Kindle Gem, who needed it, I thought he didn't do enough with the 3rd. I thought it wasn't quite gonna get there, but he does make it, just barely squeaks in over Setsuko, Replay, and Spirkles, who also needed it.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, for the top 4, at least, you know, when you look at Setsuko and you look at Replay, they did already qualify to participate in the NA Regional Finals in just a few weeks through qualifier points. So at least there's that. It was Spirkles. That was the other player we were looking at, Makes, that really needed the top 4 from this event.
Yeah, I mean, there is the nature of TFT where somebody wins and somebody loses, unfortunately. But I'm not sure if there is maybe some qualifier points who are helping in his case. Now that other players have taken first place, so they're getting a golden ticket, so they're out of the pool with the qualifier points. I'm just math.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not going to look at it either. I do know that there are still a couple of qualifier point spots up for grabs now, especially because you did see Ripple Overdrive actually qualify already. So this is just kind of a victory lap at this point to make it to the top 4 of the Mecha Cup. But overall, what a fantastic day of games. Congratulations to I'm Spetham. We're going to be taking a short break because we're going to interview them right after this. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the finale of the Mecha Cup. We have crowned our champion, and we've got him on the line right now. I'm Spetham. Congratulations on such a victory today. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Very ecstatic, you know, just trying to realize what just happened. For the most part, just trying to let the high come down.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, like, you put on such an incredible performance, not only today, but yesterday as well. And I think we were just talking about this. You competed in just this weekend.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing
sorry.
stuff.
You're good.
No, it's better. The emotions are always going to be there, right? Like, you've been competing in TFT for a very long time, right? Like, you've been playing this game for a while. I've seen you in tournaments for a long time. And I know I believe this is your first regionals that you're making it to, right? There was no mid sets, no regionals that you made it to before. You're finally getting a chance to go fight for a world spot. I mean, has that set in yet? I know everything's setting in, but you get to fight for a world spot. You're playing with the best in NA.
It's been crazy because I think, like, before set 8, well, actually, first tournament of set 8, I made it to day 3, and then I had technical issues. So I didn't actually get a play in that tournament, and I got 0 qualifier points from it. Otherwise, I would have made mid-set, and then I probably would have been guaranteed regionals already. But because of that, I was stressing a lot more. And even before that, I think the 3 tournaments before, I had missed from IRL stuff, like going to Europe, going to friends' bachelor parties, stuff like that. So I'm just glad to finally be able to compete and show what I can do.
I mean, we're glad to have you popping off. I mean, I know that your whole set's been good. Like you said, you made it to day 3, but you also got 14th at one of the other cups as well, right? Like, you've been doing really well. You've been a player in that scene for a long time, so just very happy with that. I mean, but I know you've got some questions as well.
Yeah, so you were saying as we were talking, oh, I'm just really happy that Ripple made it too. That was kind of like one of your first reactions, and I think that's just something I kind of want to tell everybody because it's super cool. But I also wanted to ask kind of, how did you approach this tournament? So I know players have like different ways of preparing and kind of planning out strats. What was your angle that you found works best for you?
So for me, I don't think I've ever actually VOD reviewed any of my own gameplay. I don't know why, I can't handle watching it. So most of my prep came from pretty much, I played double up with Akala. I played in a little mock tourney on Friday with the study group and then like 4 other players. And going into that, I had thought I was going to start Rod this tournament. But seeing how a bunch of those games played out, I decided to revert back to what I had success with before the patch, which was Sword Start, and that made a world of difference for me.
It looked amazing. I mean, you mentioned your study group. I need to ask what's in the water for you and DPay and Whale of Peace and Ripple, because my God, you 4 in this tournament, right? Whale didn't quite make it to the top 8, neither did DPay, but still, all of you played fantastic. So, I mean, what's going on with that study group? What's the secret? What's the sauce now that you all have a little bit of a break before regionals?
I mean, for the most part with us, we don't, like, we occasionally review, like, each other's gameplay, not mine, though. But for the most part, it's just every once in a while us all popping in there just talking about kind of, like, what our reads on the meta is. Like, we had played PvE also before the patch even happened. And so we were able to throw around some of our ideas with how the patch was going to go. And because, to be fair, they are all really high elo players that continuously show how smart they are at the game. Hearing different inputs and different reads on the meta help translate to our own successes, you know?
Yeah, and you're mentioning the meta, and I kind of have to ask, one of the notes that I wrote down after looking through all of the comps yesterday was for you, that you're like a very high flex player, because in 6 games you played 6 different comps. So I kind of want to ask you if there's something that you found most exciting about the comps that we have in this current patch, since it is a new patch. So maybe don't say Kaisa.
Well, for me, most of my success has always been playing like off meta, actually. And so I think that helps somewhat in tournament because I'm less contested. And most of the time when I play on ladder, I limit test a lot and do a lot of completely out there things. I mean, in yesterday, I took Grand Challenge for the first time this entire set and just said, screw it, I'll run with it, see what happens, and it somehow got to be a third.
I love that. That's so cool.
All right, I have
amazing.
one more for you, Spetham. Because this is the first time I've gotten the chance to interview this, first time we've gotten to have you, in a winner's interview here. I just want you to be able to have a second to tell the chat, like, who is Spetham? How long you been playing TFT? What is competitive TFT to you? But also just like, what would you want to share with them?
I mean, so I've been playing competitively since like set 5.5. I don't know. For me, TFT has just been one of the most fun games that I can play because it's just... Every game is different. It's a little puzzle to go between each time, and it allows you to be creative and think on your feet. And so for me, at the end of the day, like, I wasn't expecting that much from the tournament. I was coming in here to just have fun. If you see me in the tournament, like the VOD review, it's literally just going to be more of a karaoke stream than it is a TFT stream, because I'm just out here just vibing, just singing along to the music that I have going.
That
but
sounds
yeah,
like
it's
great vibes, though.
it's also just been a huge community for me.
Stream. Let's go.
Same.
But
Sounds like
for
an
the most
awesome
part,
time.
oh, sorry. I was going to say, for the most part, TFT has also just been a really big community for me. Like, I've made so many good friends across the way. Like, a few months back, I met up with a bunch of friends in Boston, hung out with them. And now we have, like, our own little Discord that has grown immensely. And I've just been interacting with so many of the people that I used to watch and just talk to. Like, I think on the Don't Talk If You Don't Know podcast, Sox even mentioned how, like, we had been playing Goose Goose Duck all together. So yeah, it's been really cool just building a lot of relationships throughout the game.
That's awesome stuff. That's sweet.
Yeah, we love to hear that, especially because TFT really is like an incredible community, and to see you find so much success, I think makes us all really excited about what the future has to hold for TFT. So, final thoughts from you. Are there any shout outs that you'd like to make, apart from the people that are in your study group and Discord?
Gonna shout out the I'm Jack server again, Jack's house. That's it. That's the entire reason why I changed my name from Spetham to I'm Spetham for the tournament. It was just like a meme with us to join the I'm clan. I'm gonna shout out a bunch of my friends that I met like at the beginning of TFT, B-Bear, CryoM, Winnie, all of those guys who were with me from like the start when I first started streaming back in like set 6. Shout out Akala for, prepping me with double up and learning how to hit 3-star forecasts. And shout out my family and everyone for just being so, thoughtful and supporting me throughout all this. And also one other thing. So I am blessed to be, working full time and have everything else, going well for me financially. So each tournament now, I plan on donating half of whatever proceeds I get to whatever charity of the month I'm supporting with my stream. This month, I'm going to be donating half of it to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, because I'm just a big advocate for mental health in general, because you never know what someone's going through. I mean, a few months back, I was going through some rough stuff, and I'm just glad to be here now and have everything going the way it is for me.
That is amazing, Spetham.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
That really is amazing. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, sharing about you, sharing the emotions of your success with everybody. We are so happy for you. Congratulations once again, and best of luck to you at the NA Regional Finals.
Thank you.
Congrats.
That was so wholesome.
That's awesome. I love him.
Yeah,
That's probably
I'm a
interview
Spetham
I
fan
had.
forever.
Same. Where
Yeah,
do I
that's
sign
it.
up? Where's the bandwagon?
Spetham fan
I'm
for
hopping
life.
on.
I'm with you, Makes. We'll be the conductors. We're starting it now. We're getting the hype train for Spetham going.
Let's go.
As long as you guys save me a seat on that train, okay? Just
You got
make sure
first
that
class seat, Necra. I got you.
Excellent. That's all I want here. But yeah, what a fantastic player. like inside and out in terms of just the way that he approaches the game, and then also just the way that he like reaches his community as well. So that's just something that's super special, and I'm really glad that we get a chance to celebrate that on the broadcast here. But it was fierce competition across the board when we look at the 4 days of action that we had at the Mecha Cup, all culminating in this final lobby today. Makes, I gotta ask you, NA versus EU, what's your take here?
Okay, come on. You can't. After this interview.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot do this to me. That's unfair.
Recency bias. That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm not indulging this question. I mean, hopefully, NA is going to give us a good show at Worlds again. Okay, that's what I'm looking forward to. You had Rain last time. I'm looking at Spetham this time, okay? Maybe you can send another one on that bandwagon. I'll allow it. Obviously, I kind of have to keep my bias. EMEA is home, so I love them. But I've had great fun here, and I'd be happy to come back. It's been an absolute pleasure, honestly.
We have loved having you, Makes. It's been so much fun to listen to both you and Casanova work together, as well as, of course, Mort and Boop. But Casanova, we have had so many incredible players now at this point, beyond I'm Spetham, qualify for the NA regional finals, because it wasn't just those top 4 spots that granted people to be able to compete at that tournament, but we also have a lot of other players that came up through qualifier points this weekend.
Yeah, and I've been holding it in all weekend, but now, because he's in, I get to let it out. Kyvix has made it via qualifier points. He's going to regionals, the GOAT of NATFT. We love it. Crowan's not here, so now I'm the #1 Kyvix fan. Let's go. Kyvix is in. But also, I want to get hyped for JD Zielinski. He's also made it in via qualifier points. Really incredible player himself. I know, I'm sorry I didn't give you as much hype as I did for Kyvix. It's a bit at this point. I'm sorry, JD. You're fantastic. You're a great player. I'm excited to watch you at regionals as well. But awesome to see those two join, the ones that were announced earlier by Mort. I believe Cottontail was announced earlier, but if not, Cottontail as well on that list. So a lot of great players made it in via qualifier points, and I'm so excited for regionals coming up in a few weeks.
Yeah, just in case anybody missed that announcement by Mort during that game number 6, on top of JD Zielinski and Kyvix making it through on qualifier points, we've got Cottontail, Jukyu, Kurimex, DQA, Garchomp Pro, Clear, Replay, and Setsuko also making it forward. So congratulations to them, as well as our other players that have qualified through the mid-set finale, the ladder set 8 and 8.5 snapshot, and of course, our Mecha Cup qualifiers. It's been an absolute blast. Casanova, final thoughts from you.
Well, this is, as you said, it's been a blast. It's been a lot of fun. I always enjoy when I get to work with Necro. We've had a lot of different games we've got to work on, and we get some more TFT together, but also Mix. Thank you so much for jumping across the pond for this one, hanging out with us here in NA. It has been a pleasure casting with you, and I hope that we get to again soon enough. But yeah, this has been... honestly, you bless all the games we get to cast in, so selfishly, I just want to cast with you more, so I get more crazy games of TFT. But I'm looking forward to regionals. I'm hoping to see everyone there.
Yeah, Makes. I don't know what you did for, like, yesterday. That was some, like, EMEA magic or whatever, and then you got some great games today as well. Final thoughts from you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been spoiled, right? I came here and I had, like, I always do. I make, like, wish lists with comps that I don't think we'll see, but that are kind of fun. Like, for ages, I was saying, like, oh, I want a Tempest back when that was a thing, and, like, all sorts of weird comps. And I have, like, that list that I check off. And I do that for every tournament. And I come over here, and, like, within 3 games, they're all checked off. And I'm kind of like, huh? What's going on over here? So to me, it's you guys that brought the magic, especially the players. It's been my absolute pleasure. I've had so much fun. All the way from Baby Metal, right? We've been vibing, so it's been super, super good.
Yeah, well, thank you so much to both of you, as well as Mort and Boop, for bringing the action, to all of our players for putting on such an amazing show, to our production for making this all possible, and to you all viewers that have tuned in. We hope that you have enjoyed the show, and we look forward to seeing you at the Last Chance qualifiers, as well as, of course, the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We'll see you all very soon.